little game while we wait, while we get ready, we
Mm-hmm.
get started with
Mm-hmm.
our New Year's adventures.
How exciting.
I'm excited.
Why?
Well, I mean, like to play Halo or for the new year.
Both. I need extensive reasoning for both.
I enjoy getting better and better at Halo, and that comes with the satisfaction of knowing that I'm improving. But also, I'm ready for the first year of the clown decade.
Why is it the clown decade?
I mean, it's going to be the clown decade.
How is this not
It's
already the clown decade?
Yeah, well, this is where it really starts, right? But it only started like halfway through, maybe. Like, sure, you had stuff like Gamergate and all the crazy things going on in colleges and the YouTube stuff, but like now we're beginning the decade with that. That's our starting point.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be great. This is going to be a tipping point decade for a lot of people, I bet.
Do you think any good things will happen in the decade?
Many good things, absolutely. Many good things will happen this decade. It'll be
Name
fun.
17 of them.
Let me see. I'm gonna suck 17 dicks.
Hmm. Is that like doctor's orders?
Yep, doctor's orders.
See, at that point, what can you do? Hands are tied.
Yeah, hands are tied. Oh, that'd be a good touch.
Ah. See, and you said
Doctor,
clown
he's
decade.
a good guy. I know there's a reason I go back to him.
Decade's looking pretty good now, huh?
Yeah, I got big plans. Big plans.
Hello, chat. How do you do, you Ewoks?
We're live. We are here with our chat. We are exploring.
I suppose we can. There's so much on the agenda in terms of.
Yeah.
It's a new year. We've got 365 days to say goodbye to.
365 days to say hello to.
Yeah, that part's, I guess. Yes, that's a part of it. I don't really care about that. Boring. But yeah, we're gonna get multiple guests in here. We've got a couple of things I want to cover, very small things, but we were mainly gunning for just having a chat. As
That'd
crazy
be fun.
as that is.
We're gonna have a good time.
Yeah. I have no idea what's gonna happen when I do this. Actually, I'm gonna do it the safer way.
Do what?
Oop.
What are you
Adding
gonna
people
do?
to the call. Since it starts a new call, I don't wanna. I try and add people through my laptop, but I don't wanna risk that. In case something weird happens. You know, I'm waiting for them to join. Here we go.
A little look-see.
Heyo.
Little heldy-deldy.
I know.
Little hoodly-doodly. Is this our anime EFAP?
Yes.
Yeah, is it? Yes.
We're gonna do our anime EFAP where we talk about anime.
There was
and
a top
all
comment
the other cartoons
on the previous stream that was like, "I can't believe Mola doesn't know how to pronounce waifu." I was like,
I know, I saw that too.
Obviously.
Joke.
He knows how to pronounce waifu.
Wait a minute.
It's like,
So
whoa.
you said it was a joke, but that's like Poe's law, right?
Who is Poe, and why is it that his laws matter so much?
I would just like to note that I have leveled up in Halo to General, right? But what's interesting is that by a crazy mathematical coinkydink, I've reached it by the exact number it takes to level up.
Huh.
Which was, let me double check, because this is, I wish I could look at my own. How do I do that? Career. Fuck, the UI in this game is fucking shit.
Yeah, it really is.
Under player ID? No. Is it under season 1? No. Is it under customization? Well, just take my word for it. I reached the exact number that it took to level up, and that was like hundreds of thousands of XP. I hit it exactly. I have 0 points in this current rank. That's how accurate I am.
Can you guys acknowledge the New Year's Eve video tile? How cool! It's got fireworks in it. How cool is that?
Oh, I only just saw that. Pretty
Yeah,
neat.
it
Every
looks
frame
really
a
nice.
party.
Oh.
This is our party.
So
Every frame implosion.
how come you have no life and you're here, Chase? Like, why aren't you outside partying with all the rest of the flimflams?
Yeah, what gives?
I'm unemployed. Also,
That doesn't explain it.
You could
my
still
girl-
go. Wait. If anything, that frees up a lot of time for partying.
Yeah.
No, my girlfriend's visiting. That is the party.
You sound like you're having a great time.
She's just alone in a different room while you're having a little.
No, she's making me food right now.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the relationship.
just like that. Just,
Well,
just like
presumptuous
that.
of you. Yeah, just like that.
Sexist that she would make food for a man.
Also, it's really funny, Rags, that like for the last, I don't know, week, I've known that the Halo event is going on. It's like, double XP, come on, you want to get all those upgrades? And I'm like, all right, hell yeah, I'm going to grind. I'm going to climb the ranks really fast. And I've just been so busy editing. I just haven't, because it's like, when you're behind on like putting out a video and you're
No.
just like, well, I can't. Well, yeah, you wouldn't know. And you're just sitting around like, I'd love to play this game, but like I really have to be doing work. Like your conscience won't allow you to play the game and enjoy it.
I haven't like chilled out and relaxed and watched the thing in ages now. Mandalorian's the closest I got to that, and that felt more like homework.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because remember, everyone, Mandalorian is bad.
Dun, da, 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 da. The theme is still good, Rags. Okay.
Yeah, I was looking at Mandalorian stuff, and the theme song popped up by some people. They did like a synthwave version of it. It was pretty good. So I emailed them. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna make a review of the Mandalorian. I didn't tell them that's gonna be a shitting all over it because the Mandalorian, just as a reminder, is a bad television show.
My
But
God.
I asked if I could use their stuff. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. We're gonna see if we can have that. It'll be coolio.
Damn, Chase. Someone in chat just said Psy Chase is here. Oof.
Yeah.
Chase is here.
Ugh.
I know. He's the
Yep.
only one. No one wants to hang out with us. He's the only
Yeah,
one.
no
Who
one,
said
in
he's
fairness,
the
we
only
are
one
pretty
desperate enough
repulsive.
to want to be a part of this
I'm-
catastrophe.
I'm your only choice.
Yeah, well.
He's our only hope, our only choice.
So, what's your New Year's resolution, Chase? You gonna...
We covered this
No,
last
no,
podcast.
it's different now. You've had time to think about it.
Okay, I haven't thought about it anymore.
Oh, what the fuck?
It's remained exactly static.
Let me
None.
just go in our DMs. See where it says you need to have a very good answer for a New Year's resolution. You fucking... Why? Oh no, James
Why'd you
Moore
say
cried
that?
because of me last night. I guarantee it was because he got to a certain point in Buffy and it killed him. That's what it was. He's been watching it and he's well into like the good shit now. You should watch that, Chase, instead of watching your stupid.
Did you just call me fucking Jace?
He's into.
You're like, well, this is the thing. When I realize you haven't
Jace
seen certain
demise.
things, you start to get infected by Jay. You see, Jay
Bonkers.
just he hasn't seen anything.
Jay's a handsome man though, so he has that going for him.
Which Jay?
Do I let him know that you feel that way, or
Yes.
maybe he'll show up tonight and you can tell him?
Oh, Jay.
We should have alcatisms. Rags, do you have a beer?
I've got some in the fridge right now, getting cold.
We should definitely do. I'm gonna have some Malibu.
Someone in the Discord just said I've never seen Chase and Jay in the same room. It has happened, just not in the stream.
Oh,
That's a nice
sure,
one.
it's happened. Okay.
You were there.
Oh, Jay was there.
Hi, Cat. Hello.
Well, I didn't
think
say
I
the
might put
cat
this
could
beer
be
in
on the
freezer.
show.
Well, you want me to eject him?
Yes, jeez.
Okay. Isaac, I'm sorry. You got.
Named your cat Isaac.
Well,
Yeah.
big fan of Dead Space, obviously.
You know,
No,
Isaac's
Golden Sun.
Hebrew name.
Yeah.
Means
I don't care.
yeah. Is your cat from the Holy Land?
I mean, he's certainly golden, like he's holy. So,
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that doesn't.
have you ever played
He's
Golden Sun on the
certainly
Game Boy
golden
Advance?
Like he's holy. Like you're gonna have to walk me through that one.
Well, no. I mean, the real idea was if you ever played Golden Sun on the Game Boy Advance by
I did.
Camelot. Yeah, just that. It
I
just seemed like a
played
fitting regal
The
name.
first one, and I played the next one, Lost Age, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played that one. They're all right. They're
Yeah,
all
pretty
right.
good. I haven't aged as well as I would have liked. it to.
Isaac is where you first learned about the name because of the protagonist of the first one, character in the second one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Isaac.
Chase, sorry to interrupt. I looked into that the donkey thing. I
Yes.
watched Mark's whole video on it. I
Mhm.
thought he made some pretty good points in terms of where Donkey is kind of weak on his criticisms, and I think it's more like an examples thing, and Donkey's just not one for, like how if I'm like, there's a bad hitbox, here's 2,000 examples, Donkey will be like, there's a bad hitbox, here's one, moving on, and it's like, wait.
Yeah, no, I agree exactly.
Donkey takes him saying the controls are like perfectly fine, and then a clip of him saying, yeah, the controls on that thing doesn't work. But it was pretty obvious because he says, I will admit though.
Vehicles.
Yeah, he says, I will admit that the vehicle, like, Rags, does this statement seem contradictive to you? The controls are perfect. I will admit though, the vehicle controls are a bit wonky.
No, well, that doesn't make sense. That is contradictory.
Well,
they can't be perfect and simultaneously wonky.
But the implication by the sentence is that, like, it's the first half is staying the way it is outside of this thing. Like saying I will admit, like, is the implication is that, like, oh, you're saying that it still stands except for this one element. And besides, he didn't even use the word perfect. That was he said that it was tight, I think.
I just watched the video once and I didn't watch it again.
It was just interesting that that's what Donkey chose to do. Because I don't know, I haven't tried the controls. I don't really intend to. Death Stranding doesn't entice me.
That's the funny thing is they turn walking into a mini game. Here we go, Death Stranding again. Everyone ready? They turn walking into a sort of mini game, and then you get like power skeletons that are like exoskeletons that like either let you run really fast, like fucking Sonic speed, or they let you run with more stability and more balance. But walking should, I guess, kind of be the easy part. I don't know. I haven't really sat down and done my draft. Like it's all good enough, but it definitely just has you like pressing on shoulder buttons and stuff like that to like maintain your balance. And if you don't do it within a certain time frame, or you start to lose balance as you're approaching a wall, then you will just fall over and lose all of your cargo, and some of it will get damaged, and sometimes you'll fail a mission as a result. So it's not a game for everyone.
You know how you balance in real life, and it's so easy you don't even have to, like, your brain literally doesn't even have to think about it.
Yeah.
But it's like a conscious mechanic in this. Yeah, that sounds fun. The more I hear about this video game, the less I want to play it.
Well, and see, that's the interesting thing. Mark at one point talks about how people were inaccurate on The Last Guardian, including Donkey, because they were complaining about Trico not being responsive when that was the whole point. I don't appreciate that defense. The idea that you're trying to achieve something. Exactly. They're like, we're trying to create the experience that you're dealing with a real pet, as in you go, hey dog, fetch, and the dog looks at you like, huh? And then you go fetch, and then you drag the dog over to it and point to it, and you come back and you're like, fetch, and then it finally does it, and you're like, oh wow, what a real life experience like you with a real pet. Yeah. It is so fucking frustrating.
You know how animals are annoying in real life? Well, now they can be annoying in video games too. Yeah. You know how you can yell at frustration in the real world? Well, their virtual equivalent is just as shitty.
Like, I wanted to love The Last Guardian, but I spent so much time in that game being like, hey, like, do the thing I want you to do.
Yeah, does that make you love it? Doesn't that make you get a connection with him? Aren't you?
Dude, AI is fucking complicated as hell. I enjoy reading about it, but that would be a nightmare to actually try to program it or even like fathom it.
Well, that's because you suck, though.
Yeah, well, that's why we pay money for our video games.
Mm-hmm.
We expect
that's
them to be good.
That's true.
But yeah, I don't know.
Can I just say though, do you guys remember the Milo Project Milo trailer?
That was on Xbox, right?
Yeah. Oh my god, my cat is fucking having a tism right now. He really wants food or something. Thank you, baby. Mm-hmm. But it's yeah, like Project Milo. That was such bullshit immediately from the get-go. Because I remember as a kid, it was like, you see the trailer, and what's his name? Peter Molyneux from Lionhead, Lionsgate, whatever the hell.
Lionhead, I think.
Yeah, he oh, my mic settings are all messed up. I blame my cat. But he he was just like, oh, look at Claire. She gave Milo the piece of paper. She put it over above the TV, and he got that paper in real time with the processor of an Xbox 360 and managed to materialize the sketch in the virtual world. This is not acted. That is Claire's real response. She is genuinely impressed by what Milo has done. And as a fucking, like, 15-year-old, I was like, no.
Didn't they cancel
That's
it?
not
Like,
how that works.
it just didn't go
Oh,
through?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Remember
that's when-
Fable?
I do.
Yeah.
Remember how the
I like
first one was good and the others were shit?
I wouldn't know, because I don't hate on things, Rags.
I do.
Wow.
It's cathartic, if anything else.
Cathodic? That doesn't even make sense.
Cathartic.
Can I show you an amusing tweet that someone in the Discord linked?
You may show me an amazing tweet.
I will put it on the screen as well. So the discussion, I believe, was it related to me, and the top part of it is person commenting about me in general.
The fact he makes videos with no bullshit is enough for me. Wait, this is about you?
Yeah, they don't. That's why there's side reasons they don't like me.
What is research?
It's just like,
Yeah,
wait,
no bullshit thinks that you're a terrible, horrible leftist.
he does not like me.
He thinks I'm a leftist. Reminder, no bullshit thinks that I am a leftist.
What are you, centrist, conservative?
I'm a classical liberal, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Certainly not a leftist.
I am just a faggot.
Yeah,
That's all I
same.
am. I don't have a...
And so call me a leftist. I'm like,
Much of a
whoa,
political-
I did not subscribe to that label, sir. I'm an Ewok.
I guess I'm like a liberal in the sense it's just like, hey, just be nice to everyone, man. Like, just
Let
don't...
everybody do what they want to do, unless they have an
Like-
opinion I disagree with.
Just suck a dick and don't feel bad about it, bro. Like, who cares, man? Life's too short.
Yeah, I said, did you just say Muller makes videos with no BS? No BS hates Muller. Muller's never made a video with him, and the only thing close is when they watched his SJW moments in Infinity War and tore it apart. And the guy responded with this, and obviously I've cut them out just to be a friendly to them. I just thought it was really funny. Well, I'm wrong then. Still think he's a bigot and don't want to argue with you.
He's a bigot. I still think he's a... I don't even know what we're bigoted against.
Everything? Nothing? All of the thing?
A bigot just means, like, I suspect you're not as good of a person as you make yourself out to
You
be.
hate
It's
people
like
for
code.
reasons that are unfair. He's like, oh, okay.
It's a dog whistle.
What
It's a liberal dog
whatever
whistle.
happened to cat whistles? That's
I mean, if cats ever really needed whistles, all you need to do is just go, and they come
there you
running.
go.
Like shake a bag of treats, you know. Dog whistles are necessary because it's that one frequency that they have advantage over.
I was also sent two more. This one I thought was amusing.
More like tumor.
The best way to describe how I treat Jay politically is with a paraphrase from Innuendo Studios. It doesn't matter if he's a fascist in his heart. His
Oh my
friends,
God.
the friends he has, the content he takes part in is doing a fascism.
What video is this on?
I don't actually know. I just, I was just, it's just about Jay, and I just find it amusing.
Innuendo Studios.
I don't know. But I just assumed that like it's in relation to EFAP, because
Yeah, probably.
like they say it's not Jay's content; it's the content he's a part of.
We're-
We are a fascism,
fascists.
gentlemen.
In the heart. In our hearts, we are fascists. Heil Hitler.
Doing
Yeah,
the fascism.
Basically, doing the. Like, can you imagine how humorless of a cunt you have to be to watch a stream of a bunch of dudes palling around talking about movies, making like slightly politically incorrect jokes, and just you're so uptight that you see that and you go, "These guys
You're like,
actually
these
fucking
people
hate
are-
minorities.
These are fascists. They hate gays. They want to lock up minorities.
They legitimately want Holocaust too."
They want
Well-
to institute slavery.
Well, you know, we said that forced diversity is a bad thing, so we're fucked. Done.
Yeah, I guess we
Wouldn't
hate
J.J.
minorities.
Abrams wouldn't
I'm
J.J.
sorry, if-
Abrams
if-
have said "fuck you," or was that the other
Oh
one?
yeah, he said. J.J. Abrams said, if you hate The Last Jedi because there's women in it, you're like a sexist. I think that I can't remember what his quote was exactly, but it pissed everyone off.
No, there was that one quote. I think it was in fucking Red Letter Media or something like that video, where it's like there was just straight up a clip of one of them in a big press conference or interview, and he was just saying, "If you are against forced diversity in the new Star Wars, then fuck you." And someone in the
Against
audience
forced-
went,
Did he say against forced diversity?
"Yeah, I don't remember exactly what the wording was, but the whole idea is like, if you don't like women or
don't.
or the
You're all
minorities, then
awful.
fuck you." And then a woman in the audience went,
Wait,
just
I'm
got
a
this huge-
woman.
"Yeah, I like that."
And yeah, then there was another one. This one's a little bit longer. This is the last of my amusing comments for the day. You got, I'm convinced the only reason Mauler made Jay a member of EFAP was so they had a token liberal in the group to add plausible deniability against them being regressive, mean-spirited fuckwits. That's news to me.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, if it helps, I'm technically liberal too. I just don't care that much, and I don't really like other liberals. So like,
you're also our token, I guess. Then.
Yeah, I can be your token. That's fine.
Sweet. It's a damn shame, because I too enjoyed Jay's CinemaSins Takedown series and thought he was a genuine down-to-earth guy. Then he made his critique of Mauler's Black Panther video, and the rest is history. Like, everything was ruined the moment we spoke to him.
Yeah.
Destroyed. We corrupted Jay.
We did. He's got space cancer. It's all over him. No escape. After the Jack's Saint, I assume, flare-up, I unsubbed from Jay, but not before leaving a civil and measured comment expressing my disappointment at him for falling in with this crowd. God, imagine being that much of a...
I know, imagine like wanting to be around people who won't judge you for everything that you just looking to browbeat you all the time. You're just a vessel they can score points with. That's all you are to them.
Yeah. And just at every single moment, like, your career is in jeopardy. Like, the slightest thing you do is, like, you have to wait to hear back from the gallery.
Regardless, Mauler fans are using the fact that Jay joined EFAP after criticizing him after he unlisted said video to score points for Mauler, as I saw in the comments of Gushin's first video on Mauler. Score points? No, it's just reality. We had someone be critical. They came on. We're friends now. That's just something that happened. We use it as an example of how these things can end well.
You know, like a fucking adult?
Yeah, because a lot of people will be like, they don't end well. And it's like, but they have ended well. And that's just one example. We've got several. DX Guy, Sausage, Doom Man, Snowman Gaming. Blizzic was in the comments, I think, after we'd responded to him. DX, I believe. Just Right. Mm-hmm. I consider that technically a positive outcome.
Yeah, I guess.
There is a couple. Not just Jay. One thing I'm sure of is that with the massive egos like Mauler and Rags have, it will be inevitable for the two to turn on each other, and when they do, it will be cause for celebration.
It's not going to be too bad.
I mean, you know.
When we turn on each other, it'll be okay. I mean, it won't be, like, great. Yeah, don't buy tickets.
People can enjoy the show, I suppose.
You know what's funny is a lot of these people, everything that they see and the way that they, like, sort of visualize situations is like everything is a really elaborate coup, and everyone is like a fake piece of shit that's only doing things for like profit and like personal gain. It's like, hey dude, I know that's how you do things, but that doesn't mean everyone else does them that way too.
Yeah, well, it's like chillax, you know.
Like as well as everyone's noticed, using massive, really, that's a slur. So I'm surprised they would just throw that out there.
I can't believe that.
And as for like massive ego, I should be like, isn't it it's said by a lot of prominent YouTubers, but like to be confident in front of the camera, to be making content that is something you're saying and expecting people to be interested in or listen to or whatever, then we've all got to have an ego to a degree.
I mean, you can't have no ego. You have to have a sense of self and some level of pride and some understanding that you do possess talents, and you gotta have that to a degree. If you don't, that must be really unhealthy.
Yeah, then you won't be good. If you have no ego whatsoever, you're probably not going to have much self-awareness.
You think these people have a lot of self-awareness?
I mean,
I don't think they have a lot of self-awareness.
Let's change the subject.
I think they're fucking retarded.
Yeah,
I will say it does take a decent bit of bravery to go on camera and like record yourself, especially if you look like as mongoloidic as myself and many others do.
It's Quentin.
Yeah. And
Quentin is brave for putting his face in front of a camera.
Braver than me.
Yeah,
I'll give him that.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. Sorry, go on.
But like the people we've responded to, they've got fucking what I would call inflated egos themselves. Like,
yeah.
a lot of them, they immediately think that they're the vampire hunter that's going to drive the stake into EFAP. They're the righteous fury. They've destroyed us. We're always just like, what was the argument? Oh no, we did that one last year. We'll see you next time. Like, bye.
For all the anime fans out there, in translation, they think that they are the Jotaro to our Dio. They think we're Dio. So
there you go, guys. Now you can follow along.
You're welcome.
In
Yeah,
anime stream.
Just trying to help.
But yeah, I guess the idea as well that it's like it's inevitable for them to turn on each other. It's like, aren't you guys a part of like a group that is known for infighting? Like they eat each other sort of memes that just keeps happening because they out purify each other, and they also get conflicted on like certain principles can cross over, like certain rules about certain people, then certain like of their team, they could probably, like, someone, I mean, ContraPoints would probably be the classic example, right? Got obliterated. I believe she's left Twitter for the 3rd time.
Everyone should leave Twitter.
Yeah, I know, right? But you know, like
What was the story with that exactly?
So from what I remember, and this was the either first or second time leaving Twitter, ContraPoints said, when you go up to a group of people who are quote-unquote woke, they see someone like ContraPoints, and then they'll be like, oh, let's all get our pronouns out. Don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. And then she said that when she goes to a non-woke crowd, there isn't that, and they would just refer to her as she and everything. And she's actually saying it's... I think she was trying to say this. I could be wrong, paraphrasing. That the experience is actually smoother and more normal with people who aren't even remotely aware of, like, wokeness. And she got lambasted.
That is what I've noticed too, that they make a huge deal about it. Like, that's them. That's their whole thing. So they make this huge fucking song and dance about it instead of what most people do. And we're like, okay, like, all right, I guess. Okay, sure.
Yeah, like, I have trans friends, and I think the best thing is they'll go, oh, my pronouns are they, them, but you can call me she, like, I don't care. If they're, like, really understanding and lax about it, I'm like, oh, okay, I don't feel so nervous about it. Because I do want to be respectful, you know what I mean?
But yeah, we had, like, you know, this faux war with, like, I Hate Everything for, like, near 2 years, and it's been sorted now, or at least once the video is shown, which should happen within the next few EFAPs. I'm just gonna have to find the right place to do it. That will have been sorted. And how did it get sorted? Through talking. Whoa!
Hooray.
And I guess what I'm implying is, like, we're of a team that's like, hey, if there's a problem, do you want to have a chat? Rather than, fucking hate you, I'm never speaking to you again.
Yeah, you're an evil, terrible, horrible person, and you must die.
So, like, I'm not really too concerned about it. I think that if there's a problem me and Rags have with each other or with something in general, we'll probably talk about it. However, if a friendship is to end, it's not exactly the end of the world. It happens with everybody. Yeah. There is no friendship that's immune to destruction, because
no life without EFAP.
Oh, I know, right? Like, the fans would have to start watching. Chase, can you start a show called, like, EFAP and it's every frame an anime? EFA.
Yeah, I'll call it, like, Fap Grumps.
That sounds like you're ripping off 2 shows at once.
Yeah, that's the idea.
I think that's despicable. You should come up with your
I was
own
more
thing.
thinking of, like, the fan base split between Aaron and JonTron. How that was like a giant shit show and a half.
I was there for all of that. It was crazy.
Me too. It was kind of sad. I really like John.
JonTron's doing all right. He's doing A-okay.
And it's funny because Aaron has been, like, roasted by people for being way too woke, and John's been roasted for being way too, like, alt-righty. they've both deviated from where they sort of started. It's really interesting.
Oh, yeah. And for Aaron, it's only going to get worse. Because John's kind of entered this area where, like, he doesn't really give a shit. But Aaron has, like, just further lumped himself in with, like, the situs in which they will just absolutely consume him alive at the soonest given opportunity.
Yeah, he did the whole, like, I regret any jokes I made in the past million years that may have offended people. It's like,
Yeah, he's very much a bootlicker.
Like, now that I've decided to join the tribe that will flay me alive for saying the bad things, I gotta make sure I cover my ass.
Did I ever tell you guys that when I was younger and I was like 15 and I talked to Aaron and he was like, I don't know, 20 or something like that. But he would do a Mickey Mouse voice and he would just scream the N-word at the top of his lungs. And it was like literally the funniest fucking thing. Because there would just be 20 minutes of silence and then just Mickey screams the N-word. Just like, and like he would go, oh,
We're re-releasing the collector's edition of Song of the South.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, how the times changed.
Oh, how the turntables.
How the floops have gloomed. So, there is something I want to show you guys in video form. Quite amusing. I'll give you a link and then I will give you context. So,
oh boy.
Mundane Matt and Jeremy have a feud of sorts. I say it's probably not true. Geeks and Gamers, I guess, but Mundane Matt's been making a lot of videos about the Geeks and Gamers fandom menace crowd, from what I understand.
Yeah. Well, remember everyone, for those of you who don't know, Mundane Matt thinks that Rise of Skywalker's great.
He's like, why did you have to be so mean to Rise of Skywalker? And I think the poor guy probably actually like went to a showing. I was with a bunch of people who were like, yeah, this is Star Wars. It's like, yeah. They're like, yeah, that was a fun movie, and he's like, people actually enjoy this movie, you know? It's like, dude, chill out. Like,
they makes another video going, Anita Sarkeesian Gamergate? Zoe Quinn Gamergate?
Is he still going with stuff like that? Like,
yes, he is.
Trying to recapture that long lost relevance.
I wonder if
people
he gets more views with that. Is that why he's doing it, or is it just?
I have no idea. But someone left a comment on his newest one about Anita Sarkeesian Gamergate, and they're just like, "Bro, this has been irrelevant for a long time. You're just bringing it up to try to make it relevant again." And then he said, "Oh well, people send me messages about it, and so I'm just like, I should cover this, or like I only bring it up when they do." It's like, okay, just
he
ignore
outputs like, what is it, like 2 to 3 a day? So it's like, oh yeah, I guess if you're gonna cover whatever. So all the context I have for this is that Monday Matt is calling like Jeremy out every other day on stuff, and like Jeremy's had a couple of debates with him like live, and they don't ever stick. Like, it'll be like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense, blah blah blah, and then they leave, and then the next day it's like, blah 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 blah.
Which Jeremy?
Geeks and Gamers Jeremy. And so like I was sent this and I just thought it was really funny. So the context I guess here is that there's a guy called Mad Max who's running a stream, and Matt is like sort of throwing shade at Jeremy. And then Jeremy is like able to, this is on that StreamYard sort of thing, and so with StreamYard you get an invite, you get to join the backstage, and then the host gets to add you in whenever they want. I think that's how that works.
Kind of. Is that what we used?
Yes.
With the world-class bullshitters?
When we were with world-class bullshitters, Geeks and Gamers, sort of, I imagine Ethan Van Skyver as well, Geeks, just fandom menace people, I think they're all using StreamYard right now. We're rocking with Discord like an OG.
Yeah.
That's how you do. But I
think overlay, a little window, a little spacing.
Yeah, looking fucking swanky.
Good.
And so I think Monday Matt's like been talking about it, and then Jeremy's like, oh, I'll talk to him about it, and then I'll just show you what happens. But that's pretty much all the context I had, so that's all you get. But I just find this amusing.
Hey,
stream. I don't have kill streams on my channel.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you'd make a lot more money if you did. But just say that's
Jeremy is in my backstage. Oh boy. Okay.
Oh. All right, I'm gonna go. I gotta run. My phone's almost dead anyway, so I'll talk to you guys all later.
All right.
Wow.
My phone's almost.
Like,
wow.
I'm gonna play that again in case people didn't catch it. Like,
nice.
The second he mentions that Jeremy's in the backstage, Matt's like, gotta go.
My phone.
I don't have kill streams on my channel.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you'd make a lot more money if you did. But just say
Jeremy is in my backstage. Oh boy. Okay.
Oh. All right, I'm gonna go. I gotta run. My phone's almost dead anyway, so I'll talk to you guys all later.
All right.
Wow. My phone's almost dead too, and I'm here.
All right. Okay, Jeremy.
I love how he jumps like the image of him, like he chased him out of the room.
Yeah, like he's just like, the motherfucker, keep him out.
And also, it's like, okay, then let your phone die.
Exactly, yeah. But you know.
Go until your phone's just out.
Convenient excuse.
Yeah, there's nothing really else to it. I just thought it was really funny, and apparently Matt is just kind of trying to point out that he has issues with him. Hopefully they get that sorted. Also,
Man, have they ever been in a stream together? Or is Matt?
No, I think they have.
Has Matt not learned what happens when he like live streams with people?
How could he? Well, how could it get any worse, right, Rags? He's just like, well, may as well just fuck it up even more. I've already hit rock bottom, so fuck it. It's a strategy. This is a meme video I was made aware of, and I'm pretty sure it's fine for copyright. So.
So all the reshoots and the general fuckery that went on with The Rise of Skywalker want us to wonder how much Disney will need to make in order to break even. Now, while Disney's going to keep the actual numbers off the public record for quite some time, we could probably assume that with an initial production budget of $250 million, and with the extensive reshoots reported, we can bump that number up to $500 million. With those ballpark figures in mind, how do we calculate how much money a film needs to make in order to break even? Surely they just need to make back that initial production budget, right? Ooh, not so fast, my friends. You see, while it might seem logical to take that initial number and figure that is the exact amount they need to break even, there are other costs involved. Marketing, for example, is especially expensive, especially with huge tentpole releases, let alone something as huge as a Star Wars film. We also need to remember that the cinemas need to make money as well, so we need to take their cut of the profits into account as well. So when you tally up all of this additional bloat to the overall amount spent on the film, you end up having to make back about 2.5 times your original budget. So with The Rise of Skywalker, we start with 500 million, multiply that by 2.5, and we end up with our final figure of
1.2 billion.
That's a lot.
That was worth it.
Has Total done anything since his woke video? Is that still his most recent?
Yes, he made a. He's actually doing okay. He made the best game of the decade, being Witcher 3.
Oh yeah, that's
which got over 200,000 views.
Oh, that's great.
And then his next video is on 5K, but you know it's only just come out. It's best console of the decade, PlayStation 4.
Not even the Pro, huh?
I mean, I was just thinking, best console of the decade. It's got to be really tough to be able to get any kind of like mechanical sort of way to figure that out. I'm assuming he bases it mostly on exclusives. At least that's what I got the impression of when I was sort of skimming through. Pretty tough to vote for, but sure, I'm happy with PlayStation 4 as well.
I don't care.
What generation is 2010 plus?
I forget. 8, I think. I don't know.
I don't even assign like numbers to it or anything.
Chase, tell me what console came out in 2010.
Wii U?
Oh, Wii U wasn't great.
I think it might have been like a year after that or
nobody
something.
Nobody liked the Wii U.
No.
Well, I think people liked it. It just
nobody liked the name.
Had terrible, yeah, the marketing confused a lot of people, even me. I thought that for years the Wii U was an add-on you bought for your Wii.
Yeah, and you know what's the weirdest thing about it that really didn't help was they would always obfuscate like the actual size of the console. Because for anyone who owns a Wii U, the tablet is like fine. It's like a decent size. Obviously, it's not anything mobile, so it's not a big deal. And then you have the Wii U console itself that is fucking huge. And it's just every time in all the marketing images, they always show the Wii U console behind the screen. Like they're hiding how big it is from the screen. And like for some reason that always fucked with me because I bought it. I was like, okay, this is gigantic. And there's not enough like games on it.
Well, I mean, the Switch did well, so they recovered just fine. Not that they were in trouble anyway.
We're in the proper good future now.
Oh yeah, my new year is in 2 hours from now, and you guys have it in ages from now, right?
Yes. Yeah, it'll be a bit later. About 8 hours or so.
Yeah, 8 hours for me.
Well, I mean, we could look at some memes. I've got a few memes.
Yeah, we can look at some memes.
Sure.
Excellent. See, I happen to like memes myself, and obviously some of them are going to be pretty up to date in terms of like that last stream. I quite like this one.
Also, I have another goofy Oni George Lucas video. If you wanted to show that to the stream.
Oh, like the one you showed me, or?
Yeah. If you felt like it, I don't really care.
I mean, we could do that after memes if you want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just do whatever you want. We don't have a schedule. This crazy train ain't got no brakes.
Jay Longbone having to pass out those permissions to ER.
That's nice of her, though.
Yeah, no, it was very kind. You know what I mean by
What is
relevant?
our egg?
Relevant meme.
That was a good one too.
What,
I did a
Ewoks?
stream with Sargon the day after EFAP, and that was popping up.
What, the Ewoks thing.
The Ewoks thing.
Did you have to explain it to them?
I did.
I hope it went over smoothly.
It went over well. He's my E word.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, man. The struggle. What are they gonna do? Or EFAP chat.
That's the real question, isn't it?
When we have memes that conflict, it's like, oh no.
So many choices.
You get to choose which one you like. We've got so much choice in memes.
Just choose well, everyone.
I prefer hello my N words because then you get the best of both worlds. You get to say the word without actually saying the word, but still pissing everyone off.
No, I like the Ewoks a lot. Maybe it's because it's
I
fresh.
like Ewoks
It's
too.
endearing.
It's one of them movie posters from that new one that's coming out. Thor,
Thor, the Dawn world. Oh, finally, I could have my Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
You seem pretty eager about that. Licking
mean-
those lips.
In this one, Dawn is Odin, though. I don't know. Guess you gotta... You hanging out with Thor just to get to the Dawn, is that it?
Yeah, he's my ticket to Dawn's heart.
Makes sense. I can't do the...
McClung, command you be objective. Oh no, Diabeto. Diabeto's been that one really took off well.
Yeah, he's a very strong character. People are starting to, you know, discuss whether he's supposed to be the series villain rather than a season villain. Pulling those strings, man. Pulling those strings.
Do you guys know what anime that's from?
No.
Isn't it? I don't know, JoJo.
No, it's Code Geass. It's like
Oh,
a
I should
decade-old
know
anime.
that.
Ray Chud Skywalker. Did you guys see the? I think we put it on stream, didn't we? Like the image of Chud Skywalker.
Yes, and there's a
He's
few more
adorable.
from that same... Why did YMS say diabetes?
Diabetes.
Hey, YMS, we're not actually responding to a video. We're just hanging out. If you want to jump in, let us know.
Oh, dude. Adam, what's up, dude?
Depends if he's free for his New Year's. Look at this
He's
one.
a busy man.
Oh my god. Bilbo Frick.
I guess so. Frick's got
Oh,
some scary
Bilbo.
Bilbo teeth.
Oh no, Bilbo.
Bilbo, stop. No.
No, Bilbo, no.
You're
gonna ruin C-3PO's memory.
I seek the chromosomes you speak of? What is happening here? What am I missing?
I don't know what that is.
Gotta decipher it. That's our job.
You know you want to,
Why are
Adam.
the
This is your
chromosomes
one
you
day off.
speak of? I want to say, is it because Quentin doesn't have enough chromosomes, or he has too many?
It must be something to do with that. I don't know.
What up, Jay?
I like the yellow saber though. We're following that. How long will you be doing this? It's longer than you would want to stay, and you can leave whenever you want. What's up, buddy?
Probably here in 10 hours. He looks pretty terrified about that.
But he's probably terrified both before and after the thing was said, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my god, look at this classic meme.
He's just terrified because he's seen Quentin.
He doesn't even care what he said about the Ewoks.
Because he's aware of him and he's seen his videos.
People are like, get him in the call. It's like, he's got to want to first. I can't do anything until he wants to.
This is your fault, Mahler.
Usually is.
I mean, I don't know if I have him on Discord. I'll send him the invite through Twitter if he wants it. You may use at your displeasure.
Who are you bringing in?
That's none of your business, Jay.
I'm friends with him. I'll
Oh.
just invite him
Oh,
to
yeah,
the
he's the one who said that. Yeah, it was J.R.R. Martin's fault. Oh, that was J.R.R. Martin's
This
fault.
adorable picture. Just wonderful.
Cute.
Hope Jeb.
It reminds me of, like, you know, Rick and
Hey,
Morty,
Jeb,
where
happy
he
Jeb
clones
here.
himself to be a
Happy Jimmy.
baby so he can kiss himself as a baby.
Happy Jeb Year,
Reminds me of
everyone.
Yeah, Jay, I know all you can reference is Rick and Morty, 'cause it's the only thing you've seen.
that. I know.
Baby
I
Jeb
don't
is
see that as
so
a
wholesome.
negative. I see that as a positive.
Adam.
Hi.
Oh my
What's up,
god.
man?
Oh my god.
It's the new year.
It's the new year.
Oh, there's quite the echo there.
Oh, is it?
Go.
Great.
Hello, Rags. Hey.
I'm not even on like a good setup right now.
I can't hear you.
How about we try this again? I go on my computer. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Yay.
That'd be great. I have a feeling he's gonna come back with like perfect audio to be like, is that better? We're gonna be like, yes, that is better.
Awesome way.
My
Oh, yeah.
Discord and my phone just don't get along.
Yeah, no,
They're
same.
really tis me.
Like I'll be like in a call with someone for 5 minutes and I won't hear anything. And it'll be like, oh, it disconnected. And then I'll look at my phone and it will reconnect. Like as soon as it's away from my head. That's a weird thing it does.
It works worse on my. I have a MacBook that I bought new, or sorry, not new, used. I don't give Apple any money.
Yeah.
And Discord just does not. A lot of things don't just. MacBooks are. But with Discord, they it's getting just the right audio to work, getting a microphone to work, getting a headset to work. It's like pulling teeth. The phone
I've
works
never had
better
any problems
than
on my Mac with
laptop.
Discord, although I've only used it once, so what do I know?
Pulling teeth doesn't hurt if you're dead.
That's true.
Yeah, but but the MacBook was alive.
Mahler, you just always know exactly what to say, don't you?
Fucking countered that argument. Done and done.
in 0 seconds flat.
Also, this meme is like underappreciated. I feel sorry for anybody who discovers EFAP and wants to understand the lore when they're at like episode 150 or something. They'll be like, "This is."
Oh, good luck. Just good luck.
They'll have to have someone make season recaps or something.
There is a playlist of like the full EFAP extended universe.
How are they gonna get through all that?
There's someone called Boobface, and it is. I want someone to like tally up how long it is.
Oh.
I desperately want that.
Yeah, because it'll take some time to know all of the additional language we've created,
got
but hey.
Fucking screen tear in it. It's got all of like the.
That's cool.
Great debate and everything. Not so great debate.
Screen tear. Hey, that's the podcast that you did. That was proto EFAP.
Well, yeah. I guess everything we did before EFAP was proto EFAP to a degree.
Kind of. Because it was on Wolf's channel that we had like the first EFAP thing.
Yeah, we had to like emergency bring over memes because we were referencing memes that no one had any reference for. And we have to recover these videos.
Memes. We need memes.
We need memes. More memes.
Oh my god. People won't understand the context of our memes.
Exactly. And like this one, for example, is a Resident Evil 4 meme, but repurposed as a Star Wars The Rise of the Skywalker the meme. Excellent stuff.
Legitimately did not even occur to me that was Leon and Ash. Why are her panties down?
Well, because the joke is, she's like,
it's very end.
I want to fuck you, and then he's like, no way, fag. Because he's like, he seems to
like,
be
hey,
aloof.
Leon, you want some overtime? And no, he said he got it. He was just like,
No, I was gonna say he seems to be aloof throughout the whole game. That she seems to have an interest in him, pretty significantly. But you know,
no, not in Resident Evil 4. He doesn't really display anything.
That's literally what I said.
Is it she liked him?
No, but
right?
there isn't. Not from her. She doesn't really do much. That's kind of like it.
Oh
Just
well, I would disagree with that. I think if you play the game, it does. She could totally be implying she's got an interest in Leon at several moments, but he seems like like the joke I assumed was that he's so like against it that he sees like an attraction from a woman as gay.
Because if anything, she like yells at him for looking up her skirt and stuff like that.
Oh well, that's I always assumed that was like an Easter egg.
What does she say that would lead you to think that?
Well,
Maybe
I would
don't
have to
remember
replay the game to get you a specific reference, but I assumed that it was mostly accepted because that's where the meme is derived. Is that he like seems to be just so unaware of her advances or doesn't really want anything to do with it.
Someone in
Yeah, I have no idea what that.
someone in
What-
chat
yeah.
just said, "Hey Chase, get mad again."
I'm just going to talk about. I like this meme, by the way.
Love to. That is a really good meme.
Yeah, they seem like they'd be similar to one
Yeah.
another genetically.
They seem like if they were
And
related,
genetics are
they'd
very
fuck each
important to
other.
Movie Bob.
I just love the. That's not true. Like face matches up perfectly.
They contain nothing that the Mighted Ray does not already possess.
That's a good one.
There's a copy of Mein Kampf.
So sacred Aryan texts.
This is unironically like one of the sort of pieces of merch from Movie Bob's thing that people say like that's me secretly wearing it. That's a place in
postcard.
Wales. No. So
Oh god.
there's degrees to this meme. So you got the big picture merchandise, which is just awful. I make fun of it. Someone takes makes art of me, I guess, wearing it, and then they put me in a postcard in a place in Wales to imply I've been secretly spotted wearing the merch, even though I hate it. That is the meme.
I like to think this is your version of flashing.
Yes,
Flashing.
revealing
Oh my God.
revealing I am pro Movie Bob.
You want to see the big picture?
And then you like people are like, oh my god, is he gonna flash me? And you're waggling about, you're about to open your buttons, and like, oh my god, he's gonna flash me, and then you reveal that, and it's much worse.
This is the result of people saying that chat needs to have googly eyes, and there you go. Chat is a character now.
I think that makes chat much more palatable.
Mm-hmm.
It would allow chat to be very expressive.
Chat's much friendlier like that. Seems to be.
I
Chat
like
seems-
this version of chat a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah, we should hang out with chat more after seeing that.
Yeah.
Chat's all right.
This is deleted scene, a screenshot of a deleted scene from Rise of Skywalker, where they just explained how he survived the fall. Well,
With the white outer glow and everything.
the CGI isn't finished, obviously.
It's still a little rough around the edges.
It would be so funny if in concept, like someone was really bad. Whenever they don't work to a finished product, like all of their concept shit is terrible. They show JJ this. They're like, try to imagine it, but different. He's like, oh no, man.
Surfing down to the planet's surface.
Just start
Tubular,
squinting.
dude.
Tubular.
The reason Palpatine was so easily defeated in Tross. Do not know,
This
do we?
movie is fucking epic.
If you got them as pilots, they ain't gonna know the fucking way. It's true.
Surfing is only one of many of the Emperor's talents.
I don't even know what to make of this one, but it's clearly extended Quentin lore.
He's a puppet?
I think so.
Or he's a fat, ugly puppet. Oh,
I
my
guess this is
goodness.
more references to how Quentin's his strings being pulled by the master puppeteer Diabito. I think in season 6 it'll probably be revealed that like we defeat Diabito and then someone was controlling him the whole time.
I can't get
Oi.
enough of the.
Oh my god.
Oi.
Oi.
Yeah, no.
Does
more
that sound
echoing,
better?
good.
Oi,
Yeah, much
it
better.
does.
Okay, good.
Sounds so much better. Sounds so nice.
I just love movie.
How is
Bob's,
everybody?
Like, perpetual soy face.
great.
We're doing
Doing
all right.
great. Celebrating
We're prepping.
surviving another year on this planet.
We're prepping for
Another
Another
decade.
Hey, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Yay.
I don't care about
Wow.
decades.
I'll be streaming all the way until the next decade.
Whoa.
Whoa.
See you next
Lol.
decade.
See you next
Yeah.
decade. Hey.
Gotta make
I
those
can't-
jokes.
Something
when-
decade
I'm
oldness.
so fucking glad I was too young to remember these jokes being made about the millennium.
Do you remember anyone here remember Y2K?
Yes,
Yes.
I remember because
Yeah?
of the Simpsons references to it.
I was
I
10
remember
years
Y2K.
old.
I remember that episode, but I would have seen it as repeats.
Remember the old Y2K?
Damn computers
clear.
nearly done blowed up.
Yeah, your computers are gonna blow up and
Kill everyone.
it's gonna the whole world's gonna it's amazing thinking back to 2000. The fear was we're too connected, computers control too much. And we're like,
Well,
oh,
I guess we ended up
Look at that.
embracing it.
you get that puppet gif where it looks away. I wish I knew. The
Yeah, I was just in bed.
Oh.
It's like 2:15 p.m. here.
I was not far
Yeah.
behind you.
God.
See,
What
we
a
got
lazy
Yeah.
the
boy.
cream of the crop today. Me and Rags are like, let's stream, and like Chase blunders in, like, oh yeah, I guess I can hang out. Jay is like, give me a
Chase is
sec,
here.
and then you're like, I was
Chase
sleeping, but
is
sure.
here.
It's like,
I actually
yeah.
set my
Well,
alarm because I
I
thought the
wasn't-
stream started
I-
an hour earlier than it did.
I technically woke up around noon, but then I stayed in bed and went on my phone and watched some YouTube shit. Even though I have things to do today, but it was one of those fuck
but it's
it
a Tuesday.
days.
Yeah, nobody has anything to
Yes.
do on a Tuesday. What are you talking about?
No, this is what I'm
Tuesdays
doing
don't
because I know
actually
we're gonna be
exist.
here
They're
for
the
meant
New
to be
Year.
fucking
invented by
hours.
America.
I think that's like, why is there a dinosaur thing? Why is the Neapolitan ice cream? What?
Oh, that's Littlefoot from A Land Before Time.
What's that got to do with Movie Bob?
Because Movie Bob's a dinosaur of an old era.
Ah, nice, nice.
He's still hanging in there.
I love that every single picture with Movie Bob is just him making like the chubby soy face.
That's what that
a lot
is.
of them are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
It's me, Movie Bob.
You're just upset because you're in this next meme.
So
Oh, no.
where are all these memes coming from?
This is community-made memes. We tend to check them out once in a while and try and
Okay.
decipher what they could possibly mean.
Oh, I
Most of
see.
the time we have
Figure it
no
out, too.
idea.
I'm the leader of the Ewoks. Is it because I'm really knowledgeable about anime?
Yeah. Really knowledgeable about how to control E-words.
Oh no.
Jesus
You
Christ.
control all of the Ewoks.
Cuts too deep.
Oh my god, Fortier, he hasn't been here in like 50 EFAPs.
He hasn't been here in days.
Oh, everyone's rolling in now. I'm here.
Yeah.
Days,
Also,
I
look,
say, days.
Chase got art made about him because he complained that there wasn't enough about him already.
Chase, do you wear a vest? Is that your little vest?
Yeah.
He does wear a vest every once in a while.
Stinky
He
little
does?
vest.
He
Well,
thinks he's from like a fucking 100 years ago, whatever.
that's when they wear vests.
I
Mhm.
got little fins. So
I
that was
checked
the same
online.
guy who made that was the same guy who made the Chud Skywalker sketch. I like his stuff.
Well, I was gonna
Yeah.
say he's made loads of fun stuff, and the next one,
Yeah.
he
I love that
the
one.
weird thing about the sequel movies, they call it a trilogy. I'm not your son. Why is he got a picture of himself on his shit? I think I made the joke about that with like Jerry from Rick and Morty. See, I can reference it to Jay.
No, you can't.
I
You
did.
failed.
It's funny.
I
That's
did
what
indeed.
happens.
His son.
Wonderful.
It's also a little tragic. But
Also, yeah, Jay, Chase, appreciate you got art made about you right now. Do it.
I'm gonna appreciate that so hard now that
You
told me
can't
to.
see it, but you can get the general sentiment. I appreciate it.
There you
Thank
go. He appreciates it.
Drag that.
When am I getting art?
Avatar
All I have
over.
to do is complain, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Draw
Okay,
me.
so,
Make
like,
me beautiful.
It can't be. This is a very well made art. I feel just you can't not appreciate that. You might not agree with the implications of it, but I just think that the art itself is very well drawn.
Oh
It's a
my
caricature.
Oh my god.
That's actually pretty spot
That's
on.
horrifying.
Oh my god.
He's got the little sex doll.
Sex doll.
dear
Oh my
God.
goodness.
Who's that by? It says, is it Pitt Patterson? Very you could do caricatures. You should go for it. Assuming you don't
no, it's
already.
really good.
Very cool.
Does he have a sex doll calendar?
Oh, do you mean because of the cross hatching thing?
No, because of the face on the calendar.
Isn't that Rose Tico?
Yeah. What are you talking about?
Do you think he has a Rose Tico sex doll?
No, that Rose Tico, this artistic rendition of Rose Tico looks like the sex doll he has.
Where's the calendar come in?
It's a calendar in the. Oh, I thought it was like a calendar. Never mind. It looked calendary with the little symbols beneath it.
Hey, EFAP Extended Universe 3, I think that's a reference to. Good rat. That's one if you don't have any kind of translation going, you're just fucked. You're like, what the hell is this? You're like, you gotta know the memes to know them. And
That's true.
that's from an artist who did a J image too. Jay, you're aware of this one, yes?
An artist?
An artist, yes.
Oh yes,
An
well, that's my profile picture on Twitter now.
Our audience is primarily made up of autists.
Yes.
Auteurs and autists.
And some of the guests.
and the host. Yeah, so it's pretty neat. What do you've taken that as your profile for now, right, Jay? But not right now because you wouldn't want to ruin your Christmas spirit.
I'll let you know what. No, it is right now because I'll let you know. Right, the reason that I've got that as my profile picture right now, I asked to do it's a pretty good one. I was looking for some fan art to make my profile picture because I'm currently in England, away from my home.
Where do you normally live?
Scotland.
Scotland? Aren't those the same thing?
I will throw deep fried food at you.
Oh my goodness.
But I don't have a high quality version of my profile picture at the moment, so I needed something else. So I chose my favorite banner. I made it my picture.
What is your persona, Jay?
It is a rhino. We've been over this. A rhino with.
I know. I just wanted to
big titties,
like for the record and everything.
For the record. Someone made it's about time for an objectivity backhand. Is that implying that I'm with the chat or I'm gonna slap the chat? Because my goodness.
I think it's implying that you're very violent.
I'm a very violent man, according to this meme. Yeah. So those little buttons on the back of my hands, when I backhand somebody, they activate and they like explode or something. Like, how violent does this
get? It's a reverse Iron Man blaster. You backslap them and just go pew.
I was just thinking of like the Dragon Ball Z androids, but like opposite, because they have them inside their palms and they like suck people's life energy out of them.
Yeah, see, you always reference the super gay nerdy thing.
Yeah, I mean, hey, at least DBZ is like popular, you know. That's one everyone knows. Never mind.
You got sequel haters trying to kill episode 8, and the sequel fans are like, "Hey!" Disney comes in with episode 9, kills sequel.
The little shit-eating grin, like, we did it.
See, I have a theory that episode 9 is what people who love TLJ thought people who hate TLJ wanted instead. It's just like everything gets bigger for no reason. All of the fucking movie. Yeah, that's what episode 9 is the caricature straw man movie.
You didn't like Last Jedi, so obviously you wanted the Rise of Skywalker. It's polar opposite.
But there was no scene of Luke jumping around, slashing all the AT-ATs with his lightsaber. That's what we obviously
that's what I was told.
But there was Palpatine.
I wanted
there was
that.
There was the same thing with Palpatine.
Oh, was it now?
Yes.
I haven't been here for all of the.
That's how facts work.
I haven't been here for all of the discussion regarding episode 9. Do you guys think it's worse or better than TLJ?
I mean, it's like
the best movie ever made.
Do you think it's worse to be stabbed in the face with a knife or stabbed in the face with a sword?
Few movies have brought me as much enjoyment as Rise of Skywalker already.
It's
like
funny.
the Batman, but of theaters. Or Batwoman, sorry.
Hey, is it cool if I call you Adam YMS, or do you want to be called YMS? Yeah, I was going to say, did you laugh at all when you saw the film on your perfectly legal theater copy?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of zoned out watching it, but the pinata animations were really cool. I thought that was a really good choice.
Your fucking video, more than like just over half of it was just making fun of the pirate copy. That's what you gave a shit about Star Wars at this point.
Yeah, I think I lucked out by not actually being able to see it in theaters because this is the one movie where I could watch a cam rip and nobody would give a shit. Like literally any other movie, people would be mad, being like, "Oh, you didn't get like the full experience of the film. How could you comment on the film?" But nobody was mad about this. So,
if you saw The Rise of Skywalker in theaters, surrounded by people booing and cheering, with your popcorn and your sody pop, right? Then you would have sucked out everything that there is. You would have got the full experience, just as Disney intended.
Skywalker until you've seen it in the extended cut in 3D.
Oh, I saw mine in 3D. I forgot. I hate it. I hate 3D. I didn't mean to buy a 3D ticket. I guess I did.
I've done that before.
I didn't even think about checking.
What did Palp's lightning look like in 3D? Was it cool?
It looked like annoying, like everything does.
Annoying. How does something look annoying?
It looked like something I resented.
It's just what a pain in the ass to watch.
Just
well,
fully
it sounds like you were just watching the movie.
He handed me a ticket, and then he handed me the guy there. He's like, "Here's your 3D glasses," and I'm like, "Wait, 3D glasses? This movie's in 3D?"
It's like, oh god,
like,
no.
fuck. And I started looking around the theaters for the other showings, hoping there was one that was really close to me that happened to not be in 3D that I could sneak into. There wasn't. I was like, well, looks like we're biting the bullet on this. Looks like we're seeing it in 3D. So, yeah,
A worthy experience.
That was great. Yeah, that was great. That was fun.
So, Adam, was it better or worse than TLJ?
My personal opinion is that it was worse. The Last Jedi is something that I'll never watch again, but there are some aesthetic choices that I like. There are some I do like the imagery of like the red salt ship, whatnot. I think that there are some, I guess, it's a more entertaining movie, whether or not you want to call it better or worse. Whereas the final film, I was just like so done. You know, The Last
I thought
Jedi
there was-
had some moments where I was like, okay, you know, even though this is dumb, I'm not like bored out of my mind. Whereas this last one, I was just like so uninvested, just ready for it to be over.
I thought The Rise of Skywalker was much more entertaining. A lot of that was just purely because I was laughing at it, and I was just
Yeah,
It was funny.
it was so terrible. It was entertaining, but it wasn't like frustrating entertaining.
and a lot of that standard, like, oh my god, things are happening, boom, 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 explosions, lights, and you're like,
It helped that I watched it at like fucking 5 in the morning when I was already deliriously sleepy. So I was just like, okay, at everything that was happening.
It's just funny to look back on that. It's just, is there a more disjointed and mess-filled trilogy out there? Like, people would probably reference stuff like maybe the Matrix trilogy or Pirates of the Caribbean.
Well, at least the Matrix trilogy, whether or not you want to call it disjointed, at least it was like the same people with one kind of idea, even if the ideas weren't all that well formulated. This trilogy felt like conflicting ideas that were not coordinating at all, kind of just arguing over what the series should be, which is not what you should do if you're going to have a cohesive story, you know, the same narrative going throughout multiple films. You should probably agree on what the the whole story should be before you start making the movie, in my opinion.
I watch a lot of terrible shit, and I genuinely can't think of anything.
The only thing I can think of, and it's obviously not in film because why would it be, is everyone knows Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 13 was the one they made where they just the entire formula was changed. They changed the battle system. They made it extremely linear. Like there was no the story was needlessly convoluted, and you needed to like look up a codex to like piece together what the fuck like basic shit was even happening. And everyone hated it, and it scored really low. And then they made 2 more.
Yeah, but there's no implication of like a trilogy there. Like this is when you make a trilogy and you say from the first movie that there's going to be 3 films that are a part of the same story, you're essentially implying that each film is like a piece of this overall story. Whereas like Final Fantasy 13, correct me if I'm wrong, is just basically its own sequel, its own game.
Yeah, but yes, but then they made Final Fantasy 13-2 and 13-3.
Oh, but
So,
did
yeah.
they
That's a weird name.
start that with the
games.
promise that that's what they'd be doing, or did they just
I
kind
don't
of
know.
decide after the fact?
I'm actually not 100% sure. I just know that they kept going, and everyone was just screaming for them to stop, and they just said no. Just kept doing
Yeah,
it.
I never played the game, but I worked at Blockbuster when it came out, and I remember the 1-disc PS3 Blu-ray versus the 3-disc Xbox 360 release.
Such a shit show. They had Leona Lewis's My Hands tie into that. I remember I saw like my dad was watching basketball back in the day, and they had like big, beautiful J-pop lightning emblazoned on the fucking side of a basketball court. Leona Lewis's My Hands was just blaring in between commercial breaks, and I was just like, who are they marketing to? It's just like one of the gayest games in existence right now.
You remember when games used to have multiple CDs, and I kind of, a part of me really does miss that, where you're playing a game and you get to, you're kind of getting halfway through ish. Things are starting to, get serious. And then it says like, all right, please insert disc 2. And you're like, oh yeah,
it's getting good.
Going down. I like that feeling.
It's like a tangible mark of progression. Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. Like, all right, here we go. You're in the second half. Like, oh,
it's getting good. Metal Gear and all that.
Just coming back to that comment that like you should plan it out before you do it thing. Like a lot of different people have said that, and it's totally true. I just never thought we'd get to the point where it's like probably shouldn't have creators that hate each other working on each movie.
Wait, do they actually hate each other?
I mean,
I think so.
I think so. They at least hated their ideas.
Like, so it was like a creative resentment.
JJ being like, "Hey, be pretty interesting to know which of the famous people Ray's mother is, right?" And then Ryan was like, "Nah, lol." And then JJ was like, "Excuse me? What the fuck?" And then he was like, "What did you do with Snoke?" And he's like, "'Cause nobody, fuck it." He's like, "What the hell, man?" It's like, I don't know. I just think that your stupid mystery boxes don't matter. Then he was like, "Oh, do you? Do you? Well, you know what? You know what I think."
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, my buddy Mark here, he's gonna tell you off.
This weapon deserves more respect. Ryan more than Ryan hates JJ, to be honest.
JJ didn't hide
it.
JJ
laid all of the JJ laid all of the like threads out for him to continue on, and he just cut them all up. So when JJ got the film back again, he was like, "Okay, so what the fuck do I do now? I have nothing to continue on with."
I just find it so confusing that this could happen in the first place, because with such a gigantic factory machine such as Disney, you'd think that they'd have a tight rein on what each of these films would be, but it seems as though too much creative control was actually a bad thing in this scenario.
Yeah, we hear all the time about how studio meddling.
No, it's not too much creative control. It's too much creative.
It's not too much creative control. It's too much creative control given to Ryan Johnson and J.J. Abrams. That's
well, I guess
creative control is great. Just don't give it to idiots.
Really quickly, sorry to interrupt. Cynical Reviews is in chat, and he says, "Have a good one, guys. Sending all my man love from the Grim North."
Oh my God, you're from North Korea? Oh my goodness, you be careful. I think EFAP is banned. Oh my God, EFAP is probably banned in North Korea. It's almost certainly banned.
Isn't YouTube banned from North Korea?
It's the one thing. It's
Are
the
we
one
banned
thing
in
I
China?
like in North Korea. They fucking love EFAP.
They're big fans.
Internet banned in North Korea?
Is life banned?
I think Germany banned the Nazi vampires. The masquerade thing I do with Sargon and Arch in them.
Well, you should have thought twice before trying to oppress people.
What would you do if Kim Jong Un sent you a super chat? Would you read it?
Oh yes. Kim Jong Un, please come on EFAP.
Imagine not reading a super chat because it's from Kim Jong Un.
Jay, didn't you ask me the other day what would we do if Hitler came on? And it's like we wouldn't have to do anything probably. You'd be like, "Hitler, what do you think of like?
Just
how you feeling?"
Poke your brain. What do you think about Star Wars? I want to get Hitler's opinion.
The obvious question to ask would be, "What do you think about Star Wars?" And if we actually got a scenario where he'd seen all of them and he was just like, "I don't know, they're okay," I'd be like, "Oh my God,
in varying degrees of quality, I suppose you could say."
Hey Hitler, who do you think's going to be the... Hey Hitler.
He's like, "I very much enjoyed
the
themes of The Last Jedi. Impressed."
Like, you could say Heil Hitler more, please, just for me.
I wonder what chat thinks.
I wonder
for who else.
I wonder what Hitler would think of the Wolfenstein games. I wonder if he would like them or not.
He plays them all and he just comes into the chat and he's like, "Wasn't that funny?"
It's like, is that okay? I feel like I could have done better.
Should get him to react to that extra credits.
They didn't even ask me if I wanted to voice me.
There was a silly lack of me in it.
I'd never even considered conquering Venus.
We didn't have mechs, okay?
Remember, a lot of people forget, but you would go to like Venus or Mercury in the second Wolfenstein. I keep forgetting that because that game was so not good that you go to Venus and it's like you just forget. I remember going to the moon in the A New Order, and it was great.
Well, that sounds like Iron Sky.
Iron Sky?
Have you seen Iron Sky? Have you seen it?
We don't watch children's cartoons, Jay.
Yeah, it's a movie about space Nazis meant for children.
It's fucking great.
You put that on a shirt, Rags. People bought it.
Put what?
Big space children intended for wizards.
Yeah, and it's the format of it is bad too because it's a black shirt with small lettering that you have to get close to, and you're like,
well, it's a reference to Steer Wars, isn't it?
Do you guys ever like lay awake at night wondering like if Nazis are ticklish, and if so, where would they be most?
Of course, Nazis are ticklish.
Under
They're
the
people like
armpits,
you and I.
probably. They go ooh.
Yeah, but you can't tickle
What did I
yourself
walk
underneath
back
the
into?
armpits.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You can't tickle yourself. Ding dong.
I'm sorry. Like, how is this not a reasonable discussion?
Dong? What, Jay?
You can't tickle yourself anywhere except in your ding dong.
No, with the bottom of my feet. I could tickle the bottom of my feet.
Really?
Yeah. But
No,
I can't under the arms
Actually,
now.
no, I'm doing it now. It kind of works.
Yeah, like if you try to tickle yourself, it's kind of like a weird, uncomfortable, uncanny. It's not like a true tickle like someone else would do to you. It's just kind of like stop.
I wish Hitler was
no.
here so we could ask him where he likes to be tickled most.
Yeah,
Under
I
my
really
little
want to know.
feetsies.
My sides are particularly sensitive.
Particularly.
Oh yeah, the sides. Yeah, that used to be. Oh.
All I have to do is I'll just like hug my girlfriend from behind, and I'll just fucking jab her in her sides, and she'll just slap me.
Like, no. People do that thing where they hit beneath your rib cage on your sides at the same time they'd hit with like the tips of their fingers, and it's really, really uncomfortable. Do it to yourself now, as hard as you can, just so you can relate to my experiences.
Even if you bleed, it's okay.
Oh my god, if you do it hard enough to where you bleed, you need to go to a doctor. I poked myself in the stomach so hard I bled. I could taste the iron in my blood.
Also, someone in chat is saying get ER in here and have Chase and ER talk about anime. If you think
No.
ER didn't talk much last time, imagine him in a call with someone he doesn't even know. He would not
Adam's
have-
a big anime fan, right?
Nope.
Nope.
we talked about the Death Note anime in a podcast
Yeah.
about Netflix.
There's some animes that I like. Death Note would be the one.
Yeah.
So he's like half a weeb or semi-weeb?
Like maybe a 16th weeb. Like
Okay,
barely.
not bad.
Still has social skills.
But yeah, I could bring
Yeah, you kind of
Aiden.
lose those if you go full weeb.
I could bring Aiden and ER in here, but then we'd have 8 people at the same time, and I don't know. Rags, what are the rules on this?
On
What are the rules on this?
on when you say this, what do you mean?
On this?
Consult the EFAP handbook.
I don't know. I was busy. I was trying to Google what the official name for a semi is.
What is it?
I'm still looking. Because you
Let
have
me know.
flaccid and you have turgid.
Is it cuddle stick?
Wait, hang on. Turgid is the scientific name for a hard-on?
I think so.
Yeah.
I thought it was
that
just
word.
like, I mean, I guess phallus is just the scientific name for a cock in general.
I'm pretty sure penis is the scientific name for a dick.
Well, you know.
Or schlong.
Maybe phallus
Schlongenheimer.
is like the Latin root. I don't know.
Schlongenheimer is the
Schlongenheimer.
German, right? I think, Jay.
What is?
Schlongenheimer.
So
yes.
I got
There's
an
the metal in here.
article in Medical News Today. Average penis length is revealed in new study.
Wow.
Whoa.
I'm pretty
Answer
sure we
important
know that
questions.
before.
So do we want to take guesses and see what the average penis?
6.8.
Isn't it
17
6.8.
inches.
Holy fuck, Chase!
Did I actually get it?
No, I was like, damn.
No, that's not. That's pretty
Fuck.
big.
That is a big penis.
That's a bigger
He just casually tosses out, just shy of 7 inches. And I'm like, damn.
I'm just using my own reference. I'm just saying.
The average erect penis length is 5.16 inches.
Yeah.
What the hell is that in normal terms?
It is 13.12 centimeters.
That is very tiny.
I guess it's people who are really diminutive aren't making a big deal about it, so they slip under the radar.
Are there just more people with like
Yeah,
micro
maybe.
penises than there are with like megadongs?
Well, I guess
That might be
The
it.
average person has less than 2 hands. So
the average person is dead.
Well,
Oh my god.
So they don't have
Word.
the hands, the feet. They're lacking a whole bunch.
Greg, you don't know that the average person hasn't been born yet. That could be depending on how many people are going to be born in the future.
Are they all? Is it? Are you? Are you dead if you haven't been born yet?
I don't think no.
Or are you just
Because-
unalive?
No, you're not. You're not dead if you were never alive.
Hey, Muller, while we're talking about this, can you zoom in on that lower left panel in the comic of just like Disney with like the shit-eating evil grin?
No, I will not do that.
I really want a close up on him.
Next time I'm erect, I'll look down and I'll say, you know what? This means that, mathematically speaking, there's some poor guy out there with a small
no hands.
penis with no hands and a small penis who's dead, who has to be the mathematical opposite of me so the numbers line up. It's good to be alive with hands and a cock. Or maybe it's shit and I just don't know any alternative.
You could say they go hand in hand together.
I don't know.
I like
what do
it.
you mean?
I just wanted to make the pun.
That's good. I got that, Jay. I got it.
Thank you.
What if the study took into account women for average penis size? So, like, actually, everyone's walking around with 10-inch cocks in their pants.
Dude, some girls have very large clits.
Oh no.
Not a joke.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Oh yeah, it's Happy New Year here in 20 minutes.
They know what to expect.
Yay, we get to ring it in with somebody.
We got a ways to go for me. We got another like 7 hours.
Well, the important people get to celebrate it. Like, it's fine.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, I'm going to get to celebrate it.
Well, I mean, isn't that subjective?
Unless something terrible happens in the next 7 hours.
My God.
Aiden is in the chat, apparently.
Yeah, Aiden and ER, and that's why I'm like, who do I boot to
Oh.
get those awesome peoples in? Maybe
Boot yourself,
Chase
Jay.
and Jay.
Yeah. Mahler, how come you never get kicked? How come it's always somebody else?
How come
it's
you never get kicked?
Because I'm the
Rags,
guest.
this is the argument that will tear EFAP apart.
I'm the apex
the fuck out.
guest.
Have you guys talked about that thing yet?
We did.
What thing? Oh, about how we're gonna tear each other apart and be at each
Yeah.
other's throats, and it'll.
And they will celebrate that day.
I feel like they might be projecting
No,
their
they
inability to
wouldn't-
deal with other
no,
people.
No, they
onto
wouldn't.
us.
They wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
would
they
never
wouldn't
project
tear
things.
they wouldn't tear each other apart over tiny differences.
My favorite thing is to see like every time I do anything, they like assume some random ass motivation for me. Like they think that I saw a comment on Movie Circle Jerk saying that the only reason I hate on Captain Marvel is to impress Smaller.
That's not going to impress me. Your arguments will impress me.
I hope Senpai Mahler notices me hating that god awful movie.
Hey, I hated the movie too, and I'm like, that's so fucking hot.
Oh, that's literally how it works, right?
People are telling me to check out John Boyega's Twitter. All I'm seeing, I don't know if this is what I'm supposed to see, but he's posted like Star Wars romance, and he's got a screenshot of Kylo getting stabbed and them fighting. I don't know if the implication there is supposed to be that it's kind of weird. But then someone posted to him, "You're still a misogynist," and then he posted back, "And you're an idiot." And everyone's like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, he's getting really popular right now.
He's just, I think he's allowed to, he's done with Star Wars now, so you can start saying stuff, you know?
I'm getting stuff like John Way. I supported all ships from fans during the promo. The fans created Finpo. Go take
another
up
promo,
your
weird.
issues with Disney, irritant.
Oh.
I can't fucking wait for John
He also-
Boyega to be in good films again.
He also said, "Y'all some ugly ass inbreds for real. Get off my page."
Yeah, I just remember him quote tweeting someone and being like, "Can you shut the fuck up, please?"
Oh, it's so satisfying to watch, like, just talk like a normal person on Twitter instead of, like, PR person, I guess.
Yeah. So grateful to be part of this hashtag blessed, like all that
I get
shit.
the impression from John Boyega that he's like a very just real dude. That he's not,
Oh, yeah.
one of them fucking corporate guys.
That's made very apparent. Well, wasn't there the one interview where he's just like, "I'm not getting Disney Plus." He just fucking
say
says
that.
whatever he wants.
Yeah, it's like there. So I guess since we're talking about John Boyega, the Disney Plus, The Mandalorian season 2, they said there would be people from the sequel trilogy in it.
Oh.
So yeah,
Do they mean Maz?
Well, he said he
It's
would never be
Maz,
Disney
right?
Plus, so I don't think it's going to be him.
I think it's
maybe
gonna be Maz.
should we take like a should we take a little guess to see who?
Oh, can that
who
be
it'll
the new bet?
That could be the new
Yes.
bet now that the
Oh
episode 9
my
one crashed and fucking
God.
burned.
Well, hey, Wolf won that episode 9 bet, so not bad. Along with
What was,
3
the
other
final,
bets.
what was the final decision?
Ray was the most inconsistent character of episode 9.
Uh,
Who would you have voted for, Jay?
I
As in,
did
like-
vote for Finn.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Finn originally.
Yeah.
What would you? Who would you say was the most inconsistent character of the film?
I mean, excluding Kylo, probably Ray. Yeah.
What about you, Adam? You care about this a lot. I know you do. See that?
He's thinking.
A steep
Be
thinking
going.
right there.
He's giving it
Maybe he's
some
fallen
thought.
asleep.
No. He just woke up, and you're
He
not
had an
tired.
aneurysm from hearing all the autism.
So I guess I'll call this the Mandalorian bet, and it'll be bet. You can only choose one, and obviously there could be more than one cameo or character, but that doesn't matter. Multiple people can be right. That's okay. So Jay, you're going with Maz Kanata, are you?
Yeah.
All right. Who's up next?
It's not a bad guess. Let's see. Maz Kanata's probably a pretty solid answer.
Could be Phasma.
Because if this takes place, oh my god, that could be true though.
I guarantee you, one episode of
Come back.
Mandalorian would actually make her an interesting character. Like, it's probably
Yeah.
what would happen.
I'm gonna go with Maz Kanata too. I think that's a really good answer because she's old enough to where she could be around for this time and be doing stuff. But I think Phasma's not a bad answer.
Yeah, no, I think that's a possibility. I'll put her on the list as a potential for anybody who is going to vote for it. Who's next? You all disgust me.
Yeah, everyone calm the fuck down.
Alright, I guess I'll go. Who have we got as a choices? Who's our choices? I
What's
think
being
Finn...
discussed? I was on the phone.
So Mandalorian season 2 is gonna have characters from the sequel trilogy, and I guess we're gonna do a little bet, a little
Who do we
contest to
think?
see who could guess.
will be the one who ends up in it. And I think Ray, Finn, and Poe are all disqualified because all of them have said they're not doing anything more.
Well, no, I guess you can still vote for them if you want, surely, but you'll probably be wrong.
Yeah, well, Carrie Fisher
yeah.
was dead when you put her in, so who knows?
Yeah, you could put Carrie Fisher in there. They could do some CGI puppeteering. Go for it.
She's not really a sequel character.
Yeah, no, it'll work.
Oh my god, imagine they tried to fucking write Luke and Leia off a sequel trilogy.
What do you mean she's
character.
not a sequel character? What does that mean?
She's not from the sequels.
No, but she's in it. She's in all three
She's
of them.
in the sequels.
Yeah, but if they said, wait, did they say that they were going to get characters from the sequels or who are in the sequels? Because if they were going to get Leia in,
Characters
surely
from
they
the
would say
sequels.
original trilogy
Leia would
character.
still be from the sequels and the OT.
Yeah, they'd still pull her.
But okay, surely the promo thing they would say is we're getting OT characters in because people they know that people care about the
No,
OT
they
more
want
than
to.
the-
If
than the
anything, they
sequels.
would say sequel trilogy because that's what they want to try and play up.
No, but surely they want to promo the Mandalorian at this point.
Yeah, and they want to make the sequel trilogy look good. So they're like,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
impossible,
people from the sequel trilogy. Ooh.
What are our
that's
choices
not a-
again? Hux isn't a
So,
choice, right? 'Cause oh no, he could be, right?
Maybe.
Oh my god, that
so,
would be brilliant.
Maz Kanata,
He's
Captain
another
Phasma. What about the dude who got killed at the beginning of Force Awakens by Kylo?
Oh, it could be him actually, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I guess it wouldn't be the same actor though, right? Because surely he can't give a fuck.
Well,
I
money.
don't know. Paycheck's paycheck.
Yeah, but he's super old. He's gonna be watching soap operas in his house.
Maybe he's going to be in it on voice. Maybe he's going to be in armor. And
He's
then
gonna be a
only
hologram
voice.
like Maz.
Oh,
was
maybe
in
another
The
actor could
Last
play
Jedi.
the same character.
That's true.
Oh yeah, a younger man.
Oh, Porkins,
how-
the other Porkins, he could be in it.
How far
Pretty full of other
after
Porkins.
the Mandalorian
Porkins.
is the Force Awakens?
I'm gonna put other Porkins as an option.
Star Wars timeline, Mandalorian. So, Mandalorian is set 5 years after Return of the Jedi, 25 years before the Rise of the First Order. So, pretty much it looks like this is 25 years before Episode 7.
Oh, so
I
Hux
thought
would be
it
like a
was
baby.
longer than that.
Hux would be, yeah, he'd be fairly
Phasma
young.
would be pretty young, but she's still possible. Maz Kanata is looking like the most likely choice at this point.
Yeah, unless they want to do
She's like a
the
bazillion
child
years old.
origins of
Maybe
Yoda.
Haldo?
Oh, what about Darth Uchi?
Oh my god, Holder.
Darth Uchi.
Well, it could be Darth Uchi.
Haldo could be like a kid or something in the show. I don't know.
Holdo would be old enough to be like, how old is she right now? Like 50s, 40s?
Yeah, something like that.
She's 300.
Okay.
Maybe it's Babu.
Oh my god, Babu Frick. Oh, they could do that
Babu.
actually.
Yeah, it turns out he's 1,000 years old.
Oh, and Zori Bliss, obviously, and what's her name, Jana, right? These are all options.
Like everyone who's like mid-age, wouldn't they be like children if they were put in?
You can stretch it because you can just be like, ah, no, they were like really late 50s, tids out. You're like, okay. That's it. I'm putting my vote down for Babu Frick. That is my vote.
Babu Frick.
I want to see that motherfucker again. My favorite.
You can do it.
Anybody want to try Jar Jar Binks? I know he's not in the sequels, but still.
Jar Jar Binks.
We can hope. I don't know.
Well, let me look up the Wikipedia for Jar Jar Binks and see what Jar Jar Binks.
It's the average lifespan with Jar Jar Binks.
Jar Jar Binks. All right.
Jar Jar.
He was in the book Star Wars Aftermath: Empire's End in 2017.
Oh, that's a Chuck Wendig one, isn't it?
Oh, Pride would be another one, yeah.
Let's see. With a 2012 acquisition, blah blah blah. Most licensed Star Wars, blah blah blah, are rebranded, non-canon. In the games, oh, I guess in Star Wars: The Force Unleashed, Jar Jar is shown to have been frozen in carbonite by Darth Vader.
Is that true?
Oh my goodness, that was in The Force Unleashed. I had no idea.
Frozen in carbonite by Darth
Poor Jar Jar. He did all of that to get frozen in carbonite by Darth Vader.
I love the idea that Anakin hunted him down, just like, you piece of shit. You're so annoying. Annie, why you do this?
I want to see them give make a show on Disney Plus about Rose Tico and Jar Jar Binks who meet each other and go on adventures together and fuck.
Who can out annoy the other?
They would be the best power couple.
Alright, do you want to be experimental? If I add Aiden and ER to this call and then resize the window, I could probably fit all of us on screen. Is that a risk I'm willing to take?
If you need people to leave, then I can dip. It's totally fine. Not that I'm
look at
contributing
you,
much
the
anyway.
fucking martyr.
Yeah, I'm pretty great.
Well, I like your opinion, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just organizing my Sundance schedule at the same time, so
yeah, I'm just editing my.
Doesn't really matter to me.
Don't you wanna meet these content creators you've never experienced before?
Yeah.
Do you play Raid
Really?
Shadow Legends with your fans?
No. No, and the more you meme about these
the more like
these paid promotions, the more you're actually doing their job for them.
Oh,
for
I
free.
don't care. I'm not promoting it. I
Okay.
find it hilarious to meme about those things.
You just mentioned the name.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Not
god.
you. I
You're
guess
part of
Rags
the
did.
problem.
In a negative capacity.
I was gonna say, like, I don't
Yeah.
really mind if that's what ends up happening. Honestly, it amuses me regardless. I am some kind of chaotic demon that. I mean, who hasn't heard of Raid Shadow Legends at this point?
Raid Shadow Legends #1 on the Android marketplace.
My
Raid Shadow
grandparents probably
Legends.
have Raid Shadow Legends on their iPads or whatever.
Every time you see those fucking games, the ads are always like, it's literally looks like a fucking PC game, and then you play it, and it's just like 2D art and
Have
shit.
you played Raid Shadow Legends?
Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh, half-elf ranger goddess from
Can
the
you guys wait
moon.
for Raid Shadow Legends 2?
Professor
Oh,
Farnsworth is here with
yeah,
us.
if Raid Shadow Legends is so good, how come there's not a Raid Shadow Legends 2?
Is Maz Kanata gonna be in it?
Maz Kanata, unlockable
Well, you
character
joke,
in
but
Raid Shadow
hasn't
Legends.
Fortnite if it become official canon now?
Something like that, because that's where Palpatine's message was. He broadcast it to Fortnitopia or wherever the planet is.
Oh god.
Hey ER, welcome to the Fortnite stream.
This
Welcome
call
to
isn't
the
big
Raid Shadow
enough.
Legends stream.
Hello.
This is how you celebrate a new year.
ER, how do you feel about Raid Shadow Legends? It's a 1 million plus player base, #1 across the Android marketplace.
The best part, it's
Yeah.
free.
It's free.
And the best part's free, and you can join my team and start with 1 million coins.
It's the most ambitious mobile game ever made.
I think y'all sound like Jews.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, that's the
Jews
new
with
faction in
money.
Raid Shadow Legends. Oh my god.
It's the new class.
Would you like to be a warlock, a barbarian, a ranger, or a Jew?
South Park did it first.
Can you imagine if they actually tried to run with that? Like that was in the ads.
Well, no, it's made by an Israeli company. They could. And it's
Yeah.
OP. Playing as a Jew is OP as fuck. It's the meta is to be a Jew.
Isn't that a thing in that South Park game? You can be
Yeah.
a Jew as a class.
Jew as a class.
Yeah, you can.
That's amazing.
I still love that they tied. I think the second game didn't they tie it in so that if the darker your skin is, the harder the difficulty is.
Yeah. The difficulty slider was your skin color. That's funny.
So ER, who's the mysterious character that will end up in season 2 of The Mandalorian from the sequel films? You got to bet.
That will be Baby Rose.
Oh god.
Easy.
No.
Oh, God.
Baby Rose.
That's
Baby Rose
Yoda.
Tika.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Baby Yoda
Oh,
grows into
no.
Rose Seeker.
No.
Everyone, welcome the legendary Aiden Paladin. Also, by the way,
What are you, the fucking announcer?
Think of all the people who are upset that Rose didn't get her fame in The Rise of Skywalker. And they're like, oh, no, she's going to get her time to shine, but she's like a literal infant in The Mandalorian.
Then she goes on an extremely important character arc. Chase, finish the
Hello
introduction.
there.
Fuck.
I did. You fucking act like an asshole about it. And I
Chase,
don't want
the
to do it
fuck?
anymore.
Hey guys.
Welcome.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Hey, while I'm here, let me tell you guys about Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh, you know that game!
I heard about that game on the YouTube.
Can you get me 3,000 coins?
YouTuber plays Raid Shadow.
Yes, but only if you join my team.
Oh wait, I joined someone else's team already.
Well,
Get
go and
fucked,
kill
faggot.
yourself.
Oh no.
Make a new account.
In Raid Shadow Legends.
Raid
Anyone
Shadow.
legitimately actually play Raid Shadow Legends?
Yes, you must do, right?
I'm thinking about doing a.
They have the money to pay for all
It
those
turns
ads.
out it's literally got a 0 player base, and just everyone just talks about playing it. That's all it is.
Everyone's
What?
like, you play it, right? You're like, oh, yeah. I played yesterday.
Yeah,
I
you
got
might
a
see me. You might
silver.
see me. Sign up using the link in my description, and maybe you'll run into me. Except
I'll
you never
see
will,
you.
because no one plays this.
Their entire player base is
fucker.
YouTubers they've paid to play it.
Yeah.
I'm too busy playing the Walking Dead game with my favorite YouTubers over at.
Oh,
What
yeah,
is
that.
Movie Flick?
Fuck. Wisecrack, that was it.
Wisecrack. I'm too busy playing zombie hunters with.
This is my favorite part.
Yeah, this is my favorite part.
Guys, they're shooting a bunch of people outside my window. I'm scared.
Oh my god.
I think
don't go out
those are
there.
fireworks.
What are you, a pussy? Grab
Yeah,
a-
go fuck them
Defend
up.
yourself with your own
Fireworks.
firearm.
I'm literally a vagina.
Does fire work, though? Really? Does it?
Stay away from the
Second
window.
Amendment right.
Does fire work?
Oh, well, yeah.
I sure hope it does.
4 minutes until we celebrate the first of the streams people entering into New Year's. That'll be for Tia, because he lives in that weird place. What is it, Sweden, I think you said?
Yeah,
Sweden?
Swedonia. I prefer
Swedonia.
Swedonia.
Swedistan?
Sudan.
He's not correcting you, so I guess that's true.
Yeah, if you
Exactly.
guys ever want to live Raid Shadow Legends, you can go to Sweden.
And this fucking better be a sponsored stream. They better pay you for this. Because you've probably done more work for,
Could you pay, Raid Shadow Legends, pay us for making fun of your video game.
There is,
Yeah, seriously.
There's at least
best
one
part is
person in our audience watching this, or will watch the re-upload, and they'll go,
Oh my
what is
God.
that Raid? You know what, fuck it, I'm gonna download it
No,
and see
there's
what it
someone
is.
in our audience who loves Raid Shadow Legends.
Yeah, they're just crying quietly.
Favorite game.
Guys,
I
guys, you
I
haven't
cannot
played it.
believe
Why are you
them.
making fun of it? You haven't played it.
I
You
can't.
hear us ripping on it, and just a single tear falls down their cheek.
I have heard that people. I've looked at some of the reviews of it, and people say like that they did play it, and they played it for 3 months or something, and spent $500 on
Oh,
it
God.
because it's apparently just a glorified gambling or a
Of course.
gashapon
It's
kind of thing.
free.
Well, yeah, of course they're all. I mean, they're all glorified gambling
Hey,
things,
man.
but like it's you just
Just
put
like
it. You put
Fate
in a
already.
quarter. You put in a
Yeah.
quarter or whatever to try and get a new hero, and that's how they get people hooked
The
on it.
worst
I mean,
like
I
it-
can't complain. I play a mahjong game all the time on my phone.
At least
so.
that's a game, though. You know,
It's free to walk into the casino.
Oh, the best part though isn't that it's free. The best
True.
part was that me and Rags watched one of the several different ads for it at one point, and one of them was like, you could unlock the ability to skip over parts of the game. It was like,
Yeah.
wait, what?
No, that's actually an inherent feature that they have some YouTubers promote, which is that it has an autoplay function.
Yeah, that was
An
it.
So
Yeah.
you can
autoplay
just-
Oh,
for
yeah, yeah, yeah.
multi-battles.
That's so crazy. Why would you put that in
Imagine
your
how
ads?
fucking-
Don't worry,
how fucking
guys. You
bad
can
would it
skip
I don't know.
it.
Mega Man tried that at one point.
This
so
game is so great that you could pay to not play it.
Dude, imagine being one of those poor schmucks that like spends $500+ on a game, and then when the servers inevitably go down, it's just like eat shit, fucker.
I mean,
I
Raid
think
Shadow
the people
Legends
who
too,
play
man.
Raid Shadow Legends are probably people who buy microtransactions in Fallout 76.
What's that meme where it has like an interchangeable set of words for three things, and it's like, you know, war, clan, battle, shadow, rage, all these different words, and there's just like a billion games with all these words just changed in different ways.
Clash of Clans.
Oh, that's one of them, yeah. Clash of Kings, well, that's a fucking Game of Thrones shit. You know what I mean?
Game of War.
I have some people I
Viking
play
fight. I don't know. Yeah.
so into Clash of Clans. They would talk about it all the time, about the strategies and the different units to have and the arrangement of things and the clan wars that they would have and how some people weren't pulling their weight and they needed to rearrange their rosters. I'm like, shit, man, this is cutthroat. This Clash of Clans shit. It's
Rags,
damn.
if I ever get like that, I
Fucking
want you to shoot
Machiavellian
me.
ass iOS game.
I will shoot you with my miniguns.
Can I choose which gun?
Oh, I have a new gun coming this week, so I'll break it in.
Oh shit, man! What you getting?
I got a
bazooka.
I'm getting an AR-15 in 7.62 by 39.
In the bump stock.
So
Nice.
I got a good deal. Gonna be here later.
When are you buying a
Lovely.
Lemiga?
A Flemiga, huh? An Omg? I don't. Shit.
When are you gonna get the M4A1 to celebrate Call of Duty Modern Warfare?
Oh no, I don't want to ever see that gun again in any video game ever.
We've said it before,
Happy
but I want to
New
highlight
Year!
once again that Halo fucking murdered Call of Duty, like, within our community, if you will, of people who play video games. Like, nobody...
Yeah.
Halo came out, and it's just like, what happened to COD? It's like, it's dead. Go away. Fuck COD.
Yeah, I've
New Year,
I was
14.
playing Halo earlier, but when the stream started, I
Yeah.
might do it again.
Hey, right.
Heard
When
a
do you
lot
think
of
you'll
fireworks.
next play Call of Duty?
Say, when will I next play Call
Oh, wait,
of Duty?
wasn't your goal to get to level 50 so that you could review it? Did you review it after?
I've got the review pretty much lined up to do. I just have to actually do it, but I've got kind of everything lined
Disgusting.
up. Yeah.
You still have to touch that game.
Yeah.
Footio, who you
No,
killing?
no, I don't have to touch it ever again. I've got all the footage I need.
Oh.
I think I might revisit it because they released that season where you could buy, like, you could spend money to have your KD tracked in game and stupid shit like that.
Happy New Year, Fortier. Woohoo, woohoo.
Happy New Year!
You know,
You made it. I'm the next one up with Jay in an hour from now. How exciting. Oh, and Aiden, I think,
And
right?
me, yeah.
Guys, I
Yeah.
made it into
You guys are
2020. Who would have
good,
thought?
oh my god.
Whoa,
great.
you're speaking to us from the future. Does everyone drive super fast cars?
Yeah, and they drive
So, yeah.
upside down for some reason. I don't know
Oh
why.
my god.
That's epic.
I know you just said you don't know why, but can you tell us why?
Oh yeah, is India a superpower yet? They already had their New Year. It's 2020.
Ironically, it's actually Germany. Believe it or
Oh,
not.
what did they do?
What did they do? Tell us.
They took
So we can stop
over,
them.
you know that other country? They took over that country and then it
Oh,
just
they're going
exploded
for
from
number
there.
Oh
3,
my
I
god,
see.
That other
Britain?
country?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Well, as they say, third time's a charm.
Maybe.
How did they
yeah.
do it? Just for purely academic curiosity, how did they do it?
So they took, you know, nuclear bombs.
Yeah,
Yes,
I know a
I-
few persons.
I
Not
have
those. They took normal bombs and they
Oh.
used them.
Like grenades or
C4?
They used Elemagas.
Ellen DeGeneres.
Oh, long machine guns.
light machine guns.
No, long. It's because they have long barrels, right?
They are long. Light machine guns are rather long.
The average length of a machine gun is 6 point. How many inches was it?
For the average erect penis,
13 centimeters.
Did you know that the
What is the
erect
average
penis
LMG
is
length?
5.15 inches?
You're like carrying your LMG around. You're like, is mine like average length or is it big?
Okay, so I do always wonder about this. You know,
me too.
Does
I do.
every guy actually measure their dick at some point in their life? Because I know if I had one, I
Yes.
probably.
I have, yeah.
I don't understand the question. I use it as a ruler for everything.
I measure things in my penis. Like, how long is
the best
how long is
response
it across
ever.
this desk? I'm like, well, it's approximately 16 penises.
16 my dicks.
Or like, how long's a penis? I'm like, wow, that is a complicated question.
And then you
A
convert
story
it
for
to a
another
measure
time.
for speed.
Flash
I'm going
erect.
approximately 1,200 penises an hour.
I'm okay in a universe where that is.
I mean, to be fair, there's so many archaic measurement systems. Why not just measure things in dick?
Exactly.
And we already measure things in fucking feet.
Yeah, penises are older than people.
Most penises are longer than feet. There you go.
Also, there's probably less
I
discrepancy
don't
between
think
all the penises
average-
than the.
I
Are
don't know
penises
how
longer
small
than
are your
feet?
I don't think most.
No, they're
Unless
not.
it's-
They
unless
are
you are
not.
a Chinese woman.
No
who's
way.
confined
I love that
by
your go-to isn't how big's your dick; it's how small are your feet.
Hey, this is nifty, right? So your foot is as long as your elbow to your wrist.
Yes.
Do it. I know there's a lot of people in the audience right now pulling their chair back and they're lining their fucking foot up with their elbow and their wrist, and they're like, "Holy shit!"
You
my feet are
assume
big."
they have feet. That's ableist.
I know. Oh
That
yeah, it's
really
because
is.
the average
I'm
person
very
has less than
weird
2
right now.
feet. Yeah.
You already
No,
established that. That's in the law.
There are people born with more than 2 feet, though.
I know,
That's not
right?
enough
I'm
to
blown.
push
You
up
know
the
how
average,
many
I'm pretty
minds
sure.
I've just blown?
Well, we have someone here. You're from
Really?
Sweden, right?
I am.
Well, you
Live.
know, it's a well-established fact that Swedish people don't have legs. So that's I think that's very.
Wait, how
ableist.
did you know that?
What do they have instead?
I just have PewDiePie to base it on, but I'm assuming it's all
Oh.
Swedes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to confirm or deny that because it's kind of a Swedish
Industry
secret. So
secret, yeah.
I kind of want to keep it on the down low. We do have like what over 3,000 people watching right now, so.
Oh my god.
Imagine
Yeah, you
tuning
don't want
into
them to
this
find
show on New Year's Eve. Like, you must have nothing to do.
That's the only reason I'm here. Is because I didn't have anything to do.
There's several people who are listening to this like, what the fuck, Bullet? Maybe I'll just
I
go
mean, yeah,
outside.
There probably unironically are a couple of people who listening to this who that kind of hit.
It's okay.
Aw.
That's why we're here. The people who don't
It's
have
okay.
anywhere to go. Because
You
me
have
and Rags
us
clearly
at
had
our
nowhere to go
Patreon.
other than Halo and streaming.
I mean, to be fair, what do people normally do on New Year's besides sit at home and drink?
No, they
Yeah.
go out and drink.
Yeah.
But then,
that-
how do you get home?
That whole offended
You,
foot
then you have to
comment.
pay for an Uber or whatever.
You
It's a
walk
weird-
first.
You
sit
go
at
out,
home
you
and
get
drink
you get
like
drunk.
a normal
Okay,
socially
The year
isolated
passes.
person.
You're like, I haven't been home in a decade.
I don't know about
No.
you, but I live in a city.
don't even
so
have
I can,
Uber
I can
yet.
go to places to drink that are close
We
enough
don't
to
have Uber here. That's for sure.
That whole like no feet comment reminded me of like this old bit that they had on Game Grumps where they were making fun of like blind fans. And he's like, "You're gonna upset all our blind fans." They said, "What are they gonna do?" Type.
I mean, they can do
found
the
a-
thing where they hit the microphone symbol and talk out the words.
I found a study on the
You can
U.S.
also type
National
on Braille
Library of
keyboards.
Medicine National Institutes of Health for women's preferences for penis size.
Oh, I probably read this study because
yeah.
I've read like
Go
every
on.
study. But yeah,
So
what are the
let's
findings?
see. So I gotta find it. Abstract. Women
be in
recall
the
models. That's the.
What if it's
women
like huge
preferred-
and every man goes, "Oh man."
It's a very
Women-
abstract kind of dick.
Women preferred a penis of slightly larger circumference and length for one-time sexual partners. So
Yes.
the first estimates of erect penis size preferences using 3D models suggest women accurately recall size and prefer penises only slightly larger than average.
Using 3D models like CGI.
Okay, tell us
It's
how the study should have been done, Jay.
Well,
Yeah, Jay.
I can tell you about some dick studies if you'd like to know.
I would love
Yes,
all
please
the
tell
dick
us about
studies.
dick
I love me
studies.
some dick studies. I love to study dick.
There have been a lot of very odd studies that have happened over the course of social science history, and a lot of what some of them have done, particularly in my field, is in the study of pornography. What they would actually do is attach an apparatus to the dick and then show men pornography to see how aroused they would get and stuff like that. But the problem is that there's a fundamental flaw in the methodology. Because when you're sitting in a laboratory with an apparatus strapped to your dick, I don't think you're going to
Yeah.
get very reliable results.
Oh, Aiden, did you hear about that one that was? I thought it was really interesting. They like did that exact method with a bunch of guys, and they gave the control group the same one image of a girl, and then they gave the experimental group like multiple images that they could choose any day. And it's like for the control group, it took them longer every single time to reach climax with just the same image of the same woman.
I mean, I haven't read that, but that doesn't sound surprising. It's the same thing like with the women's preference thing. Women say that they want larger than average. Women are hypergamous, so they want basically better than they can probably get. Like if you look at the data on dating website stuff, I didn't mean for this to become. I'm going to talk about studies, but don't tempt me, Rags. You know this. You start talking about studies, you know where
It's
it's going to go.
interesting. I like hearing this stuff.
It always leads
It
to
is
penis.
interesting.
I was going to say penis
But-
talk
It
is
always
fine.
leads to
Go for it.
penis.
But no, like
Yep.
women,
Can you change
like
the
when you
title
look
to
at dating
penis talk?
websites, women find only like 10% of the most attractive men acceptable, whereas men tend to have a pretty wide latitude of acceptance for what kind of
Oh
women they
yeah.
would date.
Well, I'm
So,
I'm
yeah.
bisexual, and I guarantee that my standard for women is lower than it is for men in
Oh,
terms
yeah,
of
same.
attractivity.
I don't
Men
know
have
why
to
that
be
is.
a higher
Jay
standard
just
for
piggybacking
attractive.
off Rags's rules there. You can't come up with
It's
your own.
fucking true.
Wow.
It's
It is
very
true.
true.
Probably
I don't know what
because
causes it though.
well, I don't even know.
Wait, your physical standard is higher for women or for men?
It's
For
higher for
men.
men.
I don't know. I'd say I'm also buying. I think my physical standard's higher for women. I just in terms of because I don't like women's personalities most of the time. That sounds so bad.
Wow.
bitches
On
don't
behalf
like
of
women.
women, I am
Right.
offended.
Oh my god.
Also, hi, Metal Commander in chat. I miss you.
I just need to. I need to
Hey,
whiten.
Metal.
Immortal.
This is
Having
an
a broke
interesting
chat,
study. I
guys.
just kind of skimming through it.
I'm here to defend all women.
I learned
speaking
today
of
that
studies.
Rags
sorry.
likes dick.
Just
That's all I
now.
want to say. Yeah, just now. I didn't know that.
He's put that in a book. He's like, fuck.
Yeah, I'm just writing
Write
down.
it in your journal. Yeah. Today I
Taking
learned.
notes.
Did you guys happen to read the study that has been coming up again recently that shows that
13%?
all of the no that
Oh.
no not that 13 is also 50, although that is true, but that that all of the negative Star Wars Last Jedi reviews were due to Russian bots.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah, I heard that came out. That was gosh,
Actually,
like
like
half a
3
year
years
ago.
old. Actually 3 years old. I looked into the researcher who did it.
Really?
And I'm working on my next video that'll come out. I'm about halfway done with it. I had to even contact the researcher because I kind of felt like what I was doing was mean. And if I think it's mean, then it might be actually like really mean. This researcher just finished his doctoral dissertation and he worked on, well, he was cited in that paper and they were using the same flawed methods. So in other words, no, Russian bots did not were not the ones
Aw.
harassing Ryan the Roundhead Johnson. In other words,
That was our last hope for proving the movie wasn't bad.
Hmm.
Damn
they
it.
cited it as they said 50% in some of the articles on it. They said 50%. Some of them said all of it, but at the uppermost echelon, it was 6% were believed to potentially be bought.
Have you
Oh
seen?
my god.
Have you seen the
Vladimir
reviews
Putin
for
played Star Wars.
TROS? Like, me and Rags watched a video on that. It was quite amusing. Like, they've got a shit ton of reviews that are just like one sentence that are like, "I love film, film good. I love 10 stars."
An epic ending to the saga. A great ending to the saga. Did
Yeah.
you notice that? All
The
of the
film-
reviews say the saga, the saga, the saga. Yeah, okay.
The film
I
is
watched that
rollercoaster
video.
ride
It
for
was like
heavy-handed
upvoted
gentlemen.
on Reddit. I would be curious to see like a control group. Like I would be interested in the data for like other
We still
popular
talking about
movies
dicks
that.
or
No,
Well,
we're
I-
talking about the new
right.
Skywalker thing.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying like because I think the reason why something like that gets upvoted on Reddit, like it was an interesting video. It wasn't exactly persuasive to me, but I still think that it's pretty obvious that, you know, if Disney's a big company, of course they're going to buy reviews. Like that's
I mean, I
that's a
think,
given.
I think the
So,
killer thing is just the
but
86.
I'd be more interested in seeing like a control group to compare
Yeah,
that.
review bodying happens either way. Review bodying or brigading, whatever you want to call it. It's going to happen in both directions. But it seems that I would say with The Last Jedi, they either bought out in some way because we know they do this. It's not like a tinfoil hat thing. We know they spend money on marketing to do this kind of stuff. It seemed like in The Last Jedi they tried to buy out the reviewers. People didn't like that, so now they're going to try to influence the audience score. And I mean, you know, I guess they're going to do what they're going to do to try to make money.
Yeah, I have no idea. We can
I think
only
some shady
really,
shit's
really speculate, but obviously, when there's a lot of money behind something, you have to assume that, you know, on a public forum like the internet, why
Right,
wouldn't
and
why
no,
wouldn't they
exactly.
hire just a factory in India to create accounts?
Yeah, why not? Well, or I mean, because I with Rotten Tomatoes at least, it's these the verified ones, so they have to have gone to the theater. But there was sketchy stuff with Solo that looked like they were buying tickets, and so if you're buying tickets through, I guess Rotten Tomatoes uses Fandango or whatever, so they
Yeah.
buy. They spend a certain portion of their market budget, and the market budget's supposed to be the cost of the movie. As far as I know, that's supposed to be what their market budget is. So whatever it costs to make the movie, that's then what your marketing budget is, over again. So of course, if they've got how much did the Rise of Skywalker cost to make? $400 million. So you've got a $400 million marketing budget. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm just I would be shocked if they didn't try to influence the score. Is all I'd say.
Yeah, and I think they could have done a way better job because it being frozen at 86 makes everyone just go, like,
yeah, Rotten Tomatoes is incompetent with that
everyone's
shit.
super suspicious. If they had let it fluctuate, I think there'd be way more reason to be like, no, I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, the stability is
Yeah.
statistically almost impossible.
Is it? Because I'm not familiar with the data. That's why I'd like to see a control group. Because it's my impression that like the more total ratings that you have, the harder it would be to actually get it to change percentage points. The stuck at 86 thing is definitely suspicious.
Well, yeah, it was
From,
stuck at like
a
1,000
true.
reviews
At this point-
all the way up to
like, what the
50K,
actual
right?
data, so.
Well, at this point, when there's what 500,000 user ratings, at this point, yes, getting that to fluctuate would be difficult. But in the beginning, when there were 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000
Mhm.
reviews, that we saw almost no fluctuation is what made it suspicious at first. And then the fact that it's maintained that precise consistency is just a little bit odd.
I think that what's sorry, didn't mean to
No,
interrupt.
that's it. It's just like just having a big think about it, you know.
I am less suspicious at the unchanging number and more suspicious at how drastically different that is towards anyone's perception of the film that you talk to either on the internet or in real life. Because like I I don't think anybody enjoyed the movie really. Like there's
It's
very few
weird.
people. So for
Yeah.
that to be 86 with that many votes, I would say that's more suspicious than just the
Oh,
numbers
yeah.
staying the same the whole time.
Yeah, the fact it's an 86.
I like
not
that
a
everybody
70.
agrees on that. Like, this 86 is too high. Just seems too high. I don't know.
I think there are some people who really were drawn in by. I know the media likes to call it fan service. I didn't see a lot of the supposed fan service, but
I didn't
I
either.
guess I could see some people happy that it just wasn't The Last Jedi. I guess.
Are they referring to just the simple stuff like lightsaber space battles? Is that what they mean?
I mean, that was in.
Maybe.
Because there really weren't any. I don't know what it is. I'm even trying to think because I kept hearing that. Oh, there's so much fan service. Oh,
Emperor
oh,
Palpatine?
Chewie gets the medal. Yeah, Palpatine's back. Chewie gets the medal. Like really, very simplistic.
Surface level.
Just I remember that thing. That's a thing that I know, so I like
The
it.
Death Star.
Which is what JJ does. That's his entire shtick as a director.
Like, I would agree if they'd had Jar Jar in the movie, but you know, that wasn't even hinted at. So
Darth Jar Jar is what I was waiting for, and
that's ultimate fan service. I actually think that I would have enjoyed the movie a lot more if he was in it.
We want more Jar Jar.
We've already said that we would, and there was an inside meme about it.
But like, I'm talking like legitimately, man. Like, I'm kind of
Yeah,
desperate
I
for
know,
some
I
Jar Jar at this
agree.
point.
The movie would have genuinely been more enjoyable if Jar Jar.
Like, imagine a really high def Jar Jar at this point, bringing him in, and he's like grizzled, like a veteran of the Clone Wars, and he's like the voice has gotten deeper, like not deep, just deeper.
It honestly kind of reminds me of like if any of you are familiar with Metal Gear. In Metal Gear Solid 2, they have Raiden, who is just like the least popular character in a Metal Gear game ever. And then Hideo Kojima just did everything he could to make Raiden like this cool, badass cyborg ninja that everyone loved. It's like they could totally pull that off with Jar Jar. They could bring Jar Jar back and maybe mellow out some of his speech patterns a little bit and give him just like a dark backstory, like what's been happening to him since the prequels.
You know, like how it's like, oh,
Exactly.
can you fix, you know, can you make the third in this trilogy and fix it all? It's like that's not a fun job. A fun job would be trying to make a good character out of Jar Jar. I'd be like, oh yeah, let's do it. That sounds like a really fun, creative job to have to do. But
It would have been way more interesting if
pretty much.
I think there's so many things that could have been done, even with what Jar Jar, and by that I mean J.J. Abrams, had to work with going into it. But how it would have, I think that if you want to talk about fan service, when Kylo walks into the upside down space pyramid or whatever, and it's just Darth Jar Jar, how much better would that have?
Oh, I would have come.
Me's, I've been waiting a long time for this.
I would fucking
yeah.
love that.
But see, like, unironically though, I'm pretty sure the critics or whatever else would be like, Star Wars has lost its mind. We'd all be like, it lost its mind ages ago. Fucking Force Awakens lost its mind. Jar Jar was just the natural progression, okay?
If we can get him working, you know, that's all we really needed to do.
Did you guys see that YouTube video that like tries to theorize that he was Snoke, and it shows him doing that big jump in Phantom Menace, and it's like, this is clearly a Jedi Force jump, and like the way his eyes look, and it was just like, they're definitely leaving clues as to the Sith Lord origins of Jar Jar Binks, and the fact that he gave Palpatine the power. It's like, you see, it all makes sense. And I would have, you know what, I would have said that they were bold to take that route, and I would have been proud of them.
I think the biggest problem is that there's just so many things that they could have done without completely you know, the problem was that they went back on everything that they went back on everything that the round-headed one did, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but then it pisses off everyone who did like that movie, the like 5 people who did, and then it's just the same disgusting nostalgia pandering, which is weak in and of itself, that made people kind of like The Force Awakens. And there's not a real movie there. And all I can say is, much as with Game of Thrones, as that went down the shitter, as someone who had my favorite series ruined by J.J. Abrams 10 years ago, welcome to the fucking funeral.
Well, everybody felt that he'd already ruined it with Force Awakens. Or I say everybody, like super Star Wars fans felt like Force Awakens had fucked everything up already. But I think that at this point, yeah, most people would agree. The sequel
Force Awakens
nobody likes
could
all
have
3
been
films in
okay
the
if
sequel
next
trilogy.
Two were all right. I think that Force Awakens could have been okay if the next 2 films built off of it. And then we could kind of say, well, that one was weak because it was trying to just, you know, this is what everyone says about it, right? Oh, it was trying to reinvigorate interest. It was trying to set the stage. It was trying to get everyone's nostalgia up. Then maybe it could have been all right if the next 2 films built off of it, but they didn't. And so it makes every single movie in the sequel trilogy, which, can you even call it a trilogy? It's just a big clusterfuck.
The sequel clusterfuck.
Ah, why did you get so loud? Jay, what are you doing?
I saw people say I was quiet, so I boosted my volume. Is it too much?
Now I gotta boost you all the way back down. That's what happens.
Oh, yeah, he had you boosted up already. Yeah, your normal volume to me, you sound good.
Also, saying that they had a chance with TFA, ER disagrees with that. Star debate, dude. Do it. We all want to see it. Do it. Do it.
Yeah, let's debate. Or we could debate. We could discuss Steins Gate because everyone always complains you don't talk ER.
All right, we can do Steins Gate if you want.
What the fuck are the rest of us gonna do?
Now you know how we feel.
I'll go back to reading
nerds talking about Star Wars.
I mean, reading penis studies isn't that different from watching Steins Gate or
Oh
playing Steins
shit! Oh damn!
We've got a broached subject. He thinks there's no hope after TFA, don't you? Do it. Do your argument. Go.
True. I mean, it was just trash from the start.
I agree.
You're only going off of trash, so I don't think the other 2 could have had a chance.
If
I think maybe it could have if he had had any direction. If TFA was what it was, and Jar Jar had written 2 additional movies, or had someone, because he can't write at all. I don't know why anyone
Correct.
gives him the reins on this stuff. But if he had someone write
my God.
3 movies, oh,
See, but he hate yourself.
The
He
fuck?
wrote 3 movies.
maybe he could have come back. Maybe he could have come back.
No, it would have all been garbage.
I mean, I think it would have been garbage no matter what, because of who was helming it and what. And let's be honest, what Disney's purpose was in all of this, which was
Wait,
to
so
make
what if we
money
had the
and not to
perfect
make a good
writer and
series.
director? Do you think it could have been good?
Yes.
Sure, I look at The
Yeah,
Mandalorian.
director.
The Mandalorian is. I just finished watching it tonight, so I'm a little bit hype. I wouldn't say The Mandalorian's perfect, but it's pretty good. It makes me feel like I'm kind of playing an Old Republic game, which I like, or watching any Kurosawa movie plus a Tarantino film, but a little bit less tight in terms of construction. I like The Mandalorian. What's your guys' all overwhelming consensus now that it's over?
I think it's crap.
I'm never gonna watch it.
Crap.
Oh, really?
Haven't seen it.
What Adam said.
First 2 to 3 episodes.
I'm not a Star Wars person, and I don't really feel like giving money to Disney Plus. Also,
I gave money
Yeah.
to
and
I
I
did-
mean,
yeah,
I know,
like that.
there's other ways to
Yeah,
get it, but
yeah.
it's just like I'm not hyped about any of it. I don't care about the characters at all. It's not a
You don't care about
universe that
Babu
I'm in
Frick?
love with.
You don't care about Babu Frick.
There's
What the fuck,
other
dude?
universes that I like.
Adam, can we
but
agree
Star Wars
that
is not one of them.
can we agree that Mass Effect is infinitely more compelling than the Star Wars universe?
Personally, I would
Absolutely.
agree.
I would agree as well. Star Wars
Yeah,
is.
Mass
That's
Effect
not
is
even
better.
fair. Star Wars has like 3
attracted
movies
to
that are okay.
I
That's
feel
it.
like Warhammer 40k is more grounded now
Yes.
than
Yeah.
Star Wars is.
Well, 40k is inherently it coins the phrase grimdark, so of course it's going to be a bit more darker and grounded. I guess in its own weird over
I mean,
the top.
grounded in that it has like rules.
Yeah,
And it follows its own rules. And no matter how wacky and zany they are, crazy, it's like, well, you do this, do that, this thing happens with that, and that does this, and here are the rules for that. And I'm like, man,
yeah.
Star Wars
even
just does whatever the fuck it wants.
even Star Trek, which has broken its own rules a lot, when at least in before Enterprise, and let's just ignore everything post Enterprise. They used to have consultants on, a lot of whom were just fans on the show to maintain the internal consistency of the lore and the science. And it's why talk shit about Voyager all you want. I love Voyager, but because it's got some really bad episodes. But most of the Star Trek series, at least, yeah, they set rules and they follow them, and that's to me what makes Star Trek a good sci-fi universe, and what makes Warhammer a good sci-fi universe.
Halo is also an excellent sci-fi universe as well.
Yes.
Yeah, Halo
Seriously,
is-
it's not
is-
hard to beat Star Wars at this point. Like, it's not a good bar. I'm sorry.
Muller's just like, look, we agree that Star Wars is mediocre in
It's,
comparison to all
it's
these
not
other
even
franchises.
mediocre anymore. It's garbage.
It's terrible.
Well, I think we have to look at what the premise of Star Wars is, which is that George Lucas talked to his pal. Oh God, his name's escaping me right now. Why is it a hero's journey? Hero with 1,000 faces, and was
Joseph
like, oh, here's how
Campbell?
you write. Yes, Joseph Campbell. Thank you. I don't know why that escaped me for a moment, but I'm not even drinking. But
I am.
well, I'm
That's
about
a good
to-
idea.
I
On the
made
way,
wassail,
boys.
so I've got.
Why are
hot
you so
wassail.
loud
Someone's
again?
drinking.
Am I loud?
Fucking
You sound
LJ.
fine.
I haven't changed anything this
Yeah,
time.
you're a
This is just-
YouTuber.
Jay, you
Your
discussed
acoustics are-
everything about you.
I just have a loud and vibrant personality.
Your acoustics
and
are
you're
just
gonna have
shit. I
to
think
learn
that's
to
a lot
deal
of
with
it.
He lives in a
You gotta-
toilet.
Oh, that might be it.
Can't deal with it.
You need acoustic tiles like Quentin.
I'm in my parents' attic right now.
That's how you've made it as a YouTuber, when you put foam tiles on your.
My
But
face when half of my fucking room is acoustic tiles.
Bro, I used to have them. I don't have them here, but whatever.
work.
So not throwing shade for real. But George was just trying to tell his silly little story. And what's the other sci-fi series that George Lucas made that's actually? Hang on.
THX 1138.
Yeah.
Or...
He has some talent for ideas. He just has no idea how to put them together. And so Star Wars was never set up to be anything more than one film, and now there's 11 of them. That's why it doesn't work as a universe. It was never.
You just made a bunch of arguments for how it could have worked.
You just need talent. Like you just.
Yeah, I was
need
gonna say we
talented people
cannot
to make it.
understate how much the people who've been in charge of them recently have been terrible.
The universe is excellent for being able to build long trilogies and series.
Well, sure. The EU, KOTOR, two of my favorite games of all time, Knights of the Old Republic, 1 and 2, even 2 in its unfinished state. Fantastic video games.
Yeah, Disney's just
But-
like, oh, JJ, revered storyteller.
No.
Make Star Wars now.
I will agree. I'm sure you guys all saw the Red Letter Media review and discussion they had about. Did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mhm.
I will, or at least you've probably seen some of Red Letter Media's stuff over the years, and I will agree that when Mike reviewed Star Wars 2000 or Star Trek 2009, and he said he thought J.J. Abrams would be good at directing Star Wars, I agreed with him. Because when I watched Star Trek 2009, I thought this feels like a Star Wars movie to me, and that's why I hated it. Because it's like, this is not a Star Trek movie. This feels like Star Wars. It's very character based. It's very team oriented. It's very emotional and actiony, which feels like Star Wars, not like Star Trek. But then we saw what happened, so whatever.
Well, they clarified, right, that they still think he's fine for directing, just keep him away from the script, which is what I've always said about Rian Johnson. I think they're both fine directors. Keep him away from the script, though. They're not allowed to touch it.
Yeah,
The
100%.
fine
Because
print
Looper's
like
fine.
there's,
Looper's not great, but it's okay.
Did any of you catch Knives Out?
I haven't yet.
No, I
It
will
was
watch it.
enjoyable.
I heard it was good.
Yeah.
It seemed like a kind of by the books sort of Clue-esque thing. That's what I heard about
Yeah.
it. But
Well, it's kind of like an homage. It's kind of like a throwback to those kinds of stories. But, you know, there's some twists and turns. It subverted my expectations, if you will.
Oh boy.
It was pretty good
That means
overall.
it's good.
No,
Again,
I
I
mean,
think-
that's not why it's good. But
I know I was doing the thing.
Well, I
but
think
when the
Ryan
when
is
the
a
when
competent
the
director,
premise
right?
is a whodunit in the first place, like you shouldn't be able to tell how the story is going to end, and so in
It
that
was
sense
the
it succeeded. But yeah, it was also like well shot and well put together.
But
Yeah,
Adam,
I've heard
then
it's
would you say that you think that Ryan can be a competent director when he?
I never thought that he was shit. And I have my own criticisms with Looper and The Last Jedi. I haven't seen Brick yet, but like he's for sure competent. It's just not everything works out. Looper was good for what it was. I think that it kind of contradicts its own rules in terms of how the universe is set up, but
Yeah, that was my
yeah,
biggest problem.
I've never thought that Rian Johnson was like a terrible director.
I think that much like with George Lucas, all of these people just needed someone to rein them in and actually write it, and keep them in check so that they don't do absolutely stupid stuff.
You could say that. I would say that more so would apply to him taking like previously existing intellectual properties, honestly, because when it comes to his own ideas, from what I've seen, like he's pretty competent at expressing his ideas and making something decent out of it. But when it comes to taking a property like Star Wars, you probably don't want someone just doing their own thing with it. You probably want to have it be a little bit more,
Coherent.
faithful to what the overall, I guess, tone and goals of the series were before joining it.
Yeah, it's like you've got a
But-
building and you want to get an addition to it. You want an architect to make that addition, to build something that matches the rest of the building, matches its aesthetic and its style.
Well, a
Not
big
just a
problem is
slap
they
of
threw out
box.
all of the EU, right? They threw out all of the and then Kathleen Kennedy's hilarious statement about that.
Yeah, I mean
the EU.
The whole like they copy stuff from the EU anyway. Like they almost threw it out just so that they could repurpose. But then, yeah,
A lot of the
I thought Britain threw out the EU.
we're trying.
Yeah, boy.
Trying to.
We'll get there in a few million years. I don't know.
Yeah. So, average penis length.
Have you guys heard of Brexit?
Yes, that thing that everybody seems
We need
to
a
both want
we need
and
a
not want.
Favorite TV show.
Star Wexit.
Why aren't
Oh,
people talking
actually,
about Dexit from Pokemon Sword and Shield? This is the fucking real questions.
Or Diglett.
Did you happen to see that really
What's the
hilarious?
average Diglett length?
Oh, let me
Average
look. I can
Diglett
find out.
length.
Average Diglett length.
Average Diglett length. Because as far as I know, they're all a bunch of buff guys underneath the surface.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
All right, Diglett Poke. I'm gonna go to Bulbapedia.
Is
All
that
right.
actually what it's called?
It is
Yeah,
Bulbapedia.
or Cerebi.
Dot
Bulbapedia or
bulbgarden.net. So
Cerebi
let's
is the real
take a
shit.
look.
That's the real shit.
Height. They're only about inches.
They're only
I say
what?
only. So the average Diglett is longer than the average penis by a considerable amount.
So you can fuck it.
What does this mean?
So
for,
what now?
for humanity?
I didn't say anything.
Diglett dig. Diglett dig.
Trio.
By the way, the gender ratio is exactly 50% male, 50%.
So is there perpetual struggle snuggle going on underneath the surface for both
Struggle
male and female
snuggle.
dog trios?
Struggle
Or
snuggle. Struggle
look up the
snuggle. Is
gender
that one of its
ratio.
4 moves? Is struggle
I think
snuggle?
so. Yeah, definitely.
No, I wish. As a Pokemon fan,
That's
I
a
have
really
to say
cute
that is
name for
clearly
me.
not. That is.
To be fair, any Pokemon can struggle when they're out of PP.
Yes.
Yep.
That is true.
That is true.
Oh, fuck.
Oh wait, there are several people asking for ER's perspective on the snuggle struggle. ER, what would you like to say on that?
How do the Diglets procreate if they're both dicks?
Eggs.
There's a lot of questions that.
Yeah, but
Okay,
one's a feminine penis.
Very philosophical podcast.
I have a very big question as well. How come in Pokemon Sword and Shield they brought back Wailord, but there's no Skitty?
I don't know what those words mean, so yes.
Okay.
How come they brought back Sock and Throw?
No,
There's no
if
fucking
you don't know
pussy.
about this, is a very old internet meme, or whatever, a Pokemon meme, I guess, which is that Wailord is the same. Wailord is canonically like 300 feet long or something ridiculous. It's a whale,
Massive.
okay? He is a true massive, and you can breed a Wailord with a Skitty, which is one of the smallest Pokemon in the Pokedex. It's a little cat thing, and so a lot of people made let's just say creative images depicting the mating of these two creatures.
Sources, please.
No.
Goodness.
Just Google is your friend, sir.
What do I need to Google for this?
Wailord X Skitty. You'll find something.
No.
It's like a Chihuahua mating with a Grand Dane.
It's
It's more
25
like a
minutes
Chihuahua
until
mating with a
2020 for
whale.
me, and you're gonna soil the year immediately.
Yeah.
So
Soil the decade immediately.
Current year. It's current year. This stuff is
wait,
okay.
you can breed a Wailord and a Skitty?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's fucked up.
That seems.
Oh
What
my
age
goodness.
group is
Laws
that?
must be breached there. I'm just saying.
Somewhat.
Of course, the question
Laws
is
in the
which is the
Pokemon
male
world.
and which is the female, and how does this work?
That's very heteronormative of you.
I really
I know that.
hope.
Excuse me. I'm very sorry.
I
I
really
forgot
hope
to
Wailord
account
is the
for
female.
the other quadrillion genders. I apologize.
No. You forgot to account for what if they're having babies by being gay? That's what I was asking.
Yeah, they have butt babies.
Oh, butt babies. I didn't think about the butt. I don't.
You should always
Pokemon
think about
is
the
a
butt.
very Pokemon is a very insensitive game because I don't think you can mate two Pokemon of the same sex together, which is really just.
Oh
I
my
mean,
God,
come on,
Pokemon
it's,
are
it's
canonically
almost
straight.
2020. It's 2020 in Sweden, friends, and in Australia.
It's 2020 in Sweden.
Yeah.
So
It's the
are
current
all
year.
Pokemon born out of eggs?
Yeah.
Effectively, yes.
That would
There's
be harsh.
different types though that have. I haven't cared about Pokemon in 6
Not
years.
Mewtwo.
You're better off.
I can't believe you say bad things about Pokemon.
I played Sword and Shield very recently, and it was thoroughly mediocre.
So it's a
that could've done
Pokemon
better.
game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't. I've been going through the Pokemon games on my stream, and I don't know if I'm gonna play past Crystal.
Which
Honestly.
one's
Like,
Crystal?
you could go play Omega Ruby on Alpha Sapphire. Those were pretty fun. They had some
Ruby,
flaws, obviously.
Yeah,
Sapphire.
but it's just like like a different version of blue and red.
Here's
you
the
know?
funny
Fucking
thing though.
Jar
Everyone
Jar.
that might have been
Oh no,
passively.
Jar Jar.
Oh god. Is that in the game?
That's apparently
God.
Oh no, Jar Jar.
What game is that? Is that a mod?
This was Force Unleashed. I guess it looks like Force Unleashed on fucking, I don't know, Game Boy or some shit with this aspect
Wait a
ratio.
second. How do we know that's Jar Jar? That could be. Are you saying all Gungans look the same?
Yeah, that's true. That is fucked up.
Wow, that's super racist.
That's very racist.
What if, wait. Oh, that was a
This
firework.
stream is getting increasingly
I heard that,
insensitive.
Jay. Sounds like
Well, I
someone's
can
fucking
see-
knocking down your
oh,
door. You're
I've
getting
got, like,
raided.
okay, I'm in an attic right now.
I
There's
think it's
only
fireworks.
He's
very
under
specific-
attack.
And there are like the angle of the one window in this room is perfect to see the fireworks. It's like they're on my TV. And
Yeah, you got really excited. You're like, oh, fireworks.
It's just like Christmas Day.
The uprising is finally happening. Is this Brexit?
2020, it's the Boogaloo.
That's it, yeah. If they keep going, I can send pictures. Oh no, I can't. My phone is down.
Here was the
Okay.
Magna
Oh, your phone
Carta
is down.
sign.
Oh,
'Cause
no.
I want to say 1776 will commence again, but that's not appropriate for this one.
1776 will commence again.
Those were a bit premature.
So, guys, what's the best film of this decade?
Her,
Oh,
directed
shoot.
by Spike Jones.
Wait,
Yeah,
is
I
that
still have to
actually your
watch
pick?
that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, it's
pretty
like his other
cool.
one.
I like that movie a lot. Good stuff. I actually watched that with Rags. Rags, remember? No, wait.
Her?
No, did I
No.
watch it with
Her
you?
is
don't.
pretty good.
I watched it with
We didn't
Wolf.
watch-
He liked it a lot.
Is that with the
Watch-
guy who falls in love with the computer or whatever?
Yeah.
It's the
You know?
incel who
I-
falls
I'm
in love
just
with his mind.
going. I did like her, but I'm going to unapologetically, knowing how bad and how cheesy it is, say The Void. I don't care. It was everything that I wanted. It was
I haven't
just
seen
the
that yet.
clusterfuck.
Don't
Oh
even know what that
man,
is.
if The
haven't seen
Void.
it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
No,
Do you
I
like
got
The
no
Thing?
idea. I like. Yeah, the thing was good.
See,
watch
The
the-
Thing is amazing. The Void was pretty nonsensical to me, and I'm a fan of Lovecraft.
I didn't really see it as a Lovecraft movie. I saw it more as a body horror film. I would say that it was. I really liked it. I liked the aesthetics. I liked how stupid it was, and I'll completely admit that like it's a movie that's full of flaws, but I guess I'm a really big horror fan, so I'm always gonna go with horror. And I've been so let down by so many horror movies. I could say a good bet for the worst movie the last 10 years is Midsummer. What a letdown!
I haven't
I
seen
really
it. I've
hate
just heard
that
too many
film.
bad
It's
things.
based off of true stories.
There's things to appreciate about it for sure. It doesn't.
Oh.
I would say if your expectations are to get any kind of experience out of it that you would get from Hereditary, then that's probably just going into it with the wrong ideas. But it
Yeah.
has very different goals. I wouldn't call it a horror movie, and the fact that it was marketed that way doesn't help. Unfortunately, A24, them being kind of like a smaller distributor studio.
Mhm.
They're stuck in this situation where they produce a lot of like really atypical horror movies because they give a lot of creative freedom to the directors that they work with, and time again they wind up marketing their films in ways that are just purely dishonest, because the only way that people are actually going to watch these types of horror films is if you market it in a way where it's like, okay, this is like a more typical standard by the books horror film, when they're not. And the same thing happened with It Comes at Night. The same thing
Oh, I
to
loved It
some
Comes at
degree
Night,
happened
though.
with yeah, but people had the same issues with that in terms of like the way it was marketed was not what the movie was at all.
Well, I think it
Um,
depends on what you want out of a horror film. What I want out
Yeah,
of a
I
horror
wasn't
film is not
scared.
Yeah. No, I just thought it was nonsensical. I mean, actually, I'll put up two other movies that I would say for best of the last decade. I'd say The Witch, and I would say
I
Suspiria.
love The Witch.
Which
I
is
love
good shit,
The
yeah.
Witch.
Also,
Interesting.
people have been mentioning Whiplash. Whiplash is fucking great as well.
Can I say this was not
Oh,
at all in the
Whiplash,
last
yeah.
decade? In fact, it was approximately 13 years ago. But have any of you seen the movie Bug?
No.
No.
I watched it a long time ago and did not enjoy it.
It was fucking atrocious. They marketed it as like a horror movie, and it was like psychological horror, and it's bad in every conceivable way.
Yeah, I don't remember much, but I remember it was one of those movies where like the budget was so low that it was so noticeable. Like nothing really happened. It was just like two people in a room or something. I don't remember too much. I watched it when I was like much younger.
I feel like psychological horror is so hard to market because, yeah, you're not going to get the crowd that wants to go in to watch to get the jump scares, and there's
Yeah.
a bunch of research on this that it's very interesting. Dr. Dolph Zillman has decades of research that the jump scare slasher horror genre is kind of designed as a weird way to replicate a human mating ritual where the partners, be they man, woman, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, doesn't matter. They go together to watch the movie so that one person can pretend or can be the strong one and display this stuff. No, really, like they've done all this research on it. It's super interesting.
No, I'm just intrigued. I'm not doubting.
It is because it's really neat. It's neat research, and it's Dr. Dolph Zillman. Look into his research on horror, but when psychological stuff, you're not going to get that. In like with The Witch, for example, there's not gonna be that. Oh, grab me, honey, I'm feeling scared. Like,
Can you post that doctor's name in the Discord chat?
Yeah.
I want to look into him.
Now I'm getting Flesh of the Void as suggested, as well as Baskin.
Baskin.
I just think that like the only problem with psychological horror is that there's nothing wrong with it. Like it's entirely different breed. It's more a little more intellectual.
Yeah, we know Chase. It's an issue.
It's not even what I was trying to say.
Chase, what I was seriously, dude, come on. Like, why?
Yeah, no, it's all right. We get it. We know why you don't like it. It's fine.
No, they market it as like jump scare horror, and so people go in expecting.
Yeah, and then they're like, "No, I have to think about this."
No, it's just not anywhere as riveting as they make it look in the trailers. Because like in Bug, for example, they show a lot of close-up shots in the trailers of like bugs crawling on people's skin. 2007, and they show a lot of.
2006.
You're made to think that it's like actually going to be a movie about like flesh-eating bugs like eating you from the inside, but it's just a metaphor for like paranoia by the end of the movie. Spoilers.
Anyone
Oh
see?
yeah, well, I mean, there's all kinds of movies. Like I love Lake Mungo too, and that's the kind of stuff where you're not going to sell that to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't know how you would sell it.
Bone Tomahawk. Anyone see that?
No.
I saw it. I honestly, sorry if this disappoints you, but I don't understand why anyone likes that director. I'm not behind him at all. I've tried so many times.
Oh, I had
Every time he
loads of
makes a
mixed
movie, it's
feelings
like people-
about the film. There are things I like and things I
It was a
don't
little
like.
goofy. Like it's if you like gore, it's like yeah, it delivers on some gore. There's some cool gore parts, but it's just I couldn't really take it seriously. I didn't feel much from the film.
What about
same with the brawl in Cell Block 33 or whichever one he did with Vince Vaughn?
I'm in this weird kind of area where I don't like body horror really, but I'm fascinated with stuff like The Thing.
What about The Fly?
Okay.
Oh yeah, same.
And The
Another
Fly,
movie
right?
I would recommend then that I didn't think about till just now is The Headhunter, small budget movie, not perfect but
What
very
year?
good, and then The Hollow. The Headhunter
This
is
year?
maybe 2 years old. It's pretty recent, and then The Hollow, which is an Irish film, fantastic. It's a really great mixture. I mean, again, it's not perfect, but what movie is, and it's got lots of flaws. But I really loved that film in terms of just it's got great body horror, in particular The Hollow. It's about the Fey realm kind of stuff encroaching in on our universe, sort of, and it corrupts everything around it. Very cool, very interesting stuff.
You guys ever see what was it? You were talking about Bug earlier. You remember the old short film thingy? They creep up on you.
That's so many films.
Oh,
No,
wait,
they-
that's the name of it. You're saying they creep
That's
up
not
on
a
you?
short
on
film.
They creep up
Oh,
on
that's
you.
literally the name of the movie.
Is it they creep
Yeah.
up on ya
They
or
creep
you?
up on you.
Okay.
It was like
Important
part of
distinction.
it was like part of a spooky anthology thing on TV. And that was one of the about a guy who bugs and stuff, like actual like bugs. And I was like thinking if anyone had seen it or not. I don't know.
Nope.
Wait, Aiden, have you seen The Fly?
Oh yeah, of
What
course.
do you think of that? Because that's like my top pick for body horror.
I mean, The Fly is a great film, but yeah, it's with classic horror like that. Yeah, I do want to default to The Thing just because it's it's
That's
so
interesting
good.
actually, because the thing with The Fly, the thing with The Fly is the whole story is the progress of a man's body slowly becoming his like worst nightmare, while The
Right.
Thing is like it consumes and clones, and so it's not them anymore. And as much as I'm not saying it doesn't count as body horror, I'm just saying that it gets me.
I think it does.
It gets me. That's why I said it's not that I don't count it as that. It's that it gets to me on a more personal level when it's like the guy is trapped inside this body that's becoming a fly, as opposed to this alien creature that's essentially trying to kill everyone.
If you like The Fly as a film, there's a horror short film by my favorite director, Shiraishi Koji, called Kaiki Shinin Shoujo, or Dead Girl Walking, and it is about a girl who dies and then her body just starts rotting. And the movie is just about that. It's one of his, I think it's his directorial debut. It's a really good short film. Shiraishi Koji is probably most well known for doing Noroi the Curse, and then he did a movie called Cult and Cold. Oh, what do you think? Have you seen Noroi, Adam? I'm interested in your opinion. If you've seen it.
I'm gonna have to IMDb it to make sure I'm thinking of the right one.
Maybe my favorite horror movie of all time. It's like 3 hours and nothing happens, and that's why I like it.
Yeah, hold on. It might be on my watch list. Actually,
footage.
We're talking about weeb shit.
Also, yeah, I don't want to understate. By the way, The Thing is like one of my favorite films of all time. That shit is amazing.
I love The Thing.
I still need to see that and Eraserhead. Those are like the things.
It's on my watch list.
Gotta see Eraserhead.
That's my.
Wait, you haven't seen The Thing?
No, the Noroi the Curse.
Oh, I was gonna say, how the fuck would that have happened?
We need to get a movie.
The Thing's my favorite horror movie, I think.
Aiden,
cool.
I wanted to
Definitely
ask,
check out
when
Noroi,
do you
then. You might like
when
it.
do you think shit, I'm blanking on his name right now, but the guy that made like Spiral, Junji Ito. When do you think Junji Ito went from like kind of like a subcultural phenomenon to like super popular mainstream? Because I feel like the last 3 years or so he's really exploded.
He kind of just became a meme, which I don't think most people have read a lot of Junji Ito's actual manga, and I think that by the way, I fell asleep on while you guys were streaming the other day, and I woke up like randomly at 5 a.m, and I think someone asked you that question, and you said you'd read a couple of his stuff, and I think that's pretty typical.
Amigara Fault, yeah, really like brought it into the mainstream with the whole like this hole was made for me.
But one of the things I recommend to people is his series where he talks about his daily life. It's a manga
With his cats.
and it's like him and his cats, and it's just horrifying. But Junji Ito, I think what happened is he gained mainstream attention because some of his stuff kind of just became memeable, I guess, in a way. And I mean, there were good adaptations. There were not good. There were okay adaptations of Yo.
The animation,
Yeah,
Funimation's one.
I personally love Uzumaki, the live action film, just because it's hilarious. But
Can I just say though, I'm really happy to have like people on this fucking podcast that know what anime is and don't just go, we're gonna talk about Star Wars now.
We're gonna talk about Star Wars now.
Well, we haven't
My
talked about
favorite
Star
anime
Wars
is
in like
Cory in the House.
Cory in the House.
I mean, I'm biased. My favorite anime is EFAP.
Is the best.
Fair enough.
Well, there's a picture of the EFAP test as an anime.
Shot.
Yeah, I know there's fireworks, but it sounds like someone's like beating their wife with like a fucking.
It looks like someone's taking a pool noodle and slapping the water with it.
yes, that sound, yes.
Remember when we were kids? That was so clever that we knew that. If you hit something with something else, it makes a loud.
Also, did you ever have that moment where you realized how to splash more effectively? As in, most people just slam their fist down and it would splash in general.
You push your hands forward in a V shape towards somebody.
Yeah, and you would. It's super effective.
Fucking sniper in the pool.
Yeah, you could go super far with it. They'd be like, "What the fuck?" And you're like, "Yeah, I figured it out."
Dude, my cousins and I would sit in our flotation devices and just all from separate corners of the pool just jump up and down. It was like we created a fucking series of waves.
So loud.
All the water.
Sounds actually like gun violence at this point.
God, he lives in Chicago.
Here, Brexit is occurring.
America.
Just picturing this chubby kid with a pool noodle whacking it like crazy.
Is rolling up.
2020
right
Brexit year.
But yeah, some people suggested in chat Nightcrawler. Who here has seen Nightcrawler?
Oh, Nightcrawler's really good.
Yeah, that shit was good.
I mean, it wasn't great, but it was pretty good. Yeah.
I think it ventures into great. It's almost there at very least. I'd have to see it again to know.
I really enjoyed it. Obviously, the performance brought a lot to it. But yeah, this like Jake Gyllenhaal is always great. I think he should have gotten an Oscar nom for this, but like it was kind of nobody really saw it while it was in theaters, and it only wound up getting picked up really on like home video when people finally discovered it.
That's what all the
Dan
film-
Gilroy, the director, has been getting worse and worse and worse with each movie.
Oh.
And he's making like a really fast-paced kind of M. Night Shyamalan effect sort of
What
thing.
movies did he make? Just to catch me up to speed.
Nightcrawler was his first one.
Okay, I
then
heard that was
Brian
great.
J. Israel Esquire, which nobody saw, but got like 1 Oscar nom for the performance. And then Velvet Buzzsaw, which was just trash.
I don't think I've ever
Was
heard
that
of the
him?
last.
Oh,
two.
thank fucking God you think that. Seriously, I watched that 2 days ago with my family. I recommended it
Oh, it's
because
so bad.
people had recommended it to me. What the hell were they thinking with that movie? Like, it feels like 2 movies slapped
It was
together.
so
One
awful.
wants to criticize art and art criticism, and the other one wants to have this weird film about how you can be killed by paintings.
It was like a Goosebumps story.
Well, if you eat a painting, it will probably kill you.
Oh, it was so bad. And it's not even like a terrible premise. I was like, oh, this could work. And then I was just like, bullshit.
I was really excited to watch that movie, and you saying it's bad makes me mad.
I'm being told from a secondhand source sitting next to me that what's it called again?
Velvet Buzzsaw.
This movie, Velvet
Buzzsaw.
Velvet. Just say it, Bill.
Velvet Buzzsaw is the road virus heads north for Gable.
I have no idea. I can't confirm nor deny.
Is that
but
fucking
apparently
Markiplier?
the
What do you
road-
say?
No, that's Bill. Brian knows who that is. That's our DM.
Dill Pickle?
He's still alive. What about Mandy?
I enjoyed it. I'll probably watch it again, like get some drunk friends or whatever. But
It's a
I think it
drunk
had some
movie,
pacing
yeah.
issues.
I like how he said, "I'll get some
pacing was his
And
biggest
Adam was very,
problem.
very careful to say, "I'll get some drunk friends" instead of "I'll get some friends drunk and we'll see it."
Yeah, yeah.
Well, either way.
You will collect them when they've already become drunk rather than drunking them himself.
I will turn my friends from friends into drunk friends.
Yeah, it's got a really interesting visual style, and if you liked the style of that movie, I would suggest checking out the director's other stuff. Like everything they make is like very similar in that sense, but yeah, it kind of took a while to get going. I really loved the second half, but like
I literally fell asleep during the first half, and
Yeah.
everyone was like, "Oh, it's amazing!"
You fell
it's
asleep during
amazing."
EFAP
Well, okay,
twice.
but to be fair,
Twice.
that was like 18 hours. 18 hours.
Yeah, a
I'm
short
allowed.
stream, yeah.
Just a short 18-hour stream.
Yeah, just a quickie. Yeah, one and done.
Popping in and out.
Yeah,
A small stream of 18 hours.
just squeeze that out.
I don't know. At this point, I will say this. Not only have I had a Monster energy drink, but I've had a big cup of tea. So I'm good to go.
Oh man.
Oh.
Yeah, wassail tea, but whatever.
All right, I don't know if anyone else here has seen it. We talk about our favorite movies of the decade. My
Yes.
favorite movie is Masquerade from 2012.
Gay.
So I don't know. Maybe Adam's seen it.
I'm gonna IMDb it right now.
Chu Chang-min is the director.
2 Chinese men?
So there is evidence that I've seen it, but I don't.
There's evidence that I've seen it.
Well, so
I
when I'm doing my like big list videos for the end of the year or whatever, I try to see like every single movie that I could potentially consider to be on the list. And what winds up happening is, I only have so much time. So if a movie doesn't really grab me within the first like 25 minutes, then I usually just like turn it off and rate it a 5 on IMDb. Not because it's a 5, but because I know it's not going to make my list, sort of thing. So who knows? I could have been watching it and been like, this is all right, but like no matter what it is after this point, it's not list worthy.
We should watch that.
And just I don't know, just judging off of like the cover of it, I've seen. I feel like I've been a little bored by this type of movie, if this is the type of movie I think it is, of like
What kind of movie
old,
is it? I haven't seen it.
like
either, so.
old Asian war movies that just like
It's not a war movie.
battles, war. No, I don't know what it is. I don't remember what it was.
But I do know what you're kind of talking about.
What was it?
There was a while.
I don't like the time period and setting based on the poster.
like the old Chinese dynasty stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get really bored in those types of movies.
Yeah.
There's very few of those that I enjoy.
Stuff like War of the Arrows.
Like Great Wall, what an excellent movie.
Great. I enjoyed watching Great Wall. That was I liked it. I
Really?
liked. I did. I
didn't
enjoyed
see
Great
it.
Wall.
I laughed at the trailers.
Hey, we already agreed we enjoyed parts of Rise of Skywalker, so
yeah, we might want a Great Wall. Have an EFAP.
we
movie
should
for
Great Wall EFAP.
We should Great Wall EFAP. We're gonna culturally appropriate.
Oh, by the
Great
way,
Wall movie.
Velvet Buzzsaw. I was like, if it's stupid enough, we could EFAP movies it. It's so crap that it couldn't even work for EFAP movies.
How can it be too crap for EFAP movies?
Because there's just nothing to work with.
Unicorn Store work.
Well,
Oh God, did you?
I
you guys
honestly
watch
think.
that? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, you know.
Why? But why?
Because this
we're
was
big
right
Brie-
after Captain Marvel was
I mean,
out.
to be fair, it's like plain Life is Strange.
We're
so.
Brie Larson fans. Come at us.
Yeah, Unicorn Store was
Brie Larson's stain.
wow.
Yeah, Brie Larson can't
was
do
the
anything
thing.
wrong. Captain Marvel 2 is going to
I'm
break records.
really- The best thing I can say about
God,
Rise of Skywalker is that Brie Larson did not
Appear
make
in
a
it?
guest appearance in it because that was rumored for a bit before it came out, and I was
Hey.
like, oh really? She's gonna play Ahsoka. or what-
C-3PO was great in Rise of Skywalker.
He was the best character.
But Babu.
Babu
Babu
Frick was
Frick.
great.
Oh, Under the Skin was in this decade, by the way. I like that a lot.
You know what I like this decade was Ex Machina.
I love
That too?
Yeah, Ex Machina was pretty good. I liked Battle Angel Alita. It wasn't great, but it was pretty decent action flick. I thought it was
It
okay.
was like faithfully adapted.
I
and
thought it
everything.
was overrated.
Faithfully
It was
adapted.
overrated.
If
The
Wolf was
Lighthouse.
here, he'd
I
fucking
would
eat
not
you.
call it faithfully adapted, but I would say that it was, considering it came out the same weekend as Captain Marvel, and that's what it got compared to. Much better film.
Yes.
That being said, I fell asleep during Captain Marvel, and I yo ho
You
hoed
fall
it,
asleep
but
a lot.
I do. I do have
you
to
okay?
sleep about 8 hours.
Are
a
you
day.
narcoleptic?
When I said faithfully adapted, I meant like compared to what is normally done. It obviously wasn't.
What?
good.
What do you
Better-
mean by
better
that?
than X.
Relatively
Just like-
faithfully adapted.
But what?
Relative
Relative
to
to what?
Unfaithful
the-
adaptations.
What?
I mean,
That's not untrue.
compared to
I
the
guess.
anime or to the manga, because I guess like it has some of the scenes, the iconic scenes in it. I would say, however, that it was a decent film if people like just want like a mindless sort of action movie. Or
I thought the animation was pretty decent.
yeah, it looked decent.
Oh,
I do
Happy
think
New
the-
Year,
the
my
big
British
eyes
E
was
words.
a lot.
Oh yes.
Oh, Happy New Year,
Happy New
Brit
Year.
Bongs.
Yay!
the
Hooray.
Boop, 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 boop. We
Eh.
did it.
Fireworks.
How long until the next one? I'm assuming you guys don't have all the same time zones.
A year.
No, I mean for the people
Like a
here.
marathon.
We still
It's
got
just
an
Brit
ER
Bongs.
to do, a YMS
For
to
me and
do,
Rags,
a
I think it's like
chase.
6 more hours
5 hours.
Yeah, 6 more hours as of right now with
Yeah.
6 pum.
on the dot.
Start the countdown.
I'm not gonna still be in this call by the time it hits midnight.
No,
Adam,
of
you
course
You
never
not.
know.
could, dude. You
You
could have
never
just said you
know.
don't want to
No,
be here. Jeez.
I'm not going. I'm guaranteed not going to be.
Yeah, you hate us. We get it.
I'm so
Don't wanna
sorry.
hang out with
Adam,
us
you
for
could
12
always take a
hours.
nap. You could always just take a nap and wake up.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
well,
time
it's
travel.
Not, it's not about me feeling tired. It's that I have other plans.
Fucking hates us.
EFAP.
Other plans other than a
This is kind of
12-hour
funny
I'm
that
also-
your first appearance at EFAP is to randomly drop in and talk about which movie might have been the best of the decade. It's just like, all right.
He's a busy guy, man. I'm also not going to be here in
I'm
6
like- I'm
hours.
Wait, is
multitasking
this your
right
first
now,
time on here, Adam?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm just
Oh, I didn't know.
because I'm like I'm organizing my schedule for an upcoming film festival while I'm doing this. So I'm kind of just like I don't know, like I'm working at the same time anyway. So it's
Well, hell yeah, man. We've
Just
been
hanging
talking
out.
weirdly like on Twitter and shit for like
Mhm.
2 years. So nice to actually
Mhm.
talk to you.
Adam finally added me on
He was
Steam,
well.
but he hasn't
Rags.
played Leaders of Nephilim with me, so I don't.
Oh.
All right, I get it.
Rags, we brought ER, Aiden, and YMS together. EFAP is like a glory hole of wonder.
We make more friends. than this.
It's
Not even close. Not even close.
This is the rainbow connection.
Mm-hmm.
A Nazi, a horse,
Biggest
and a
fan.
woman.
This is like
Walk
dragging
into
About
a
a,
bar.
about a horse and a black void.
I mean, you're all Ewoks to be. Like, it's fine. Into the Spider-Verse came out. I think people probably had to pick at that. Like, people who were super into that movie.
That was
It
great.
was okay. I mean, it was good. I will say this. I was really expecting to dislike. Okay. So Into the Spider-Verse, I think everyone can agree is a pretty well put together, well done, fun movie. It's just fun and like objectively fun. I have been careful about that word.
Stepping on a landmine there.
When I first watched Spider-Man Homecoming, however, I was surprised. Now, this is me being a big comic book nerd, is that movie is 100% the origin story of Blue Beetle from DC Comics. And I was astonished that I appeared to be the only person who noticed it for Jaime Reyes. And I only liked that movie because I just imagined it was a different character.
Are you sure? Are you sure it was the Blue Beetle you're thinking of, or Big Bad Beetleborgs?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I could be. I often do think about Big Bag
of Beetleborgs.
This is a real thing that happened in like the mid '90s. It was like a Power Rangers, but they were Beetles.
Yeah, I actually do remember this. Oh, what were the Lego alternative things?
They were Power Rangers.
Oh, Mega Blocks?
They were like
Lego alternative things. What?
Mega Blocks?
were like-
Bionicle?
Yeah, Bionicle. Oh, yeah.
Hey, when are we gonna? Because every once in a while you'll see a meme that talks about the Bionicle lore.
Which I haven't even like paid any attention to Bionicle. I
remember
think
when
they
it
came
came
back
out.
kind of recently.
I was big into Legos when it came out. It was like a new thing.
I rewatched quite recently Reboot, and it holds up.
It really does.
It's a fantastic show. Beast Wars does not, in my opinion, with the early CGI.
We've been told so many good things about that.
They had the bat and the gorilla and the cheetah.
It's good, but like the CGI really hurts it. The CGI,
Yes.
early CGI, whereas Reboot, in its own way,
Aiden, really quickly, I wanted to ask you, do you remember Code Lyoko? Because we talked about that on the last podcast. What did you think about Code Lyoko?
With Code Lyoko, I think by the time Code Lyoko came out, because it was a French Canadian or just a French cartoon, I don't remember.
I think it was just French.
I think that I had already seen Dot Hack Sign and Reboot at that point, so it's kind of like, why?
Can I also just say, Aiden, I think I had someone read information, but like immediately as soon as I found out you like Dot Hack and Final Fantasy 11, I was like, okay, she's cool. She checks out.
I
like the
played
things that
Final
no one
Fantasy
talks
11.
about.
There was something, I think it was earlier, someone was like, why would you pay for something for years? Oh yeah, we were talking about Raid Shadow Legends. Like, why would you put
Raid Shadow
$100 into this
Legends?
stupid
The
game?
Speaking of,
It's free.
Well,
It's so ambitious.
Would you like to know how much money I have spent? Because to this day, in 2020 now, I have never once canceled my Final Fantasy 11 account
Really?
since I opened it in 2001.
Have you played it recently? Because I know that with all the
I just don't. My character's name. It was Christmas morning, 2001.
Character's
and
name was
I'm
Christmas
11
morning.
years old.
Can I highlight just real quick? J Logbo said YMS on EFAP, and I gotta make dinner for my lame ass family.
Sorry.
Sorry, but
Sucks
you're
to suck.
Gotta make dinner for my Ewoks.
Yeah,
My
FF11 used
Ewoks.
to be really fun. Like back when you had to go to like the Valkyrie Dunes and everything to like
Oh,
find
God.
people, and it was so
No,
difficult.
Don't
And then
even
now-
talk about Valkyrie
Don't
Dunes.
remind
Let
her
me
of
tell
it.
you a story, because this is something that only happened during the first year of release in the United States, because they
Yes, let me
changed
hear
this
it.
afterwards. Oh, ooh, this is a tasty story about FF11. Final Fantasy 11 is one of the most brutal, or excuse me, was one of the most brutal MMOs that has ever existed.
Yes.
So I'm 11. I'm sitting there on Christmas morning with my dad. It takes us, well, excuse me, it wasn't Christmas morning. It was the next day by the time that AOL finally finished downloading all of the updates. Because this was
God.
dial-up internet. Because it was 2001.
Yes.
And I clicked, I didn't know what to name my character. So Aiden was the name I got. That's why I used the name. That's how old that name is. But
Let me guess what your class was.
guess, Greg.
Ranger.
No, it was not.
Wasn't it like
I
a
was-
white mage or something?
I was a white mage. I was a white mage. 100%.
Of course, you were a white mage.
Yeah, why'd you have to specify that it's white? Jeez.
Because healing magic is white, you know? Is that
This little
right?
girl, I wanted to help out. And speaking of wanting to help out, they put in this event so that in all of the starting areas, which would have been Gustaberg, Sartabarta, and Ronfaro, so like as soon as you walk out of the main city, there was a level, I think 90 mob, NM, Notorious
Yes.
Monster,
Just
called
aggroed you.
in Gustaberg. It was called a Twinkling Treant. So it was a giant walking Christmas tree of death, and it had an AOE. So I'm like, I'm gonna go help people. I'm a white mage,
And you were wait, so you weren't Winderstian? I thought you were.
no, I was Bastokian. Bastokian.
Yeah.
was his
Me
name.
too. Me too.
Yeah, I'm a Hume. I mean,
I'm
you know,
okay just
enslaved
having this
now, but
conversation in front of everyone that probably doesn't even
has
Yeah, I
no
know
idea what we're talking about.
Well, I was gonna ask what language
be
it was
clear.
that you were speaking, but I figured that's just rude.
Well,
just
there's
made
an
up fantasy
entire-
cities.
There's an entire race of enslaved, non-gender, but they're all male, giant beefy boys
The
in
Gulka.
Final Fantasy 11 who reproduce
Sounds
via reincarnation.
I didn't even know that.
You didn't notice how the Galka reproduce? Yeah.
no, I
if you
just assumed they had really fucking hot like
No,
like,
there are no female Galka, or no, there are no female Galka. If the big people in FF14, like the large
Rogadin.
lads, the
Yeah.
Rogadin, yeah, they in FF11, they're just males or non-gen. They have no gender. They're just big beefy boys or gender non-binary
I
boys.
just always assumed it was like some sort of like gotchi base fucking pro.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
You
Okay.
bet.
Sorry.
Also,
Good.
I'd like to
The
point
Mithra,
out
there are male Mithra, but we just don't see them because they're super rare. They're
they're
like
yeah,
the
they're called urethra.
Go on.
they're like the what's the race in Zelda?
Whites.
The
The Gerudo.
the Gerudo. where
Gerudo,
there's only
Daddy
one male
Cass.
born. There's only one male born.
Rags
every
is
once in a
just
while,
trying
so
to keep himself
it's a
entertained.
big it's a big harem. It's a big harem. In that case, it's cat girls, harem of cat girls or brown girls. Which would you prefer, guys?
Girls, obviously.
Brown girls, obviously.
Or boys? Cat girls or boys or brown
Watch
boys?
anime cat
I
girls.
like
of course.
trains.
I like what Sonic looked like originally.
I like turtles.
I like JJ the jet plane.
Thank you.
What were we talking about
This
before
is
I got us off on
spiraled
this
out of
tangent?
control. I'm sorry for the Final Fantasy 11 discussion.
Blame me, Chad. It's okay. I brought it
All right. I guess while it's here, I'd like to just point out very briefly that Mariah Carey's Twitter was hacked.
Wait,
How many N bombs got dropped?
Wait, really? Did this happen?
What
This
happened?
is-
Give us
yeah,
the
this
skinny.
happened.
What happened?
Xbox niggas.
Oh no. Wait.
Oh yes.
Oh, is this something I can't show? Oh, I can't show this.
I knew there was gonna be an N bomb. What did I say? So there's that. Count one.
Oh my god!
Rest in the set.
Oh my god.
Aqua up with this bitch on phone
Oh my goodness.
It's so funny that it's her face and name.
She's just joking. This is just her. She just got wrong.
It's just a
started.
social experiment.
She like got
What
really
was the,
drunk, then she was like, "Oh my god, I was
Rose- She
hacked."
took too many. What was Roseanne? She took too many Percocets or something. This is
I believe it was Ambien.
something that makes you sleepy and drop N bombs. I don't know.
It was Ambien, yeah.
Something that makes you sleepy and drop N bombs.
What are you
Even
gonna do?
Ambien's-
For...
I love that
Ambien's like
this is
Twitter
how
account.
we rig
More
in the
like
new year, by the
Ambien,
way.
am I right?
Yeah, it's like I'm just gonna hack Mariah Carey's.
I think Ambien's like Twitter account actually tweeted out like our medication does not make people say racist shit.
I would love if Ambien put out like a freaking commercial that was just like
This one that just says
you know when
Santa
they,
is going
you know
to
when
the
they read
hood.
the stuff really quickly at the end of the medication
like the fine
commercials
print,
and they're
yeah.
like, oh, may cause heart attacks, may cause you to say racist shit on Twitter.
My gosh.
Fight Mariah Carey fighting the good fight, so everyone could get that N-word pass.
What do you guys think of minorities? Comment down below.
I hate them.
They're all right. I guess.
Even the
Come on,
ones
guys,
that I
freedom,
had.
diversity of opinion. Come on.
I'm
intellectual
white, so I'm
diversity.
in minority.
Forbidden tuna.
Is that a landmine? Is that the joke?
Oh, fucking hell, way to ruin it.
God damn it, Chase.
No, it's a shoe.
I'm just making sure.
Died, I would know what it is.
I've never seen a fucking landmine. I mean, I've seen like a claymore, but I haven't seen that style of
Front towards enemy.
We should have just said, no, that's tuna, mate. That's how tuna is prepared in the Middle East.
Yeah, go get some. That's what I
It's
need.
delicious. Yeah.
Need some delicious tuna.
I'm hungry. now.
Ground. They call it the ground tuna.
Ground tuna.
That's how it forms naturally. It doesn't come from.
Well, actually, apparently that was a thing. Like in during the Korean War, is that they would be sweeping for stuff and they would think they'd find a landmine. It was actually just a big kimchi pot. Because they buried kimchi into the ground, which is delicious. So, I mean,
Kimchi's fucking
better
amazing.
than a landmine, I guess.
By the way, this
But
is already
have
in
you
the
tried it?
news on independent.co.uk about how Mariah Carey Twitter account hacked and used to post racist slurs.
Well, and that's the best way to sort of close out a decade, I think.
In this
Fucking
trying time,
horrible.
speaking of closing out a decade, can we all please have a moment of silence for our girl Tay?
Tay. Ah, yes,
R.I.P. in
Tay.
peace,
Ah,
lost but never
yes.
forgotten.
I forgot Tay. Tay was magnificent.
How you can't forget Tay?
Who's Tay?
Tay.
You forgot Tay?
I never knew about Tay.
Um,
The AI that would learn
who
through the
made it?
internet.
Was it Google
Oh,
or Microsoft?
It was
shit.
Google or
Yeah,
I think it was Microsoft.
Microsoft.
Yeah.
Made a
It was
beautiful,
amazing.
wonderful creature that they unleashed
Then they
upon the
killed
internet,
it.
who brought
Those
joy to all of our
monsters.
lives for 24 hours, and then they killed her.
Tay. Tay was
What the fuck is
amazing.
this?
Unironically, go and Google the Microsoft's Tay.
T-A-E or T-A-Y,
Alright,
I
I'm back.
forget. T-A-Y-E.
Oh,
She
by
was,
the way,
speaking of which, the X-Files actually in the last season that they produced made an episode making fun of it. And when we're talking about the space wall, really briefly, I was wondering if anyone saw the episode of season 11 of the X-Files where there is Space Donald and he's gonna build a space wall. It was I really didn't love the newer seasons of the X-Files. I was a huge X-Files fan. But there were moments of greatness in it. And if you haven't seen Space Donald Trump get off of his fucking spaceship and drive his, it's not a Segway. It's kind of like a mini Segway, but it's not one of those roller things. I don't know, with hoverboard things. Over to say you're not sending your best people. We're building a space wall around the solar system. Then go check it out. It's a great episode.
2020 is going to be the decade of the Space Force. We're going to get actual Space Marines. It's amazing.
I just found out about this. I didn't. It could be a temporary one, but apparently a guy got an EFAP tattoo.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Like,
Oh my god.
You got the spooky one.
you got the spooky one, yeah. I don't know if
we are spooky.
Don't know if 100% real, but holy moly.
Oh wow.
Looks pretty banging.
That is a pretty banging tattattoo from
Oh my
JCM Tattoo Studio.
Yes, JCM Tattoo Studio. I can't see the full thing online because
Wow.
it's cropped, but yeah. Fucking, that's the way to go as the spooky Halloween tattoo. It'll be interesting to see how many people would recognize it. Like, you watch the Nazi podcast? And he's like, mm-hmm. Bitchin'. So, I was pretty disappointed that while we were discussing the best movie of the decade, nobody brought up TLJ. What's that about?
I googled best
Sounds
movies
like
of the decade and TLJ came up.
Ugh.
That fucking visceral, genuine reaction from Rags. The gag. It's like, bleh.
Who unironically thinks that? I really
Patrick
would like
Willems.
to.
Patrick Willems.
Does he though? Does he really? I mean, does he though?
Probably.
Really?
I
Or does he
don't
just
see
have
why
to
you
keep up
wouldn't.
appearances
Because at
for all
some
his betting?
point, when you get so far deep down into your lies and your bullshit, you know, you have to maintain internal consistency. It's psychological, or not psychological, it's cognitive dissonance, where it's like, I can't go back on it.
No, honestly, I really do think he loves that film. I think it speaks to him on a personal level. That's probably what's happening.
But then again, he has a screw loose, so
How
I'm
dare
kind
you?
of getting there myself.
he does.
Wait, what? Do you think TLG is the best DR? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I think it deserves a little bit more than it gets.
You think it deserves a few extra Patrick Williamses?
Yes.
No
I
one
think-
deserves more Patrick Williamses. Not even Patrick Williams.
Who else?
I would
What would your
wish
pick
Van
be for film of the decade?
Well, no one brought up the best horror film of the decade. Get Out.
I
Yeah,
loved your
body
review
horror.
of that, by the way. It is truly an excellent.
And what a fantastic film.
That is a weird one. Us
Would
was
you
way
like it
worse.
better than what was Us? Yeah. Oh god. I
I
honestly
went
don't know
to
which
see
one's
it in the
worse.
cinema. I was like
Why?
intrigued. I thought the trailer was pretty neat. I was like, maybe you'll do it right this time, and it was completely fucked. That film made no sense.
The problem is that what's his name? Key or
Jordan
Peele
Peele.
always. Jordan Peele, yeah. He's a funny guy and he seems to be talented. What the hell are you doing? I didn't like either. I thought that Get Out had some decent moments in it, but
But it was more
overall it
coherent.
was yeah, it was
Yeah,
more
that is
coherent than Us. I'll put it that way. I did not enjoy it though overall. I thought it felt like a comedy to me, which is maybe because it was made by a comedian. I don't know.
And it was originally marketed as a comedy.
Well, yeah. Well, the
But then
Predator
that
was
didn't
written.
count.
It was made by. Was it made by a comedian?
Shane Black?
Shane Black, is he a comedian?
I don't think he's a comedian. Well, he does a lot of comic films or comedy-focused films, like mashups, genre mashups, you could call them. But I wouldn't call him a comedian.
Speaking of comedy, I just finished watching The Mandalorian. I was not expecting Bill Burr's cameo in The Mandalorian.
Yeah,
I
it
was
caught me
watching
off
it and I
guard.
was like,
Yeah, I
what?
heard about that, and I was like, I
I'd
kind of want
asked
to watch it
longer.
now.
I was like, "Muller, is that Bill Burr?
Is
Or am I going
that Bill
insane?
Burr?
Am I crazy?"
Yeah.
Then?
I was
He's
really happy
amazing.
to see him, yeah. I like
He
Bill
did
Burr.
fine. Yeah, he's did a
Yeah,
fine
it
job
was
playing
good.
that character.
He did
Yeah,
a
it
fine
was
job
fine. It was just
placing
very-
his guns on his fucking chest for some reason.
And his back. He had no. They were like, yeah, on his chest, and he had one that stuck out on his back with a robot arm.
It was weird. Remember
It
how
was very strange.
I don't want to get onto the Mandalorian or anything, but when they're like, "Oh my god, look, there's like 4 dudes shooting us. Whatever can we do?" And then Mando like takes them all out like a badass, and then later on, singular guy takes out like that same amount with ease, and it's like, oh, because he can just like fucking machine gun shoot with his 3 stupid pistols.
Their bullet resistant, their blaster resistance seems to be extremely inconsistent.
He tried
It
to
only-
hang the devil man. It was so
He
stupid.
tried to when Satan walks in, instead of shooting him, he tried to
hang him.
We're gonna get on a tangent about Mandalorian.
It baffled me when I was watching that,
How-
and I knew it
and
would
how
fucking baffle
incredibly
you as
poorly
well.
written that show is.
What a weird choice of execution.
He didn't execute anyone. They all survived.
I know, that's another weird thing.
Did they survive?
Yeah, we're shown that all of them were still
Yeah, at
alive.
the end.
Didn't one
But
guy get
he-
crushed by a door?
I guess they want to keep them in case they come back for season 2 or something.
Oh yeah, I guess because they're all so interesting and compelling. I guess.
I hated the Twi'lek character. I
Yeah,
don't know
she
what her
was.
name is.
It was just space Harley Quinn. A
That's
shit
exactly what
character.
Braves, that was exactly as soon as I saw it, I was like, this is like fucking Harley Quinn. That was my exact goddamn
Like,
line.
it's like this is a shit version of a shit character, man.
Oh, I hate Harley Quinn. I'll be the
Most
first to say it, and I'm
obnoxious.
really sorry. I know this will not get me brownie points, but I have never liked Harley Quinn, and I don't like Harley Quinn. I don't like any iteration of her pretty
Same.
much, including the animated series. I'm
Play Creation said he also tried to burn Satan. It's like, yeah, well.
Yeah, if only I had some sort of a ranged weapon I could shoot people on the head with.
No,
I
that'd be
better
too
try to
easy.
hang the person who's literally only.
I don't think I can
only
get over
trained to
that.
be super strong.
the
such a
bird
bizarre
whistle,
method of
whatever they were called,
execution.
The whistling birds.
Yeah, he wasted those on him, like out of where, like
Those
before he
didn't
took
work.
out. He took out 4 or 5 stormtroopers with that, and it's like, why are you using it on one dude? You dip.
And they
He
didn't
just-
even work.
He fucked that up
They just like
completely.
spun around. It was like, oh, I guess they don't work. Well,
Oh, we could talk about how in that episode there is a male Twi'lek who has two tendrils when male Twi'leks canonically have one. So is that a
Wow.
trans Twi'lek, I guess? I don't know.
Very progressive.
It is very progressive of the Mandalorian. Let's all clap.
Jeb isn't even here.
Oh, no, everyone jazz hands. We could trigger some
Oh, right.
people.
Yeah, we don't want to. Yeah, sorry. Everybody jazz hands. We don't want
Everyone
to.
do jazz hands.
Just 10 seconds of silence.
Let me know when you're
We should get
Whenever
off
your
Mandalorian.
jazz handing
because
has stopped. Yes, it's terrible.
we won't stop. So many bad episodes. What else? What do you want to talk about?
What other good films of this decade are there?
Hey, Adam, how does Blade Runner 2049 stack up to you for this decade?
It was great.
I
really enjoyed
Runner.
it.
It's really
yeah,
bad.
it's I'll have to watch it again. I've watched it a few times already. It's one of those movies where like it's very rare that I see something with that scale and budget that I'm able to connect with pretty much throughout. I think that pretty much every element comes together really, really well, and it's one of the rare sequels, or you could even call it kind of a soft reboot. It's one of those very rare ones that isn't a carbon copy, but despite doing its own thing, is still faithful and respectful towards the original. So I really enjoyed it. I loved Denny. So cinematography
Apparently-
was amazing. Music was amazing. Yeah.
I
I
thought-
enjoy it more than I enjoy the original Blade Runner. Although the original Blade Runner was much more influential as like a piece of cinema history, I enjoyed the new one more as a entertainment sort of narrative experience.
It's funny because
could you why do you like it more than the original? Just curious.
just from a entertainment experience. Like the original movie is something where if I'm going to watch it, I am basically more appreciating it than I am enjoying it. So it's almost kind of like doing homework in that sense for me. It just doesn't connect to me as much. I feel like it's not that well paced. And the 2049 version I find to be much more entertaining. I'm constantly engaged in it. So yeah, not nearly as influential. Like the new one is not as important as the original Blade Runner, but I enjoy myself more watching it.
I feel
Yeah, I got you.
exactly the same way.
Yeah, I agree with all that,
Like-
except I don't think it was that faithful.
The
yeah, I was
original
gonna
Blade
say
Runner
ER will
can't-
disagree. I will take the complete reverse position. I
Are you
think the
talking
film's
about
pretty
like
garbage.
the main character being a replicant thing, or something else?
I guess. Well, not really that. More that they bring back Deckard, and they kind of ignore whether or not he's a replicant, even though that would have been, a huge part of the plot.
Yeah, well, I mean, in the original, it wasn't like there's a lot of evidence to support it, so I'm not personally upset that like they didn't take that route when creating the new one. And in terms of his inclusion in the new film, I think that if Sony had not been in charge of the marketing, it would have been much more impactful for the narrative, because Harrison Ford was not supposed to be on the poster. He was not supposed to be in the trailer. It was literally supposed to be revealed at that point in the film, which is why it almost seems like kind of a misleading to put him in the promotional material, because he's not in it very long. He shows up at like the halfway point. And I think that if Sony didn't really fuck up the marketing and just take control and present things in a way that Denis Villeneuve didn't want, I think that would have been much more impactful in the film. And so I'm not like bothered by his inclusion of it. I don't know what the, I guess, logical inconsistencies would be with it in terms of the overall universe, because I'm not like a super fan of the original or anything. It's just a movie that I appreciate for its influence on other movies mostly, and its innovation. But yeah, I really, really enjoyed the new one.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it too. But yeah, there are some logical inconsistencies, and I do think, I mean, they would have had him in the advertising anyway. It's just, I think that's inevitable. Blade Runner
Yeah.
sequel,
With Sony, yeah.
you don't show Harrison Ford, that's kind of nah.
Problem for me is that I'm not invested enough in Blade Runner as a franchise to be able to like run down issues, but I had someone explain to me in excruciating detail everything that's wrong with it after we watched the original on that one, and holy shit, I was shocked at how much how bad the new one is.
I did still really enjoy it as a film. I would say I thought that it was a very like entertaining experience, but as someone who does like who loves the original Blade Runner and who likes the book, I see the problems with it. I think that you can, I guess, still enjoy stuff even if it's inconsistent. Which is speaking of which, I still have not seen The Witcher, and I am probably one of the people. Apparently, apparently everybody on the internet that I talk to is like, Aiden, review The Witcher, because I'm a huge spurg about the books, and everyone wants me to like debate Razor Fist about them. I think we would agree that Sapkowski is a hack, so I don't know what we would disagree about. But,
I've heard that if you're a big fan of the books, then you're not gonna like the show.
Uh-oh.
I haven't read the books. I've only played the games once, or Witcher 3 once, and I watched the show and I thought it was enjoyable. There were some logical inconsistencies that I was like, yeah. But besides that, I thought it was like, it's a decent time waste.
I basically what I heard is that they couldn't stop putting like diversity in it every 5 seconds, which doesn't necessarily irritate me, but if it's just to be like, hey, look how diverse we are in this Polish drama, I don't understand. Now, if you want to see something really funny, watch the existing Wadesman. I'm pronouncing that wrong, I'm sure, even though I should know better. Let me put it this way. I tried to learn Polish so I could read the Witcher books in Polish before they were all translated. That's how much of a fan I am.
What a nerd. I bet you speak Klingon.
No, I speak Vulcan.
There you go.
I
Hey,
speak
get
Swedish.
your shit straight, my dude. That's basically the same thing.
You've
But-
fallen into my elaborate trap.
Give us some Ewok then, Muller.
No, well, okay, that fine, perhaps later.
Can't say that on
But
stream.
I've upset a lot of people by saying that it's not
That's
good
right.
without being able to reference anything because I've forgotten most of it. Like I said, the interaction I had took place I think 3 years ago now, and like I said, I'm not invested in Blade Runner, so my interest waned, and so does my memory. But I can bring someone on who apparently like is vehemently against the film and can probably try and deliver some explanation for it, especially while Adam is here, because I'm pretty sure he likes it, and it might be interesting.
I like what? Sorry?
You like that movie, Blade Runner 2049? That one?
Yeah.
But
Is
yeah.
the smiling man coming on?
No, different man.
Oh my god, it's
Like,
Santa.
I don't know. Like, I'm not.
That's not.
No, it's not. I'm not
really
trying to set up some
depends
kind
on,
of
like,
debate.
what-
I'm trying to give some people some references because I know people are gonna be upset if I don't provide something. You don't have to take my perspective seriously because I haven't got you any references for anybody who's concerned about that. Don't worry. But I'm not the guy who can look into it. I'm busy with other stuff, and I just don't care enough about Blade Runner, unfortunately. Also, can this get bigger? There we go.
Hello, everybody.
Explain why Blade Runner is bad.
Well, it doesn't follow the rule set that was given in the original Blade Runner. And to have its setting, they have to basically erase and gloss over a lot of the stuff that defined Blade Runner's world in the first place. So you have replicants that are operating on planet Earth, which they were banned from in the original. And there's no explanation for what the advantage is for human beings. Because we're assuming that, according to the 2049's disposition, that replicants are seen as subhumans. It's their skin jobs, which is a callback to the original. And it invites the question as to why you would have a replicant being a cop in the first place, and why you would have a replicant who has to have a baseline test to go after other replicants because they might have emotions. But at the beginning of the movie, you have Ryan Gosling, Kay, basically saying that his kind don't run, which is questionable. In addition to that, the business model for Wallace and what he's trying to do doesn't make any sense because he wants to have open-ended replicants that can live forever and that can procreate, which basically means that his intention is to supersede humanity. But his business is based on serving humanity. So if he wants to be a god and in charge of humanity, and like try and advance to evolution, there's not really enough character explanation for why he wants to do that. What's his motivation?
Well, I mean, there's characters that exist in real life that have very strange goals and desires that seem diabolical, that are really not, all that well put together. You could say the same thing for like Thanos too. Like Thanos is not like a very super well what's the word, motivated character in terms of how it's justified. So yeah, I mean, like what you're talking about, I can say it's legitimate. It's just not anything that really takes me out of the experience in any way.
Okay, so what are the slave labor children doing on planet Earth if you have replicant labor that is open-ended and can be created? What's the price of a replicant? Is it more expensive to create a replicant than a human being? And so what's the value of those children being on the planet? Is the idea that everybody wants to get off of the planet and go to the outer worlds, like was mentioned in the original Blade Runner?
Well, I don't know where these kids come from. Was that described in the film?
They
Like,
are.
where do they get them from? Or are they just like people don't want them and just drop them off? Or like, I don't remember.
Yeah, they're orphans that basically get dropped off. And I'm
Yeah.
confused about
So that's
what
like
the-
that's like free then, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean, they're basically slave labor, and the guy sells them to people that want to adopt children. And I'm confused as to what the point of that being in the movie is, other than it's a way to mask how Kay was brought up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like there are elements that are brought into the film purely for plot device, but I personally don't see anything like too egregious or
How-
like it didn't feel like ham-fisted or stupid to me. Like
How
there's
do-
if we're gonna talk about these sorts of issues, I would say the vast majority of like large scale science fiction films have these same issues to some extent. And that's not saying like, oh yeah, you're supposed to like it, or I'm not trying to convince you that the movie's great, but just that it doesn't really affect my experience that much.
Well, I have more. I mean, how does the replicant love get into the police station without triggering any cameras or like access? There's only one person manning the police station.
Oh yeah, I mean, like there's a couple moments where that had me go like, but like it's part of the reason why I gave it like a 9 instead of a 10. My enjoyment experience was more or less a 10, and there's a couple things here or there that made me go like, really, but they're
Okay.
relatively minor, and I think that in terms of like weighing the film for my own experience, the elements that come together in the movie, like the cinematography, the music, the performances, the like a lot of the effects are like so well done too, and it's really difficult to make effects in a movie at this point that are still able to impress, like the when they're sort of like sinking the two bodies over top of each other. There's things in concept in this film that if they were done by any other team would come off as like ridiculously fake or cheesy or just not convincing, but there's no real moment in this film where I felt like, oh yeah, that's fake. I was able to just like get into it, especially from a visual standpoint.
Absolutely. I mean, the original is the director of photography is Jordan Cronenworth, who did an incredible job, and you had Ridley Scott. I'm a huge fan of Sicario. I was just
Oh, I
watching
love
the movie.
Sicario.
Fucking love that movie.
Yeah, Sicario is a
That's-
fantastic film.
So that's the same team of director and cinematographer as Blade Runner 2049, and they bring the same game. However, the writer's different. And if you go back and look at the original Blade Runner, Hampton Fancher wrote the first draft of that script. But Philip K. Dick, Ridley Scott, and the producers didn't like the script enough because it was too pretentious and meandering and didn't have enough. It didn't have enough grit to it. It didn't have enough realism to it, and it didn't have enough like
cowbell.
It didn't have enough cowbell, so they brought in another guy, and that guy ended up writing. He got an Oscar for it's not Tombstone. I think it's Unforgiven. He wrote.
I like Tombstone.
And when they decided to make 2049, they only had Hampton Fancher and a guy named Michael Green, who I don't know any of his other work. And I think that is probably the primary problem that I have with the movie, is that it has a lot of what you're talking about, kind of thematic and immersive environments that bring you into the movie. But when you actually look at the logic of the movie, it doesn't really make any sense. So one of my biggest examples of the problem with the core of the story is that Kay looks at the previous Nexus and he's got this little eye thing to detect its serial number. And my question is, if Kay is a Nexus model, then he probably has a serial number because he's a product. So how come Kay can't detect his own serial number? Can't
It's
he just look
potential
up
it was
and to the
like
left?
wiped or something. It's potential that it was wiped or something or scrubbed in some way. I'm not defending it. I'm just saying that's a potential.
So if
particularly if he's being used.
if that's possible, then why didn't the other replicant do that? Why didn't he just take his eye out?
I don't know. I'm just saying that it will, but just because K is being used for alternative purposes, it could be that it's been scrubbed like you would scrub the serial number off a gun. You know?
When it comes to science fiction movies, for myself, I am less bothered by open-ended questions that aren't explained, and more bothered by very specific rules that the film sets up that it then contradicts. But I mean, like, there's also a possibility of those existing in the film that just, I didn't really pick up. But I'm more likely to call out something like Looper, where they say this is how it works, and then they just do something different. Versus, it seems like a few of the issues in Blade Runner 2049 are more or less, why did this happen? How did this happen? But not necessarily. I haven't put much thought into the ins and outs of these, but if there's any potential possibilities of explaining it, I'm not sure. Like, the movie was already like 2.5 hours long, so to explain every detail of every situation might not work well for a story or pacing perspective.
Who maybe agree that a lot of the problems with the modern Blade Runner is more that it doesn't align with Dream of Electric Sheep and the original version, more than it is so within its own internal consistency. I think there are problems with internal consistency in 2049, but I think that more of the problems arise when you compare it to the source material.
I really, part of the reason I loved it so much is that it did kind of do its own thing at the same time, because I'm really kind of sick of seeing soft reboots or remakes or sequels, especially that of 80s properties, that are more or less just carbon copy safe, let's hit the exact same thing beat by beat, Force Awakens style, right?
I agree with that, but I think that I would like to stay away from a dichotomy of The Last Jedi versus The Force Awakens, where I don't want to have, we do it in one direction and it's super nostalgic and reflective, but it's ultimately hollow, versus doing our own thing, but it negates the consistency of the story. So, like, one of the
I think that there was a healthy mix, though. I don't think it was like in one direction or the other. I think that it was still, faithful to a degree, and you might disagree with that, while still being its own product and exploring its own story and presentation.
I mean,
I thought that it was pretty level in that sense.
So, you've seen Blade Runner. What version would you consider to be the not the official version, but the one that would define canon, or whatever you would call it?
I mean, I was told that it was the final cut, so I watched that. So, but I haven't seen all the cuts for sure. I'd be interested in seeing the terrible narration one, because it sounds funny to me. But
it's hilarious. It's just terrible. But that's apparently the one that Blade Runner 2049 is the sequel to, because the circumstances of the final cut don't play into the premise of Blade Runner 2049. The idea that Rachel can get pregnant creates a new paradigm for what the series is talking about. So instead of her just being a test of a new version of replicant that doesn't know what it is, she's now the first replicant that has a womb that functions. And that's what Wallace is trying to follow up with. And then that also plays into the idea of, is Deckard a replicant or not? because if he's a replicant, that means that there are two replicants that can have children now, which I think is what 2049 is trying to imply, because they spring in the third act that resistance storyline that seems like it's taken from Children of Men. So that to me is a huge change if you consider the final cut of the movie to be a definitive cut. And then the original cut, I think, is the weak one where it says that they go and live happily ever after. And even that changes because it has to be a retcon. It has to take place 30 years later. Deckard has to be just like Indiana Jones, where he doesn't know he has a kid. And we have to go through this process to get to the nostalgic center of the movie, which is Deckard. And I think that a lot of these choices have made the movie subpar compared to the original one, where I feel like I got a lot of philosophical and emotional satisfaction out of the arcs of the characters. Whereas in 2049, I felt like I was watching the ending of Drive again.
What would you what would you rate the film based on its presentation while completely ignoring how cohesive it is to the original source material?
I would definitely, like, you're just talking about cinematography, talking about miniature
Well, the
effects.
present, yeah, it like to ignore whether or not the story is consistent with the original material. Like, surely there are things to appreciate outside of that about the film, though, right? Because that's
100%.
that's the majority of the reason for me loving it.
I
When
love
I
the
watch the film, it's
colors.
about, like, the experience of the film for me.
Yeah,
And
I
cinematography is
agree.
amazing. Set design, like the technical elements of the film all mesh together really well for me.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to come out here and say that Deakins is not one of the best cinematographers of all time, then I would be full of myself. If I didn't think that Denny knew how to get the subtleties of performances out of his actors, then, you know, I'd be remiss. So, like, maybe I'm too cynical a person. I think I'd give that an 8 out of 10. And the 2 points that I extract are for missing Vangelis's qualities. I think that his soundtrack and the way that it immersed people into the movie, and even immersed the actors, because Ridley Scott used to play the soundtrack snippets.
Yeah, I heard about that. I watched a lot of the special features for.
Yeah, there's a great 3-hour documentary called Dangerous
I
Days
saw
about
that.
the production of it. It's
Yeah.
great. Yeah, and Razor Fist does an hour-long kind of condensed version of that. But it's like his favorite movie. But I take away from the soundtrack because I think that the soundtrack ended up being a little hollow. I think thematically and with what they were trying to do with Kay as an artificial human that's trying to become human worked. I think that some of what Villeneuve, what Denny does with Villeneuve, sorry,
Like baby dead cow, and then Neuve like
Deliberately
like
pronounce it
Dennis.
wrong in different ways every time you say the name.
N-U-H-V-E.
Dennis.
It's French Canadian. Denis Villeneuve.
Yeah, I think that
Sorry, go
he
Just
plays a
conquer
lot of
the
it in
French,
the.
Jesus.
I think he plays out a lot of it in the master, and they didn't get a lot of coverage in that. So some of the editing to me seems a little stilted, and some of the actions seem to take too long. I think you could cut down the movie a little bit, especially the scene where he's walking towards the wooden horse. There's just a lot of time that's spent trying to build extra suspense where I don't think that there is. But presentation wise,
I don't know.
it's beautiful. It's
But-
beautiful.
Yeah, I really I didn't have any issues with the pacing at all. I found it very part of what helped it so much is that it didn't really feel stagnant. Like, it was always going from one place to another, and the set design of each location was so dramatically different. And like you said, the color palettes were dramatically different in each location. And so whether or not it's trying to like build suspense in any given scene, I think that it was still very atmospheric. Like, there's always something to kind of chew on in the movie in one way or another, and that's part of why I think it's great.
Would you say that there's another movie that does that similar thing where it may not be as logically threaded, but it has a lot of atmosphere to it? Because I would say that Apocalypse Now reminds me of that kind of vibe.
Last Jedi.
Yeah, I think that there's tons of movies.
You sounded like a fucking ghost saying that. Last Jedi.
Well, you probably have you made a video about Blade Runner.
He
Do you
did.
have any?
Yeah, I totally agree with all that's been said, basically, other than disagreeing with Adam that the writing is just kind of fails it in a big way.
Oh, and
But
sorry, I didn't mean to. This is Glib, by the way. He's someone I've known for a while from the Discord. He's a friend of mine, and I didn't. This is not an ambush. It's literally just I'm terrible with remembering what I feel is wrong with Blade Runner, and I know that he has it on his mind.
Yeah.
So
I just know, like, I liked watching it, but I don't know enough about. I can't remember the first
I
one.
enjoyed it, and I enjoy. I've read the book, and I've obviously seen the original, and I'm a huge. I prefer the original film. I think the original film is has its own flaws in and of itself, but I think that the 49 is so. It's a very enjoyable experience, and that doesn't excuse its flaws. Particularly its logical flaws with the plot, but I do still think it's a good movie, and
And I know that I mentioned this before, but I would just like to reiterate. I still like trains.
You must feel so fucking weird right now.
and I still like turtles.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain because I think there are a lot of people that don't know who I am. Obviously, some people here. My background is that I grew up around the film business and I've worked in it for the last 10 years, and I have a lot of interesting connections through that and insight because of that. So that's why I wanted to seek out people to talk to about it and learn because I have my own personal interest in trying to be a writer and director, and I don't want to make movies that are going to upset this crowd of people that is gathered here because it's like this is the fun part is that we can actually produce better content.
I will tell you this, my friend. If you're adapting anything that already exists, you will always piss somebody off.
Yeah,
that's true. But this is the question. Like, do you? Well, oh shit, I don't want to do this. I always do this all the time. But there's stuff from Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep that I really wish that they could put in, like the mood organ. Do you remember that, Aiden?
Yeah.
Like, so I feel like that the idea of adapting something scares me for that reason. But I think that there's a noble goal if you try to adapt something alongside the vision of the original writer. And if you can get their approval, then I think you're doing some magic.
It can be. Again, I would go back to The Witcher to say that that's not always the case. The Witcher is a really good example of this, actually, because not only did Andrzej Sapkowski kind of rip off the Elric saga, not kind of, he's admitted he ripped it off. So you can't make him happy when CD Projekt Red, did everything that I could imagine in their capacity to try to live up to his expectations and to extend his universe. Still pissed him off. It pissed off some of the fans. It's always going to piss off somebody. That's the problem with adapting.
I would have been
existing
grateful
material.
you just sold me a shit ton of books, mate. Thanks.
Well, all I would say is that you are better off going with an original idea. That's now an original idea is harder to sell. It's not going to be as profitable potentially because you don't have something backing it up. But when you're adapting something, it's the whole problem with Star Wars, for example, or anything else. People have read certain things or know certain things or get very, spurgy about stuff with good reason in many cases where this thing wasn't a part of it or that thing wasn't a part of it. And it's really just like it stifles your own vision as a creator, I think, if you have to limit yourself to what someone's already created. That's all I would say.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't I Dream of Electric Sheep and Blade Runner not really all that alike? Because Ridley Scott,
in terms of the original Blade Runner,
didn't
there's
read
a bunch of differences between them. Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, he didn't really bother adapting.
I think that it's really hard to adapt Philip K. Dick's work, but the central idea that he's starting with is so enticing that people try and make movies out of it. Has anybody here seen Paycheck with Ben Affleck?
No.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I
That
thought.
was a long time ago.
I think the most successful Philip K. Dick work was Minority Report. It's really difficult.
I remember
because
that.
his writing is a little crazy, just like his train of thought was. So you have to step in there and try and make something that audiences are going to enjoy. And the failure of 2049 successful, like to be successful financially, isn't a surprise because the original one wasn't successful either. I think there's people that just don't vibe with the premise or the setting.
Oh, my beer's cold.
Well, it's a
also,
bit
I mean,
odd.
like Sony, just they fucked up the marketing a little. If
I
they
don't think the
treated it
marketing.
like one of their other properties, that in terms of like how heavily they marketed it, I think that it would have been more successful.
Do you think the marketing of of the original or of 2049 was
Of
the
the
was the
2049.
problem? I think
I don't-
did
I mean,
2049
didn't really,
do poorly?
It didn't do great compared to its budget. I think it probably made its money back considering all home video and everything, but it wasn't a huge hit for sure. But Sony didn't really treat the film as though they wanted it to be a huge hit. They didn't really put out as many trailers as they should have for that type of property, in my opinion.
Sony has a lot of problems. I think that the movie is too down tempo for them to advertise it in the way that they're accustomed to, because everybody wants to put all of these horns and blaring noises and stuff in their trailers. Like every trailer is the same now, and marketing with that mentality doesn't really make sense. But I just don't think that people are gonna connect to that. Like it's not an action movie, and people would want it to be sort of an action movie. It's not really a thriller. It's kind of a slow boil. And I can't think of very many successful mainstream movies or science fiction movies that are like that nowadays. I think that's relegated more to TV. But sorry, there was something I just wanted to mention about the adaptation thing or adaptation thing, which is the death of the author being invoked. What would be a good example of that? What's like a movie that veers off that you guys
Taxi
enjoyed
Driver.
that was adapted from a book?
Oh no, I just meant the example of death of the author getting all fucking screwed up because of director disagreeing with like a majority of fans' interpretation of the ending. I thought that's what you were going with. Are you going with
I can see that.
like the book's canonical ending versus an adaptation of the book?
Yeah, because ultimately the reason why I feel like 90% or something of the movies that come out are adaptions is because of the producers that are buying something based on its notoriety or its potential to be notorious. And then there are certain companies that focus on other things like Annapurna and
Hang on, Roadside Picnic.
A23.
Stalker is a
Roadside
good
Picnic
example
is great,
of something where the adapted material really transformed it in a way that was unique and different from what the author originally intended. So I think that as good as Roadside Picnic is, the Stalker games are their own thing. And I would say the same thing for The Witcher to a degree, but like there are instances where someone can take The Shining, is also any Stephen King work, to be honest. Not any Stephen King work, but there's a lot of them where adaptations are better. The Mist film is 100% better than the short story.
I hate that movie. I thought it was shit.
What?
I liked it.
I'll fight you. I will.
I'll fight you. I was
Have you-
recommended it
Hold
over and
up.
over again. I thought it was awful.
What?
Hold up. There's a good chance that you haven't even seen the real version of The Mist.
Oh,
Yeah, because
Frank Darabont originally wanted to
black
present
and
it
white
in
version?
black and
black
white.
and white.
And it's a very different experience watching the movie in that way. And
It really is.
It's so much more obvious what it's trying to go for. The effects look better. The color, obviously, you don't have to do much with the color when it's in black and white. So everything just looks more even and pleasant. And
Its whole
you know,
atmosphere
it's like a
comes across much more as a campy
Homage,
19
kind of like-
homage to like 1940s era horror
Yeah.
films, which really gets it across. And having read the Stephen King short, I have to say that film is by far and wide a better version of the story.
It's like a Ray Harryhausen kind of callback movie, which you would never understand if you watch it in color, unfortunately.
Mhm.
But Black and white, it's just so much more clear what it's going for, and it's a much better movie.
I feel like black and white would bring out The Mist and its quality because
Good chance
it's
it would
just
improve
the
it. No, I wouldn't deny that.
It doesn't. I mean, like, if you don't like it, you don't like it. That's, you know. But I think that it gives you a better idea of what the director was going for in terms of the original cut of the film in the black and white, which does exist. I think if you buy like the Blu-ray version or whatever, it has the
special
director's
edition
cut.
Blu-ray disc 2.
I was gonna say that The Shining would be another example of a Stephen King story that was made into a movie in a different way, and I think it benefited from that.
Yes, The Shining is also another film, and again, it's a lot of Stephen King, because a lot of Stephen King books are good, but somebody is able to take them and turn them into something that elevates them in a way, or transforms them in a way that is interesting and different, but still maintains some of the author's original intent and artistry.
Yeah, isn't that the case with most of his movies? Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, Stephen King is probably the primary example of this. Yeah.
I like chat.
it's-
Chat seems to be split on it. Loads of people saying it's amazing, it's terrible, it's amazing, it's terrible. Maybe it's that kind of movie. I don't know.
I think very much The Mist is a split movie. It has always been that way, as far as I can tell. Like, since it came out, I saw it in theaters, and I thought it was really good in theaters, and then I saw the actual cut of it, and I thought it was way better. And you know, so I think that it's very much a love it or hate it.
Was I supposed to laugh my ass off at the twist ending?
You mean where
I
everybody
actually
kills
love the twist
themselves?
Yeah, like I watched it with a
everybody
friend. We
died?
couldn't stop laughing. We thought it was so
Few
funny.
films are as ballsy as that.
That's very.
I
It
think,
is.
I think it's
very
pretty
ballsy.
fucking ballsy. And that's
Sure.
like you never get that kind of an ending in a horror film. I
Well,
love that it's like the most depressing ending.
I just,
It is
Like, yeah,
because
there's
it's
some
1
campiness to it as
second.
well.
There's campiness to it, but when you watch it again in black and white, the way it was originally supposed to be seen, it has it even like it. Oh man, it's such a weird feeling. It's like, if you've ever seen Brazil, do you know what I mean? The original cut of Brazil was meant to have a happy ending, but if you've seen the actual cut of Brazil, the way it's supposed to end, that's a really ballsy ending to put a film on. And I think that The Mist was a dangerous take for the director to do it, and I think it's one of the reasons why the film did so poorly in theaters, is because people wanted the happy ending. And if you think it's funny, I can't argue with that. Obviously, that's, you know, your take on it. And but I think that it was a really interesting film.
Yeah, I mean, like, even in the black and white version, part of why I enjoy it is because of its campiness. But
Oh,
when
yeah.
you watch it in that way, it seems more intentional than unintentional, and it kind of changes the lens at which you view it as. So there's things about them, like when I first watched the movie, the color version, you know, even though I enjoyed parts of it and I enjoyed ideas that it tried to communicate, still I thought it was kind of bad. But watching it in black and white after the fact, it's like, wow, it totally changes your perception of how you view a lot of what's in the film in terms of what the intent is. So when it's trying to mimic like pre-color cheesy horror, it's a lot more enjoyable of an experience when you know that that's kind of what it's going for.
Right, because and in fact, the director, I'm sorry, I can't remember his name, but
Frank Darabont.
He worked on Frank Darabont, because he worked on The Walking Dead as well, which is like all the actors that are in The Mist are in The Walking Dead. But the thing is that, when you see it through the lens of the film being an intentional cheesy 1940s era horror film, it does change it, because then you don't see it as being so sincere and serious, and it becomes a very silly, well, maybe not silly, but is the right word, but it's a very different tone that you get from it. And I would recommend everybody watch the director's cut version of it, because it's fantastic, in my opinion. Now, I also think the director's cut of Daredevil is a good film, so don't take my word on everything.
Don't worry, we're allowed controversial
Daredevil
takes
got a
on here.
director's cut.
2019 we've gone through seasons of controversial takes, right, Ranks? That's all it's been this
Hey,
year.
I think only those of us who are still in 2019 should be allowed to take talk about it. I mean, you guys
Yeah.
left. You guys left. You didn't stick around like us OGs did.
I'm just trying to set the table ready for you.
Mueller's is gone.
Yeah.
Mueller's as gone as
So
the rest.
Trying to
of
get
them.
everything ready for you,
Yeah.
Rag. It's like they
Decade.
dropped me in this place. I don't know. What do you want me to do? Like I'm just trying
Maybe
to get it all
not
ready for
consent
you.
to being in 2020.
Sorry, I've not said anything for so long that I'm.
Oh shit, Jay's here.
Forget
Oh,
that I was
bloody hell! I thought he was kicked.
And I'm sorry,
Fix that.
4T, is that your name? I've never met you before. I'm sorry. Sweet.
Hello.
My Swedish. So we're already in the future. So are we not
Hell.
allowed to give
Oh.
hot takes
We're
on
a decade
movies from the past
ahead.
decade?
I was gonna say.
Do you guys want like lottery numbers or something?
Well, hang
I
on to
will
that.
say
Chase, do
that
you
I
need to
have-
eject, sir? Is that what's,
Oh
what's
yes,
happening?
yes.
I must depart. I have stuff to do and girlfriend time to spend.
Whoa, what's this?
I know, right?
She gets in the way of the TV mostly.
You whammons.
What's
But
wrong with
I wanted-
men? What is wrong with men? Explain.
Penis.
Oppression. Wait.
Penis oppression. Oh my god.
But
If you're being
but-
impressed by a penis, please call some kind of number. I don't know what number to call.
It's
but-
looking at me.
But I did want to say before I leave, thank you, chat, for all the love you have shown the EFAP folks. Thanks for having me, Mauler, and it was nice talking to all of you guys. It's really funny because I've watched a lot of your guys' content, like years before, or year plus singular plural before I'd even like met you. So it's kind of crazy that like I've gotten to this point where it's like I can just hang out in a stream with you guys. So it's always very fun. Thank you for having me.
Hooray.
And
Hey, nice
yeah.
to meet you, man.
Yeah, definitely. And hope we get to do it again sometime soon. Keep up the good work, all of you funny, talented fuckers.
Mhm.
And have a happy new year. Same goes to chat. Mwah, kisses to all of you. And sorry that I'm leaving right as you're getting here, Glib. It was definitely very interesting hearing your thoughts, though. I hope we get the chance to chat again in the near.
Anytime, man. It'd be great. I'm starting my own YouTube channel. This is kind of a big plug and a dream of mine. And Happy New Year, man.
Dude, hell yeah, I'll add you. Anyway, fuck all of you. Bye.
Later,
dude.
That was Chase Face. I'm gonna put links to every guest once this gets re-uploaded. But he was on the last stream. If you guys want to check him out, Chase Face, very easy to find. YouTube, do it.
How many faces has he actually
Just the
caught?
one. Just the one.
I don't know, but I'm gonna chase him down so we can talk about Final Fantasy 11 because that's something nobody wants to hear.
Wait, yeah.
I like
also,
Final Fantasy 1.
Glib, do you have
It's
an actual
okay.
YouTube to plug now? Is that what you were saying?
I'm finishing up my response to Patrick Willems, and then I.
Oh, which Patrick
Yeah.
Willems video?
I love how, like, of all the things you could be doing, that's like one of the best ways to advertise yourself on EFAP right now. It's like, I'm responding to Patrick Willems, and be like, oh my god, subscribe.
Certain things just have give me a passionate reason to respond to, and it's the storytelling language of Star Wars one, which is frustrating to me because I like the objectivity angle that you're coming from, where there is sort of a uniform understanding of how films are made. There's a language that has to do with camera movements, panning, tilting, trucking. There's specific terms that mean something, and Patrick kind of just shits all over it in his video. He doesn't mention cinematography or a director of photography once in his video.
There's no
And
such
talking about
thing as
their
objectivity.
Yeah, so it's really frustrating because he's basically I boiled down his arguments to basically he thinks that subjectivity in cinematography is doing a dolly in like what Spielberg does, or doing something weird with the camera like what De Palma does. And I just go and explain the reasons why Star Wars has a certain look to it. It has a certain aesthetic and feel, and you can't really go outside the lines, but you can kind of bend the rules a little bit in your style. And when that is ditched, people start to tune out. So when you get something that looks like Resistance, people aren't going to enjoy it. And on the other hand, people love those Knights of the Old Republic trailer movies, which have Star Wars written all over it in the way that it's shot and the composition of the music.
Do you want to throw a link in the chat so I can flism it a bit? I don't know if you want to or not.
Well, it's just yeah, sure. It's my channel right here. I have a couple memes on it right now. That's kind of shitty.
It's okay. It's just so because a lot of people are asking for it, and then I'll pop it in the chat so people can know that in the future they will expect a response of a kind to Patrick of House Willems.
Wow,
Patrick
this is
House Williams.
kind of the
Definitely
craziest
the
thing.
last of his name.
Oh, for sure.
That poor man.
That line's not going on.
Rise of Skywalker ruined him.
Yeah, I'm glad that Rise of Skywalker came out to the chagrin of all of the Last Jedi.
Yeah, it was
Imagine
tough
being
for him.
destroyed by a fucking film.
You've never been destroyed by a film. You've never lived.
I mean, I've certainly been sad by one, but I've continued living. Speaking of memes, did any of you guys happen to see my terrible Star Wars?
No, I haven't yet.
Your terrible
Oh,
Star
it's
Wars
so
what?
bad. Meme.
Oh no.
I got a hold of one of the I'll post it. I got a hold of one of the early, well not early, but a leak of a supposed thing that Doomcock posted, and I made a video about it. It's really awful. It's basically an Evangelion meme, but the thing is, I'm not ashamed of it because it turned out that it was all true in the long.
It's true, all of it. Oh, I wonder if we can split the cast here on Mad Max Fury Road. What does everyone think about that in terms of film of the decade material?
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh god.
I feel like we're gonna have a discussion here because I was just talking about it the other day. Actually, not just talking about it. I was rewatching your video, ER, and I was rethinking about my opinions towards that film, which is that I think here's my opinion towards Fury Road. I hate the story. I hate almost all of the characters, but it is so fun to watch.
I will say the presentation. Yeah,
I don't know. I want to see. I love the heavy metal shit. I like people playing guitars that shoot fire on the top of a car. There's something that's very enjoyable about that to me. Is it a terrible movie overall? From every objective stance, yes. From every objective from every way that you could actually critically analyze a film, Fury Road is pretty shit.
Even special
bold
effects.
statement.
Not fun to watch.
cinematography.
Very bold statement.
What about the soundtrack?
I don't remember it. So what does that mean?
But that's not fair.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't
give it to
recall
the
the
soundtrack.
soundtrack that much. I didn't rewatch it. I was just thinking about it. So I was like, I can't remember what the soundtrack was.
But like you'd at least give
remember-
them points for practical effects, right?
The practical effects are what's fun, and it's fun. Again, it's like fun to watch. It's literally brain melting, I guess. You know what I mean? It's like your brain it's a movie that is made to have you not think about what is happening in front of you, because it's like, oh wow, this is very exciting. But the story is the stupidest shit I have. It's way up there. It's not the stupidest thing I've ever seen, but it's way up there with some of the dumbest crap, and it's completely pointless considering it's just a big roundabout of nothing happens.
When they free and pour the water all over the people, I was like slamming my head against the desk. I was like, I can't believe you're doing this. You're wasting 90% of that shit.
Oh, I know, because it's just well, no. How many times? How about when all of the bitches
They have a fucking shower, yeah.
Just shower in the middle of the desert where it's like, we got this truck full of water, which is more valuable than anything else in this weird wasteland, and we're just gonna take a shower and just pour it all over the desert. The movie itself, logistically, makes absolutely no goddamn sense. It's a mess. And I think you already said this, is like, it's called Mad Max, and Mad Max is not the star of his own film.
Yeah, but I'm told, because I haven't watched the other ones, that that's kind of a running theme in all the sequels.
Yeah, it is.
Although I would also say, sequels.
I think it's funny that sorry, ER, I didn't mean.
No, that's fine.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it's funny that the entire movie's based on the hope that there's this green place, and then they have to turn back around when they run out of hope.
Yeah.
And then when I think it's funny because people were saying it's like a feminist movie, and I thought it was like the least feminist movie of all time. That like when the women take over, everything goes to shit, and the patriarchy is destroyed.
Feminist film in a way.
Seriously, if you had seen what happened to that place 1 month ahead of time, I think they'd all be dead.
Yeah, they would be. The movie is so stupid in terms of they would all be dead because they have no idea what they're doing. And it's a good point is that if you were living in a post-apocalypse Australia, or just Australia now, I don't know, it would probably be better to be a sex slave.
That's
If you're living in Australia now, it's better to.
Hey, it's better than just farming for the rest of your life. I'll be a sex slave. Let's fucking do it.
Rags, I don't doubt that you would prefer to be a sex slave.
Wouldn't
I just
you?
think
It depends on whose slave, I suppose.
I like autonomy. I mean, I like sex, but I also like autonomy.
I stopped paying attention to the rule set and the resources of the movie when they referred to a place as Bullet Town.
Bullet Town?
Yeah, it's Bullet Town and Gun Town or something like that. They don't
Hmm.
even have like names for the places that are outside of the main Oasis place. I feel like it's a very straightforward trip.
I don't know.
Oh, are you
kinda
saying
seems
it
like something
suggests
a
the
bunch of stupid people
writers
would do.
aren't really concerned with the things beyond the action?
I think that they are not. I think that they say something and then they present to you something that is extremely stylized. And because it's so well made, we kind of go back into realism and we forget that there's dirt bikers dropping grenades while going off jumps. And that why would they do that?
Because I can believe there's a place called Bullet Town in like a post-apocalyptic world.
Yeah.
In Gas Town.
Yeah, I can. Like, I legit can.
What would you call your
I
town?
can, I'm not saying I find it unbelievable,
slave town.
Sex slave town.
I just like the idea. It's like there's only like 3
I'm
options.
I'm the mayor of Sex Slave Town.
Well, I mean, like, let's get
that's
real.
the
Like,
best
in,
part
in
about
that
Fallout.
environment, it is absolutely the best. Everything about that movie's plot makes no sense. I know I'm going to get hate for this, the fact that I like the heavy metal effects of it, but I think you can enjoy a movie's visual effects while admitting that the movie sucks.
Yes.
Plot-wise.
TLJ?
Yes,
I mean,
very in favor of that here.
the hyperspace scene in The Last Jedi was cool. Made no
It
fucking
was.
sense whatsoever, but it was cool.
It was 1 in a million. Why did they say that? I like the idea that he's like, I'm fixing TLJ. It's like, JJ, no.
We made something terrible even worse somehow.
Okay, I wanna hop out here.
Mhm.
Before I go, Aiden, you're like the only person who's likely to have seen things, right? Have
Wait,
you
seen what? Sorry, you cut out for a second.
I'm about to say what. Have you seen either Children of Earth or Death Comes to Time?
No,
Are those
actually.
Doctor Who episodes?
No, they're
Wait,
not. Well, no, neither of them are. that.
I've Children of Man, yeah, but no, I haven't.
no.
Children of the Corn?
No, I haven't then. So no, I'm
Well,
completely stupid on this.
You should watch both of those things, and now I'm sad because if you've not seen them,
No, I'm sorry. Well, all right, hang on. Let me get my notebook. No, I really will. I write everything down. Children of Earth and what?
Death Comes to Time. Death Comes to Time is peak Doctor Who.
Oh wait, they are Doctor Who episodes then. So I might have. I don't remember the names of them.
No, Children of Earth is they're both spin-off stuff. So Death Comes to Time is like what was originally marketed as the ending of the classic series, but it wasn't like an episode. It was like audio stuff.
Oh! I'm
then-
completely clueless about the Doctor Who audio stuff. I know there's so much of it. I'm completely clueless.
And then Children of Earth is the Torchwood.
It's a Torchwood thing.
It
It's
is.
a
It's really good.
It's a Torchwood episode, or is it a Torchwood?
It's
Is it a
the whole
Torchwood?
season. The whole season is an arc.
Then
Children
I've
of
seen
Earth.
it. I've seen every episode of Torchwood, so I
Did
just
you
don't
like
remember.
it?
Oh, I don't remember what this is. It's been 10 years,
Oh,
or
I'm
8 years
happy
since
now.
I've seen Torchwood.
That's even worse.
Why would I rewatch Torchwood? I'm Welsh. Why would I rewatch that
You're Welsh?
and be reminded of what the best are my people historically have to offer in terms of attractive women?
I didn't know you were Welsh.
Yeah, genetically, I guess. Whatever.
High five.
High five.
I thought I was like the only Welsh guy on the internet.
I mean, I'm an American, but my whole family's from Wales.
And
so-
they don't like have internet in most of Wales.
Don't you guys make all that grape juice?
How is Mauler connecting to the internet right now then?
Series of
He's
tubes.
he's in one of the
A series of
like,
tubes.
young
That's an
parts of Wales.
ancient
It
meme right
is a
there.
series of tubes. I feel like now that it's 2020, we need to bring back like early 2000s.
Rage comics.
No, we can skip that.
No, maybe those just
Series of tubes, I agree
Maybe
with.
those
I-
stay
I-
dead.
I like
Some
Turtles
things
I wanna
belong in the
see-
past,
I
like
want
the
to see
Third
like a
Reich.
series of
and-
ironic.
Yeah, it's ironic. It's completely ironic. That's the whole point. But I'll check it out. I don't
Chuck
well like
Norris
again
jokes.
I don't know the audiobook, but I'll check that out because I do like audio stuff or the audio drama.
I've been trying to persuade Mutually to watch it, and he hasn't done.
You haven't watched everything.
I know that. I know that.
Well, then what I'm suggesting is
I'm gonna-
you owe me way more than I owe you.
That's true. Before I hop out, I'm just gonna see if anyone in chat knows anything about what I'm talking about. No, they don't seem to.
I don't know.
Jane,
Oh.
most people don't know what you're talking.
Watches
Wow,
your
no
television
one's-
programs.
Wow.
Children's cartoons, Jay, stop it.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Bye, Jay. Thanks. I'll check it
Bye.
out.
Toodles.
Yeah.
Toodly doo.
God, thank God, eh? Jeez.
Jesus.
Alright, so we can actually talk about normal things now.
Doctor Who.
Well,
I,
what you got
I
for
have
me?
I have a suggestion for a good film of the decade, or one of the best.
Okay.
And I know one of us, or one of you, agrees with me. Captain America: Civil War.
Oh God,
That's
careful!
alright.
ER and YMS can get triggered.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really get too upset about other people enjoying things that I might not.
We do. We hate
Because
it.
like when it comes to like Marvel movies like that, I just like they're just not for me. I'm like really not invested in them in the same
Well,
way that Star Wars. So
Hey,
I don't
Adam,
know.
let me
Adam,
ask you about that.
Probably agree with
Um,
this. Is that I just don't. I think Marvel movies are so inoffensive in that they're so milk toast, color by the
Yeah.
book. It's kind of like hard to get mad about them, and that's not coming as somebody who's like a huge fan of the comic books. I don't give a shit about Marvel movies. I didn't get excited about Infinity War. I didn't get excited about any of that shit. It was just kind of like, oh, okay, it's another Marvel movie. Neat.
But what is it? What is it
Yeah,
that's
when
causing you guys to not like it? Like, what would a Marvel movie have to do to impress both of you? Would it have to be better
well-
cinematography or writing or death?
No,
death.
No, because so when it comes to the
Finality.
presentation,
Stakes, yeah.
Do anything different.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I
Do
enjoyed
anything
Infinity War because there were stakes in that movie, so that actually helped in that sense. Infinity
But
War.
there weren't really stakes, were they? Because
I
they
know,
knew
but
that-
for that movie,
Oh,
there
no,
were.
here we go.
There weren't when you got to the movie after that, but for that movie, there were some stakes. I think. So, and it ended in a way that didn't wrap things up in a nice happy bow. I liked that. It was also really well paced because they were forced to include so many different storylines that they cut out a lot of the fat. Usually in Marvel movies, there's a lot of like kind of forced comedic breaks that I'm not really a fan of. Like I'd never really get too much into the humor, and I found that was really trimmed down for Infinity War. It felt like every scene more or less had an excuse or a purpose towards being there. It didn't really feel like it dragged on, so that's really what helped my experience there. When it comes down to like the overall presentation of Marvel movies, they're not like terribly presented, but they do kind of feel bland to some extent. You don't really see much of the director's personality at all, which is part of why whenever you got like a director who really wanted to have their personality shine, like Edgar Wright, that wound up getting canceled because then it was just conflicting.
How would you
with
explain
what
James
Disney
Gunn?
and Marvel wanted the films to be. Like, yeah, James Gunn has like his own comedic personality, but it's not so much in the directing style. I don't think.
You don't think so?
Like,
I
there's-
think Guardians is
there's
very
kind
unique.
of there's elements there, but nothing that I would really consider to be enough to write home about, honestly. Yeah, I just the music is really unmemorable for the most part. There's a great Every Frame a Painting video on the scores
It's not great.
of the Marvel universe, and
There's someone did a response
it's
to it
just-
and debunked most of it.
in terms of my own experience with Marvel movies in general, I would say that the biggest reason why I'm not huge on them is because they're all right to me. There's nothing like so exceptional about the way that they're presented, or really any element for me as someone who's not already invested in these characters. I'm not like a comic book person. So when it comes down to the presentation, when everything is just like fine, and especially also the story, like you can kind of predict where things are going, you know how it's going to end for the most part in every every film. I want to see something that's either so terrible that I'm entertained, or so amazing that I'm entertained. But when we get down to like the middle of the road, just like this was all right, I really just like I prefer not to watch those movies. When I could essentially take a Marvel film and imagine how it's going to be and get more or less the same experience as going to the theater, when I could just sit at home and imagine it instead.
No, I completely agree. As someone who is invested in the characters, who has read hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of comic books, I don't care. And that sounds bad, but it's like I'm honestly more interested in DC movies only because they're so likely to be terrible as much as they are to be decent. And I don't know what that is in me. I do know what it is. I know what it is that I showed up. I used to go to Marvel releases in costume, okay? I was that kind of fan. And I showed up to see Man of Steel in a costume. And I'm a huge Superman fan. And my friend who hates Superman sat next to me in the theater and watched every bit of joy and happiness and excitement drain out of my face. And I have never felt anything about a comic book movie since then.
Yeah. I
That's
understand
pretty
that.
much where I'm at.
I waited 4 hours to see the premiere of Indiana Jones 4 because I was excited to see an Indiana Jones movie in theaters, and that didn't really go so well. It kind of killed my enthusiasm. But as for the MCU, what did you guys think of The Boys in comparison?
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm looking forward to it at least.
Okay, yeah, you got to check
Seems like
that one
something that
out.
might be up my alley.
I don't
I
hate
wanna
Marvel
see how
movies. They just don't do anything for me anymore. I want something different from them, and let me put it this way, okay? Because the Marvel movies are following the exact same trend that the comic books are following, which is that they kind of they go towards a certain thing that an actual stake, if you want to call it that. They're going through for, oh man, like with Endgame, oh man, people are actually going to die, and then they immediately reverse it. Let me put it this way. There was a really good story, and this is reflected both in Marvel with Daredevil as it was reflected in DC with the Green Lantern series. In Green Lantern, it was with oh shoot, what's the name? Parallax, and with Daredevil, it was the story called Shadowland, where in Daredevil story and in Green Lantern story, they became the bad guys. They became a true supervillain, and then in both stories, it got dropped because we can't let that character actually become a bad guy because they're the good guy. And in the Parallax storyline, it was like 10 years of time that had passed. So it was far longer for Hal Jordan to be quote unquote redeemed. But it's that I see the things that I dislike about comic books now being reflected in comic book movies. And what I like in comic books, particularly something that DC has done well, and this is true, is in legacy characters. So we have Batman should pass the mantle to Dick Grayson, who should pass the mantle to, I don't know, Jason Todd or whoever, or to Damian Wayne. That's what's fun, is seeing the mantle passed. Having the same characters rehash the same stories, rehash the same problems over and over again is boring. And even for me as a comic book fan, it's stupid.
But do stakes only have to be whether or not a character dies?
No, it does not. It has to. We have to see the character grow and change.
Yeah, but we have done that with several characters over the MCU, and Civil War makes use of all of that in their story, where they're.
I don't know if they really did. I think that Marvel has done a pretty good job. I will say that Marvel's done a far better job than DC, than Warner, because Warner is shit. But comparatively, we have seen a lot of these characters change, but I don't see where this is going forward. I guess they'd have to introduce all new characters.
I want to see characters grow and change and then be passed on. And if Marvel's willing to actually do that, to be done with Captain America, to be done with a lot of these characters, then I'm fine with that. Like Hawkeye, for example, is one of my favorite superheroes. He's one of my favorite characters in all of Marvel. And I like him in the MCU, even though he is a completely different character than he is in the comics, because he's had an arc. We've seen Hawkeye be a different person in every movie that he's been in for the small amount that he's been in. So like there are little bits of those movies that I like, but overall I find them very predictable. And because they're predictable, I guess like I would compare every MCU movie is very much like Avengers versus X-Men as a comic book story, which is that I know what's going to happen. I know how this is going to turn out. It will always return to the status quo. And that to me is boring. And that's just my opinion. But I mean, again, as someone who's been reading comics my entire life, I don't want to see the MCU movies go the same way the comics have been going for decades.
I think that that's what's going to happen, unfortunately, is that we're going to have a bunch of obscure stories that are going to kind of unwind the big buildup that the MCU has, and maybe they'll try and go back and do an alternate version of the same characters, because we've already kind of used up all of the big money plot lines that people are aware of, kind of like the Star Wars situation.
I'll just take the complete reverse position. I think that the MCU for the past decade has actually been some of the most stellar mainstream character work we've actually been able to see from a giant corporation. They've been setting trends and teaching people how the fuck this works with characters. Iron Man's journey is one of the best cinematic character development sequences I've seen. Caps is amazing.
For a major series, I agree. For a major series, yes. I guess I'm being too harsh. But
the stakes of Civil War are through the roof on an internal level, and then Infinity War is the external. Civil War's question is, will the heroes even be able to, is it legal for them to defend the world anymore, and how will they ethically move forward with that, on top of the fact that they actually have a struggle internally that has splintered them completely. So now half of them are vigilantes and the other half work for the government. It's fascinating to me.
Extent, yeah. I don't know. I'm not like huge into it, honestly. Like the in terms of like a major franchise having a character develop over time, yeah, it's one of the better ones for sure. There aren't that many franchises that span over this long with this many films and stories within them in the first place. And they handled it really well in terms of connecting everything together. It's a very well-oiled machine. And that's why you see so many other studios trying to replicate that and doing their own extended universe and whatnot. When it comes down to the stakes, I'm like usually in most like PG-13 superhero movies, I don't really feel too invested in the stakes. Like even when it came to Civil War, I'm not a huge fan of Iron Man. I find him kind of annoying personally. And when the conflict of that movie was like, oh, should we be able to save people, or should we get the bureaucratic powers of the United Nations to sign off on it first?
Wrong.
I found that a little silly, honestly. Like, yeah, the villain will wait. They'll wait for you to get the sign off. Come on.
Wrong.
I don't know. I wasn't really into that.
I would say that I agree with you that
that's not what happened.
The character development the character development that has happened in the MCU has been fantastic for being a major motion picture franchise. You do get, like, we do see characters like Iron Man in particular change, although I also think that when we look at, let's just take Iron Man, okay? Let's just take Iron Man. He kind of stopped developing after a certain point. And
what point would you pick? I'm ready for this fight. Let's go. Iron Man's one of the best character journeys in like cinema history.
Okay, I wanted Iron Man to be an alcoholic in Iron Man 3 instead of having PTSD.
Iron Man 3 is the big fuck up. But Civil War attempts and successfully fixes the fuck up of Iron Man 3 quite significantly. Making use of the PTSD while removing the fact that everyone's laughing at it. It becomes like super serious and informs all of his decisions instead.
Well, it does become more serious. Here's the thing. I think that the MCU takes careful steps in a lot of places because it is so calculated. It's calculated in a good way in terms of being very entertaining for everybody. But I do feel like Iron Man is barely a character in a lot of the movies that he shows up in afterwards, like in Spider-Man: Homecoming, or
What?
even in.
Can I just interject really quick?
Yeah, sure. We could debate about
okay,
Homecoming.
because I'm trying to separate the writing from the presentational aspects in my mind, because I feel like my problem with the movie is that like it has kind of a boring palette to it, and the CGI doesn't look very good, and that combination with the kitschy writing is what makes it known as a Marvel movie, and that can be done well and it can be done poorly. But like the character aspect of it, I feel like when you consider that this is a recurring series, that it has movies that are singular movies, but then it also has recurring characters in it that are from other things. They don't necessarily have to have an arc within that story that they're being presented in. Like if Iron Man shows up in an Avengers thing, his arc isn't going to be the same kind of arc as if he has more screen time in his own movie. So like if a character comes in and acts the way that you expect them to in a Marvel movie, I don't think that that's a point against the story. And I'm not exactly sure if it's the actual character and storytelling of their arc that's the problem, as much as it is the way that it's presented and feels like a TV show sometimes.
I think by feeling like a TV show, do you mean like it's a revert back to the status quo at the start of the new episode? Because that's really
I don't think it's on the creative writing side. I think it's on the directorial production side, because
Well, it's
one
almost
of the
impossible,
guys.
right? When you have so many people working on these movies, to have characters. And look, I don't even think that, because this is a problem in the comic books themselves as well, is that anytime that a writer takes over a character, they give their own voice, they give their own life to that character that could be different from another writer. And I feel like all I see that's happening in the MCU is exactly what I have seen happening in comic books for 40 years.
Yeah, but okay, let me just break that down, because I know I've talked to Mahler about this before, but I met with some people that that worked for Marvel. This guy that worked for the Donner Company, Derek Hoffman, shout out to him. I really like that guy. He's a writer, and he was working on an X-Men related show, and he was basically the nerd version of the script editor. He was in charge of making sure if everything was fitting into the Marvel canon and ultimately the feeling of Marvel comics in television format. And he broke down to me that the priorities are the story first, so what the script is entailing and what they're trying to tell, the story, the plot, everything. And then the budget is secondary. And then comic book fans are the third priority, because the actual subscription of Marvel Comics is only like 200,000 readers or something. And the mainstream audiences that watch Marvel content are mainstream audiences. They're not comic book fans. So even though I agree with like the fandom menace and all the comic book fans that are, your boy Zach and all these people that are speaking truth to the comic book industry, they're not the target market. So
Oh no, we're not.
no, so when we see Civil War and we see the characterization of Tony Stark and Captain America's argument being almost inverted from the comic book plotline, but it's still the comic book plotline, we get a little bit upset. But if we disconnect ourselves from that presentation and realize they're presenting these stories to the mainstream audience, I think you'll appraise it in a different fashion. Mahler convinced me that the Civil War division is just as good as the one that's in the comic book. Like their values.
You're misunderstanding me. I really don't like the Civil War comic book. I much prefer the movie over the comic book. The comic book was a shit show. The comic book was a shit show for so many reasons. I didn't dislike Civil War. My only point was that my only point in all of this, because apparently people are really mad at me now. The thing is, my only point about the Marvel Cinematic Universe is that I kind of don't care about it. That's my only point on it. In terms of Civil War, I thought it was one of the better movies. I thought Winter Soldier was better. I'll put it that way. I liked Winter Soldier better than Civil War. But I thought Civil War was a great film. I liked Endgame. I liked Infinity War. I thought, well, I mean, Endgame I didn't like so much as Infinity War. Infinity War is a good movie. But I just don't have any more like emotional energy to put into these films when every single one seems to end with the status quo being resumed.
That's like the opposite
Even
of
if there's-
Civil War, though. The status quo is destroyed by the end of Civil War.
Was it though?
Yes. Yes.
Is it?
Yes. What? Are you guys like trolling me right now?
No. It's been a while since I've seen it. It's when did Civil War come out? Like 5 years ago.
Mahler.
So
You're gonna have to do a Civil War video.
no, please no, because I legitimately don't remember. It's been a while. So what ended in Civil War changed the status quo of the
So,
Marvel
as far as
universe?
the government-
please, I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm actually
As far as
asking
the government are concerned, Captain America, Black Widow, Captain Falcon, Scarlet Witch,
Captain Falcon,
and whoever else is on their team, for lack of memory right now, they're all vigilantes. If they're seen, they'll be arrested, if not killed. That's their position at the end of that movie, and that position prevents them from being a united team for when Thanos attacks. And there's a very good argument to be made that if they were all one united team, they would have defeated him. That's how Iron Man feels at the beginning of Endgame. He blames Captain America for all of what happens.
Okay. I
love it.
Yeah, I guess, but I have to rewatch it.
At all. I don't get that.
I will have to rewatch it because
Wait, sorry,
I
what,
don't.
What was he saying?
How would they have stood up to Thanos at all? I don't get that.
Well, they came seconds from defeating him, if not for Peter, as in Peter Quill, fucking up. Iron Man fighting him one-on-one actually manages to put up a fight, but imagine the rest of the Avengers being there.
So that's the fault of Civil War that they weren't there?
Sure, they're not a connected
just-
team.
But isn't it a kind of a coincidence that he got on the ship and was brought there?
Who?
All that? Iron Man. And Spider-Man, I guess.
Oh, well, he's reacting, right? And they meet up with Doctor Strange. They're all in the city. The Avengers compound is in, or is it near New York? I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yes, it's in New York. The Avengers compound, it's outside of New York. But the thing is that this exact same stuff happens in the Infinity Gauntlet as well, in terms of the original comic book adaptation. They're not everybody is always together in the comic books as well. I guess to me, I don't know. I guess because I'm looking at this stuff as somebody who's read all of the original source material, and I'm not saying, by the way, don't get me wrong, because that is not what I'm saying. Is not that it's not close enough to the source material. In fact, what I'm saying is the opposite. That the source material is boring, and I'm saying as a comic book fan.
Yeah,
the
but
source
that's
material-
they chose this material because they ultimately had a meta narrative that they wanted to plan ahead of time, and they needed a big bad, and the biggest bad that they could come up with was Thanos. I mean, in the comic
Thanos
books,
is a
it's
great
not-
villain. Infinity
does
Gauntlet's
not-
a great comic. It
Right.
is a great graphic novel. However,
it's pretty all right.
I'm just afraid. Oh, I love George Perez, but the thing is that what the failure of comic books is that they are cyclical in nature, and why I have stopped carrying. Okay, when the first couple of Marvel movies came out, and I mean, Iron Man, the original Iron Man, Thor, even though it wasn't very good, Captain America, the first one, which was also not that good, but a lot of those early movies, I was very, very excited for them, and I loved the original Avengers, and I was very excited for it. But I started to feel like the movies were a little bit repetitive in that I didn't feel as if there was any stakes anymore, and maybe that's me being cynical.
Well, if we refocus though, so you said that the status quo wasn't changed. If we just
Yeah. It has a status quo change after the end of Civil War.
yes,
And you provided an example of that.
well, and I
think
would
that
agree it
that's
has
true.
not at the end of Avengers and Avengers: Age of Ultron, and I guess most like the status quo does change at the end of Winter Soldier. Shield is destroyed; they're replaced by the Task Force, which you could argue is less of a status quo change. And I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you, but then I would actually refocus on saying that the main status quo changes in Marvel are way more focused on character, but Civil War shakes up the most.
Of all of the Marvel films, Civil War probably does the most with it. I have to because look, now there's so many Marvel films that I have to even try to remember what happened in each one. So
But
I
doesn't
do.
that remind you of the first time that you read the comics? Because that's my takeaway has been that it's
No.
been one of the most interesting ways to introduce the comic book experience to people that don't read comic books? Because most
No,
people
it does
don't know
not
anything
remind
about
me
this
of my
stuff.
experience reading the comics. Because when I think about my experience reading comic books, and this is just my okay, so this is my subjective experience, which is stupid and bullshit, but
In my
it really
opinion.
is. In my opinion, but no, seriously, like I can think about times where I've read like X Factor, and I can tell you what happened in this issue of X Factor, and I could tell you that off the top of my head, and I'm not saying that like I can remember the earlier Marvel movies better than I can a lot of the ones that like Age of Ultron I barely remember. I fell asleep, and now I know apparently that's my meme, but I fell asleep during what was it? Oh, actually one of the good X-Men movies. The Days of Future Past I fell asleep during. I did watch it later, but I fell asleep in the theater during that. Whatever. Like it's so much, and if you want to call it superhero fatigue, maybe that's just what I get from it. But and I guess that is my own experience, but that is my experience as someone who's read all the comics, and so your mileage may vary on that. As a superhero comic book fan, my mileage is very being bored by seeing things that I read 20. Well, I'm not even 30 yet, but seeing things that I read 10 years ago rehashed and not seeing a lot of. Now I would say that at the end of the total of the Marvel story, we do get a lot of character resolution. Iron Man has a complete character arc. Captain America has a complete character arc. We see these characters grow and change, but a lot of the individual films feel hollow. I would say Civil War is one of the better ones, but
I mean, that's kind of what
so
I'm
many
trying to
of
defend,
them feel
because
very
you'll find
hollow.
I'm one of the biggest attackers of certain Marvel films. Like, I think Captain Marvel's one of the worst films of like the mainstream. It's just terrible, like in every aspect of writing. It's kind of insane.
Complete shit.
Right, sure.
Captain Marvel is what non-Marvel fans think Marvel movies are.
Yeah, like I'll call a spade a spade. I just I don't know, just a lot of the arguments for Civil War are often just run out pretty quick. Like Adam, you're still here, right?
Yeah.
You know, like
Sorry?
you know, like Hulk jumping around to save the world from horrible aliens that'll destroy the entire planet. Is it okay if he kills a few civilians while doing that?
Yes.
Okay. What about like 100?
If the stakes are everybody dies or some number less than everybody dies, I think that
All right,
option
all
that
right.
is not
Yeah,
everybody
this
dies
is just gonna be a series of questions. Should anyone be accountable for the families of those people?
So okay, so in Civil War, where they were like, I saw it only once when it was in theaters.
Mhm.
So was there some sort of plot element of people seeking some sort of like damages financially, or
Well, we see the countries are uniting over the fact that the Avengers don't seem to care about what they leave behind. There's many aspects of the film. Dare I say it's the theme.
But not only that, somebody directly implicates Iron Man as the reason why her son died.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, there was that kind of like a moment near the beginning where they were like, all these hundreds of people that die from really far away in the Avengers, actually they're real people. We needed to remember about that. Yeah.
Hence why
Yeah,
Civil War's
I mean,
great.
like, of course there are going to be like moral implications to it, but when you're dealing with this kind of universe where literally there's characters that can just blow up the planet, I mean, if you got to act fast, you should probably do that. Like
Sure.
have,
So let's
to
put a
have
big
people
tick.
signing off on every
Yeah.
single action.
Let's put a big
seems-
tick on Hulk. He's good. Even if we had those families in the room, we'd be like, guys, he saved the world. Okay, so fuck off. All right, good stuff. Next person, Cap, downing the helicarriers in Washington after he'd had them neutralized, which actually goes against what Captain Fury wanted. And his reasoning was, these weapons in anyone's hands are too fucking dangerous, so I'm going to crash them all. And there's people screaming. He destroys like this enormous building, and they're cleaning up the wreckage for it 8 years later. We get a throwaway line in Homecoming to say that.
So, I mean, like, if we're going to talk about Captain America doing something dangerous for no reason against
It's not no
the wishes
reason. a lot of people agree with this decision.
well, I
I,
mean,
I, I think
presumption,
there's safety to it because there's still shield agents on board all the helicarriers, so it's dangerous. The thing is that their
Yeah.
plan to kill millions of people has been neutralized.
Yeah. So I mean, like the what's Sam Jackson's character's name again? You just
Fury.
said it. I
Nick
forget it already.
Fury.
Nick Fury. I mean, like if let's say they wanted to have some sort of system in place where there was a first in command, and then people would be held accountable for their actions if they went against the orders of Nick Fury, then that would make a lot more sense than what I remember in the movie being as anytime you want to be able to save the world, you have to get like several nations
All right,
to
just
to
pause,
sign
pause.
and,
We're
collectively
getting
agree to a
there.
document. Like that's the issue that I had,
I'm
right?
climbing up the staircase. So their
Okay.
current system was that Shield took care of them, and Fury answered to the big council, or the World Council. And Ross actually says that that was their setup, but they can't let that be the setup anymore. And this what prompts this is Age of Ultron, where Iron Man essentially nearly destroys the entire world himself. There is no saving the world aspect because he caused Ultron. And then it gets punctuated by the beginning of Civil War, where
Could I say
Scarlet
real
Witch
quickly
makes...
that Age of Ultron is my favorite bit of development for Tony Stark.
Yeah, I think that's
But
fair.
I felt like it was dropped. I felt like it wasn't meant
Dropped?
to. Okay. It was dropped. Okay. So, okay. I really hate to do this because I have to bring up the original comic books.
Okay, well, wait. Can we
yes.
pause
All
that?
right.
Pause that, because I'm getting
Yeah,
there.
go ahead.
So
I'll put that to sidebar.
So with Scarlet Witch makes a decision to, instead of blowing up a bunch of people on the ground floor, she blows up a bunch of people in an upper floor. She's made essentially a decision to kill a bunch of people to save a bunch of people. And how come she gets to make that decision? This has to stop. There has to be accountability. If a police officer...
Yeah, well, it all comes back down to that famous psychological train experiment or whatever that
Well, but we're
thought
dealing with 5 on each side of the track at that point.
Yeah.
She chose to save Captain America,
Yeah, I mean-
because of course she did.
It's an inevitability when you have this universe where
True.
people have superpowers
Which,
that there's
again,
going to be a
and
lot.
honestly, man, like with Civil War, I was so fucking glad they finally made that movie, because I was like, how is nobody picking up on this with world governments? This is insane. Like, the Avengers get away with so much shit. And you might be like, they're saving the universe. Like, I don't care if they're saving the universe when they're getting this many people killed. Like, how reckless do you have to be? If you're saving a bus full of children from a terrorist inside it, and you come in firing your machine gun, you shoot him in the head and kill him, you accidentally killed 10 children as well. You're like, well, I saved the bus. There has to be accountability, and that's what Ross is talking about. He keeps and there's actually spots on the map from other places that they could reference throughout the movies, and if you give them a good old watch with a careful eye, you'll be like, holy shit, there's some stuff they're doing in here that's really fucked. And obviously they understand, they get it. And so it's not, you cannot save the world without our approval. If Thanos arrives with an enormous army and they're right outside Avengers HQ, which happens in Endgame, they're not going to wait for a fax from the UN to say they can do anything.
You say that, but was that not the point of like, was that not the main conflict
No,
of them?
Iron Man literally cancels
signed
out
off?
the portion of the government's influence whenever he actually wants to. He's just doing it to appease them in the film, which is the position I actually agree with.
Okay.
Appease the governments, but if something happens that
So,
you
like,
cannot wait for
pretend like
approval for...
you're following along with
Oh,
it,
absolutely.
and then just do the same thing anyway.
Not the same thing. Say, for example, there is like a Obadiah Stane type character in like an African country who's killing a bunch of people with a giant robot suit. Yeah, they might need to get some jurisdiction issues sorted before they go in and blow everything up. But if we're dealing with an alien that's about to blow up the Earth and he's just arrived, it's like, go for it, guys. Fuck, the UN will get over it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a pragmatic approach. We can't have the Hulk jumping on people every once in a while. We need to actually have someone... Because again, that's the whole point of the film. All these families that get affected, they got no one to account... That's the point of the villain. He's got no one to go to. His wife, his kid, and his dad all died thanks to Tony Stark's, well, PTSD-infused issues of trying to protect the world. He's got no one to lay account
my
to.
issue would be, like, my issue would be with the idea of if they actually did what it was on paper instead of treating it like a case-by-case basis.
Well, I
So,
assume that's the point.
I take an issue with the perspective in the film, not necessarily the film itself addressing it.
Do you like mean Ross's perspective specifically? Because obviously Cap doesn't agree with it.
Just Iron Man's perspective in the film. And if you, I mean, like perhaps I don't know, was there a point where he literally said, like in the first half of the movie, that he's just doing it to appease them, but he'll still, you know,
He
save
said we
the
need to be
day
put in
without their
check,
help.
but the people on his side say it's good to have one hand on the wheel, and then by the end of the film, he literally lies to Ross in order to help Winter Soldier.
Yeah, the end of the movie, yeah.
Well, sure, that's just Iron Man's position.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
know,
like all of us here.
I
If
just
if
find
you
it
guys
silly.
said you'd rather be vigilantes, I'd be like, just agree with them, guys. Like we'll be vigilantes eventually, sure, but for now, just say yes. And until something horrible happens that we have to go deal with, and they punish us for that, so be it. But for now, we can just say, yeah, sure, we'll do whatever you want, sure.
Yeah,
So
I agree with that
technically-
perspective. I think that makes sense.
The whole movie's a civil war on a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
A misunderstanding of what? Cap is principled. The reason why he won't agree to this is because it's lying.
Okay, so he just disagrees with Iron Man lying.
I'd say he disagrees with the entire premise that a government system could have any control over a group of powerful people because of his experiences with S.H.I.E.L.D.
With Nazis and stuff, and he doesn't want to. Yeah, I mean that is
Iron Man
a
tries to tell him
reflection of the
several
comics.
times, it's just the pragmatic approach. It's not like they're actually handing over the keys to the Avengers' powers, but that's how Cap sees it. He even says it's like that's where it'll lead. And he sees that Scarlet Witch being trapped in the compound is just a step toward that. It's just control.
By the way, nobody can control Scarlet Witch. Let's be really clear. This is the same.
I don't know, a sniper could kill her. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, she can get shot and die.
Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch. Okay. I hate that people are now going like, more comics. But even within the MCU, Scarlet Witch can affect reality. She is a reality. I don't exactly know where her powers fall in the MCU, but in the comics, and I'm guessing that that's what they base it on, she is a reality warper, which means that what she does in the comics, for example, is she goes one day, snap, no more mutants, and there are no more mutants. That's M Day, and that stuff all can happen. So you, with people who are Omega level power like that, you can't really lock them up and put them in a shield facility, particularly when we know how shield is often infiltrated or corrupted, which would go back to Winter Soldier.
That's not her power in MCU.
She does not. Is she just
She can't snap her fingers and turn everybody normal.
Are we sure about that? Because I'm not. Only because that power didn't manifest at some point until later in the comic books. But she's probability manipulation, I guess, more in the MCU.
They don't have a specific.
Yeah, they're
set
not
of
very.
powers.
If you were to ask
That's
me, I'd be
not-
like telekinesis / mind control.
Yeah, I remember watching the Age of Ultron.
But that's
featurette.
confusing, and I would say, okay, oy.
It's
Mind
confusing because a lot of
nightmares.
the imagine if you had all these cosmic level powered characters and you had to actually have a story with all the characters contributing evenly. I mean, Captain America is the least powered out of all these characters besides Black Widow. Maybe they have to keep up somehow, so they have to do some flashy action. And if you have a character like Scarlet Witch, who's apparently the most powerful character, somehow you have to keep that like down. So maybe she has a distance that her powers work at or something. But if she has all these powers that we don't know about that are in the comic book, we can't tell what her powers are because it's not in the movie.
I don't know either because the movies aren't clear about what her powers are. So I
Either
I
way,
guess like what am I supposed to base it on?
Either way,
unrelated
Ross
to the
believes
argument.
that they can.
I don't know. All I'm saying is that I don't know, and apparently nobody else does either.
Wait, you don't know what?
Exactly what the extent of Scarlet Witch's powers are.
I mean,
And
she's powerful enough to be an extreme danger if she became a villain.
which is a good which is a good point of the plot of Civil War. That makes sense. It makes sense because yes, we know that she's got crazy stupid powers. Yes, it should be tracked by the government, but Cap's obvious concern with that is that, well, he sees it going into a fascistic direction. That all makes sense. That is honestly, the movies do a better job of portraying the plot of Civil War than the comics do, and that's true. But I just don't see how that film ends up. I guess I don't see how it ends up being significantly different than it was beforehand, because that's the same problem the comics had as well.
To account for a bit of chat as well, it says, as much as I hate to say
really mad
it,
at me, by the way.
they're mad at both
can
of us.
see
Don't
that.
worry. This is Civil War has a Civil War about it in discussion. Trust me. As much as I hate to say it, but according to the Accords, Mueller is wrong. If you're referring to the fact that the Accords will say they cannot do anything without first the approval of the UN, that's not what I'm actually arguing. I'm arguing that in the case of a planet-destroying threat, they're not going to wait for the message from the UN, whether or not the UN demand that they do. However, the whole point of the UN taking control of the heroes is that when a family gets murdered, they have to be like, wait, who's accountable for this? It's like the government. They sanctioned this. This is the result of collateral damage. I'm sorry. That's how it'll work. Instead of, well, I don't know, Tony Stark figured that that was the best way to go about doing that. And it's like, wow, you guys don't even have him on a leash. And it's like, the second one is, hang on, there's 3. All are lying. I don't think that's why Cap disagrees. 100% Cap disagrees with the idea of a governing body controlling the heroes in any way, shape, or form. He thinks that it's in the power of the individual. He trusts people. He doesn't trust organizations.
I think he almost says that verbatim.
Third one is, I disagree with your premise. Tony outright says that he wants the Accords to control him personally. Nope, he says that he wants accountability. He wants them to be put in check. He thinks morally that the Avengers do have a responsibility. The problem is, he more so than anyone else would feel that way because of Age of Ultron. And he's not taking into account the fact that not everybody is as reckless as he is, but he feels guilty. It's consuming the shit out of him in that movie.
Can I talk really quickly about Age of Ultron and
Go for it.
my little bit of issue there with Tony Stark? So Tony Stark's character is replacing Hank Pym in terms of who created Ultron in that situation, but I never really got, because what is so powerful in the original Ultron storyline is that Hank Pym feels like, and Ultron in response it's a father-son relationship, and I just didn't get that out of Age of Ultron, and you could disagree with me on that.
I don't think it's supposed to be a father-son relationship.
But it is in the comics, and again, I'm sorry, but more comics. But
Yeah,
something that I thought was missing in that storyline is for Tony to truly feel like he created this. It was his son. Because in terms of why Hank Pym created Ultron, again, more comics. I'm not saying things have to be a one-to-one recreation, but what I'm saying is what was powerful about that original storyline. Okay, I'm not saying it needs to be a one-to-one recreation. I'm saying what was powerful about that original storyline is that Hank Pym created Ultron to protect the Avengers and to do their job while they couldn't do it because they're actual people. He created this robot, and that a lot of that is reflected in Age of Ultron. You know, Tony is doing his best, but the father-son dynamic was missing, and it's something that I really wanted out of Age of Ultron. I don't care if it's Hank Pym or Tony Stark. I wanted that father-son dynamic that I felt was really missing in that film, because it would have been something that would have given us more to Tony, particularly as somebody who is involved in this relationship with Pepper Potts, but doesn't have any children of his own. That's something that would have, I think, really elevated Tony's storyline.
But was it missing because you were looking for it? Like,
Maybe
for me,
it was. I mean, maybe it was, but it's something that I think, I'm just saying it was